Opening the era of black technology. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. This sentence is too destructive to women. Now is the internet age. The video of the Celestial Empire spread abroad on the same day and began to dominate the charts. Many foreigners praised Lucy and believed that Lucy was a representative of the new women who dared to love and hate and dared to express their own ideas. Sue Pinkin began to become popular again. Professors Burris and Curry also released news, saying that Sue Pinkin was not only lucky, but also a very thoughtful person. They were very optimistic about the Apocalypse Group under Sue Pinkin's leadership. If the Apocalypse Group went public, the two professors were willing to take out all their savings to buy the shares of the Apocalypse Group. The news ended with a sentence, which made many people start to collect Sue Pinkin's speeches, and they had to see why Sue Pinkin would be recognized by the two economic powers. In the Celestial Empire, without anyone knowing, the top leaders began to investigate the real situation of domestic research institutes, and they had to see whether these research institutes were as unbearable as Sue Pinkin said. Many bigwigs supported this decision. If they didn't figure it out, they would never feel at ease. This was related to the future of the country, and they couldn't be careless. The internet was full of rumors, but Sue Pinkin was calm and composed. After the forum ended, Zhang Wenjun and his wife played in Shanghai for a day and left directly. The reason why Sue Pinkin and the other two did not leave was because there was still a task that had not been completed, which was to give a gift to the three rumored girlfriends. The gifts were given by Miao Yi, ZHLEZ, and Shangwen Rumen's three companies. They would be given to them in the name of Sue Pinkin, Lin Yide, and Mabo. The company would not take them back, and they would truly belong to the three of them. The final result moved Miao Yi, ZHLEZ, and Shangwen Rumen very much. The three gifts all belonged to the three beauties in private. The gifts given by the three of them would only be more expensive than those given by the company. In Mabo's words, we can be romantic, but not vulgar. Giving gifts is about friendship, so the script of the planning department was changed directly, which made the people of the three companies feel a lot. They looked up to Mabo and now understood why Mabo broke up with those women, but no one said bad things about him, and there were still many stars who wanted to have a scandal with him. Manly enough, this is the evaluation of Mabo by the planning departments of the three companies. Sue Pinkin took Miao Yi directly to a very large jewelry business hall in Shanghai, and was immediately recognized. The manager received them directly and sent fine products for Sue Pinkin and Miao Yi to choose. As a result, Miao Yi chose a necklace with a ruby. "Try it on and try it out," Sue Pinkin said with a smile. "I'll help you." The manager was very good at dealing with things. He had already recognized Miao Yi, Sue Pinkin's current public girlfriend. It seems that the two are really together. Miao Yi put it on, unbuttoned one of the buttons of her shirt, and under the background of the necklace, she had a more unrestrained charm. Sue Pinkin was also slightly stunned and immediately made a decision. "What's the price?" Sue Pinkin stood up and came to Miao Yi and said. 1,200,000, the manager said directly. "Too expensive, change it," Miao Yi said directly. This price was beyond Miao Yi's expectations. "No need to change it, it can only show its value if it matches you," Sue Pinkin said gently, and Miao Yi's face turned red. Turning around, he paid directly through his mobile phone. When the manager saw the notification of the deposit, he immediately notified someone to go through the formalities. The two left directly with the invoice and some gemstone certifications. Sue Pinkin directly asked Miao Yi to take it with her and not take it down. That afternoon, a video of Sue Pinkin and Miao Yi buying jewelry began to appear on the internet. The video was shot by an employee of the jewelry company. It was very clear and even the conversation between the two was recorded. Especially the sentence Sue Pinkin said, "No need to change, only when it is worthy of you can it show its value." It completely swept the screen. Too many women began to be intoxicated by this sentence and envied and hated Miao Yi. This sentence is too lethal to women. Quite a few women said that they could not bear this sentence and would definitely fall. Overnight, Miao Yi had countless black fans, all of whom were women. Sue Pinkin had countless fans, all of whom were women. This was something no one had expected. Looking at Weibo, Miao Yi was full of happiness and thought it through. Even if she couldn't always have Su Pinggan, she had him for a while and she would never forget Su Pinggan in her life. The gift arranged by the company is only worth about 50,000 yuan, which is incomparable to the gift given by Su Pinggan. Woman's intuition is very sharp. When she was with Su Pinggan, Miao Yi did not feel that Su Pinggan looked down on her at all, but treated her as a girlfriend. Mabo gave Zalizi a red sports car worth 300,000 yuan. Lin Yi gave Shengwen room and a set of jewelry, which was also worth about 300,000 yuan. Su Pinggan, like Lin Yi, did what Mabo said, put in the effort, continued if it was suitable, and separated if it was not suitable. He had a serious relationship and went to internet cafes. Maybe he would meet the right one someday. Su Pinggan sent Miao Yi away, and Miao Yi got on the plane with a large suitcase. After dinner, Su Pinggan, Lin Yi, and Mabo drank tea in Mabo's room. You are willing to give it up. Why didn't you give it up to Li Tingting? Mabo looked at Su Pinggan with deep meaning. At the beginning, I gave my passbook to Li Tingting, Su Pinggan said with a long sigh. There's not much money in the passbook, only about 100,000 yuan, which is all Su Pinggan's wealth. Miao Yi's treatment is not as good as Li Tingting's. I'm going to ask you something, you have to promise me the truth, Lin Yi said to Su Pinggan with a serious look on his face, and Su Pinggan nodded seriously. Are those research institutes really the same as you said? Lin Yi asked seriously, staring at Su Pinggan. Sandizi, if the facts are a little false, I will let you do whatever you want, Su Pinggan said seriously, looking into Lin Yi's eyes, not giving in at all. After listening to what Su Pinggan said, Lin Yi had a thoughtful expression on his face. Su Pinggan and Mabo looked at each other, and neither of them said anything, not disturbing Lin Yi's thinking, and drank tea silently. Pinggan, support me 100 million, I want to set up a research institute, Lin Yi looked at Su Pinggan and said seriously. Su Pinggan's speech that day really had an impact on Lin Yi. I'll arrange someone to call you tomorrow, Su Pinggan said directly, neatly. Old Lin, you have to think carefully. The research institute is not that simple. Your equipment investment, staff salaries, and material costs are not a small amount every month, Mabo said seriously, worried about Lin Yi's momentary impulse. Chapter 152, The one near the water gets the moon first. Boss, let Lao Lin do it. The electrical appliance industry is different from others, and the research costs are much lower than others. However, you have to find the right direction, whether to conduct research on new electrical appliances or to conduct upgrade research on a certain appliance. I suggest that you conduct upgrade research. Frankly speaking, the price of domestic electrical appliances is not high now, but the power consumption is really not low. If you can work hard in this area, once a breakthrough is made, the profits will definitely be considerable. Su Pinggan looked at Lin Yi and said slowly. You and I have the same idea. I set up this research institute to focus on the technology of energy saving in electrical appliances. Although there is still a little profit in the price of electrical appliances, it is not much, and the market absorption is limited. It's not that people don't have money to buy, but they can't afford to use it. We have done an internal experiment and calculated the electricity consumption according to the configuration of electrical appliances in ordinary people's homes. Television, refrigerator, rice cooker, electric light, water heater, computer, instant kettle, these configurations are used by employees. As a result, the cost is more than 3 times that of the old electric meter. The electricity price has not increased on the surface, but it has actually increased by more than 3 times. Ordinary people don't know the operating principle of the meter at all, and the electricity bill is higher. Therefore, energy-saving appliances are the trend of the future. I can't occupy the entire market. I just need to firmly grasp those ordinary people. After all, there are still many poor people. I will be satisfied if I can grasp this group, Lin Yi said directly. Mabo and Su Pinggan understood Lin Yi's idea and nodded seriously. Lin Yi's mind was clear and he didn't make this decision blindly. He must support it. The 3 of them talked about a lot of things in the evening and went to bed late. They had no idea that the outside world had begun to stir up trouble. At first, only some experts and professors wrote articles to implicitly scold Su Pinggan, but now the directors of many research institutes have directly started to scold Su Pinggan. Especially a biological research institute in Shanghai, Lei Jianjun, the director of Heiho Biological Research Institute, even recorded a video to scold Su Pinggan and Cheng Zixi, the boss of Dahou Biotechnology Company. When Lei Jianjun got off work yesterday morning, he received a total of 9 resignation letters, which made Lei Jianjun stunned. All of them were rejected and none of them were accepted. Are you kidding? Who will work after you leave? All of these resignations are young people who have studied abroad and worked in foreign research institutes. They bring a lot of profits to the research institute every year. The subsidies from the state and local governments are based on the academic qualifications of your research institute. Professors are priced at one price, doctors are priced at another, sea turtle doctors are priced at another, and returnees are priced at another, and so on. It is very detailed. These young people have master's degrees and above. If they all leave, who will give money to the research institute? Lei Jianjun immediately started to investigate to see what was going on. The results came out that evening. After reading the results, he smashed the cup. First, because of Su Pinggan's speech, these young people were restless. Second, a local company in Shanghai, Dahou Biotechnology Company, was stirring up trouble behind the scenes and poaching people directly. As long as a few people submitted their resignation letters, the rest would be handled by this biological company, which could directly request labor arbitration or sue directly. The reason for this was that Cheng Zixi, the boss of Dahou Biotechnology Company, attended the forum and listened to Su Pinggan's speech. He was close to the water and got the moon first. He took action immediately after the meeting and acted vigorously. It took 2 days to investigate the Dahou Biological Research Institute. Cheng Zixi was also shocked when he saw the information in the evening. It was exactly the same as what Su Pinggan said, not at all false. There was also relevant information about the 9 young people. Cheng Zixi was quite shocked when he looked at it. Damn it, you don't use it, so I do. You are just occupying the toilet without doing anything. Cheng Zixi made up his mind. The next day, he personally contacted the 9 young people, with a very humble attitude. At the same time, he also brought up Su Pinggan's speech, solemnly stating that he would provide the 9 young people with first-class experimental equipment and sufficient research funds, and promised to support them for at least 3 years. If they failed to do so, the company would give compensation, and this clause could be written into the contract. The 9 young people were tempted. Once this promise was written into the contract, they must support several people for 3 years. If they failed to do so, they could sue legally. The 9 young people were tempted at that time. Cheng Zixi was very good at handling things. He directly gave each of the 9 people a file bag with 50,000 yuan in it, which was the resignation fee, and asked several people to resign quickly. After resigning, he directly signed a legal contract with several people. As a result, Lei Jianjun was in tragedy. Cheng Zixi's actions at Dahou Biotechnology Company made many entrepreneurs start to speed up their actions. Damn, there are only so many research institutes in China. Su Pinggan has already taken away a group of them, and now others have already started. If they don't start, they won't even be able to drink soup. They have begun to increase their investigation efforts in poaching people, which is the most important thing for these corporate bosses at present. When Su Pinggan heard someone call him and told him about the video, he smiled and didn't care at all. He was mentally prepared. He had expected this day since he spoke at the forum that day. You can scold as much as you want, but you won't have the energy to scold after a while. After breakfast, he checked out of the room and flew away directly. Marbo and Lin Yad both drove away. The company had already sent the car. It was uncomfortable to fly, but it was more comfortable to drive. When they were tired, they just parked the car and walked around. On the day Su Pinggan returned home, the Sihei law firm in Shanghai issued a statement, taking over the case of Dahou Biotechnology Company and 9 young researchers, and formally filed a complaint against the Dahou Biological Research Institute. This matter was very popular on the internet, but the government didn't say anything. As if it didn't know about it. Entrepreneurs are all shrewd people. Seeing this situation, they became bolder and accelerated their actions. Not long after, TJ City also started to make trouble. The local Fenghe group directly poached the foundation of the High-Tech Materials Research Institute and poached 7 people. It went to court with the Jinshi High-Tech Materials Research Institute and made a big fuss. As time goes by, many places have seen research institutes or laboratories suing local or foreign companies, and even many researchers suing experts and professors, accusing them of misappropriating their research results. Su Pinggan was watching the news online in his office, laughing. In Beijing, the top executives were also in a meeting, and their faces were very unhappy. Damn, you don't know until you investigate. Once you investigate, you will be shocked to find that so many highly educated returnees are actually doing odd jobs. Just like Su Pinggan said, they are responsible for cleaning every day. If you want to engage in research work, you can hand over your research project to experts or professors. If it succeeds, it's none of your business. This approach is unacceptable to the top executives. Chapter 153. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? Su Pinggan was drinking tea, feeling relaxed. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Su Pinggan said loudly. He was in a good mood. Jin Wenwen pushed the door open and walked in. Boss Su, the mayor is here, Jin Wenwen reported directly. Please come in, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and stood up. Don't come in, I'm coming in, Chen Qingshan's words came over. Su Pinggan smiled and waved to Jin Wenwen. Jin Wenwen left and closed the door. Mayor, please taste this special black tea that my boss left for me. You can't buy it outside, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and asked Chen Qingshan to sit down. I said, didn't you say you wouldn't speak? Chen Qingshan looked at Su Pinggan with an unhappy face. You bastard, you set the fire and ran away. Do you know what it means to run away from the monk but not the temple? They can't do anything to you, Su Pinggan, but they have troubled me a lot. Chen Qingshan is quite resentful in his heart. He has received many complaints in recent days. These calls had to be answered. They were all from people at the same level or higher than Chen Qingshan. The money for the institute building was a complete industrial chain. Now that Su Pinggan had done this, too many people's interests were damaged. Su Pinggan's title of a troublemaker was confirmed. Chen Qingshan had no choice but to reply directly that Su Pinggan's speech was the intention of the Forum Organizing Committee. This made those who called quiet down. This sentence was very powerful. Many people began to automatically fill in their brains. Yes, without the instruction of the Forum Organizing Committee, would Su Pinggan dare to say this? It must be the intention of the organizing committee, otherwise, Su Pinggan would not have the courage to fire a shot. Thinking of this, they all began to calm down. I really don't want to speak. It was the organizing committee that forced me to speak. If you have any opinions, go and confront the organizing committee, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Chen Qingshan looked at this smiling face and wanted to slap him. Find the organizing committee, I am fucking stupid to find trouble with the organizing committee. Looking at Su Pinggan's eyes full of resentment. Su Pinggan saw the look in Chen Qingshan's eyes and knew that Chen Qingshan was under a lot of pressure. Mayor, calm down. According to our age, I have to call you uncle. Is it necessary to be angry with a young man like me? Let's drink tea, let's drink tea. Su Pinggan was very humble. Now Su Pinggan has been trained to be flexible, so that Chen Qingshan has nowhere to vent his anger. He has already called him uncle, what else can you do? If I had a nephew like you, I would not be able to get rid of this breath without beating him up. Chen Qingshan could only say so. Su Pinggan provoked such a big thing. Did the Magic City Organizing Committee say anything? Did the superiors say anything? This is a very obvious thing. The superiors did not blame Su Pinggan, which means that Su Pinggan did not deliberately create conflicts by talking nonsense. Chen Qingshan knew the importance of this matter very well. Mayor, you don't come to the temple for no reason. What's the matter today? Su Pinggan picked up the teacup and handed it to Chen Qingshan with both hands. Chen Qingshan took it and took a sip. Senior official Lu has been transferred, and a new senior official has come. He wants to meet with you. What do you think? Do you want to meet him or not? As a big boss, Chen Qingshan said directly. Why is it so sudden? Su Pinggan was really a little surprised. Nothing, this was decided at the beginning of the year, Chen Qingshan said. You should have told me earlier, I would have called Senior Official Lu. Senior Official Lu is very nice to you and me, how can I not express my gratitude? Su Pinggan said seriously. No need to express gratitude, we have discipline, just make a phone call, Chen Qingshan said directly. Su Pinggan nodded, took out his phone and dialed it directly. Soon the call was connected. Lu Qingfang was very happy that Su Pinggan could call him. They talked for a while and said a few polite words before hanging up the phone. Chen Qingshan drank tea with Su Pinggan for a while, agreed on the time and place for dinner tomorrow night, and then left. Su Pinggan personally sent Chen Qingshan to the car and then he breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know how to go to the office, so I'll just walk around in the yard. The garden-style park is still very beautiful. I found a place where I can bask in the sun, sat down and closed my eyes to bask in the sun. The weather in the north in winter is much colder than in the south. Hearing footsteps, Su Pinggan opened his eyes and smiled after seeing who it was. Sister Xia, you are so elegant, Su Pinggan said with a smile. You scared me. I thought someone was lazy and didn't work, Feng Xia said with a smile. It's been a few years. How is it here? Su Pinggan asked. It's good. Life is peaceful. It's the life I want, Feng Xia said directly. Su Pinggan nodded, as long as he is satisfied. There is something I don't know if I should tell you, Feng Xia said. What can't be said about our relationship? Su Pinggan said curiously. The salary system of Poseidon has been adjusted, and Lei Peng's salary has also been adjusted. It has dropped a lot. Lei Peng didn't let me tell you. Feng Xia shook her head and said it directly. When did it happen? Su Pinggan's face changed. It was adjusted at the beginning of this year. All personnel were adjusted comprehensively, Feng Xia said. What is Lei Peng doing? Why didn't he tell me about this earlier? And Han Jiaping, don't you know the relationship between Lei Peng and me? Su Pinggan said very unhappily. Han Jiaping may really not know the relationship between Lei Peng and you, Feng Xia said. Su Pinggan thought about it and realized that he really hadn't told Han Jiaping about it. He stood up and walked back and forth a few times. Han Jiaping couldn't be blamed for this. He couldn't let Han Jiaping directly adjust Lei Peng's salary. The salary system of a company couldn't be messed up. Moreover, if he intervened, it would be detrimental to Han Jiaping's management. Feng Xia, issue a transfer order to transfer Lei Peng to the headquarters, responsible for the headquarters warehouse. Notify the Human Resources Department. Lei Peng's salary and benefits will be based on the benefits of the headquarters supervisor. Notify the Finance Department. Calculate the difference in Lei Peng's salary from the beginning of the year. Calculate it according to the benefits of the headquarters supervisor, and pay it back next month when the salary is paid. Just say it was me who said it after Lei Peng was transferred here. Let him come to see me. He didn't say anything for such a long time. What on earth does he want to do? Does he think what I say is air? Su Pinggan said directly. He knew that Lei Peng was doing it for his own good and didn't want to make things difficult for himself, but was he the kind of person who would burn bridges after crossing the river? Feng Xia nodded. Su Pinggan was still the boss who valued friendship and had not changed. He would do what he said at the beginning. It was a blessing for Lei Peng and herself to meet Su Pinggan in this life. I'll go and handle it right away, Feng Xia said directly. Su Pinggan nodded, and Feng Xia left. 10 minutes later, Lei Peng's transfer order arrived at the Poseidon factory. Han Jiaping was stunned. How could Lei Peng be transferred so suddenly? He didn't think too much about it. He approved it directly and arranged for someone to notify Lei Peng. Lei Peng already knew what was going on. It must be Feng Xia who told Su Pinggan about her own affairs. After receiving the notice, he immediately started the handover and then reported to Shianki headquarters. It was very close and only took about 10 minutes by motorcycle. 20 more chapters, I will keep my promise, and I hope all book friends will support me. Chapter 154, Boss Zhu. Ho Minghe from the finance department understood what was going on after listening to Feng Xia's explanation. Lei Peng and Feng Xia were the first people to follow Su Pinggan. After working with Su Pinggan for 3 years, Lei Peng's salary was reduced at Poseidon, and Su Pinggan would definitely not agree. In order not to affect the operation of Poseidon, it is completely understandable to transfer Lei Peng to the headquarters. I will immediately arrange for someone to do the statistics, and I will directly reimburse you when you start paying next month. Feng Xia left with satisfaction. She didn't expect Ho Minghe to be so easy to talk to. You know, Ho Minghe is usually the most principled. If there's anything wrong with your procedures, don't expect the finance department to reimburse you. Even many grants cannot be processed without Su Pinggan's signature. You must talk to Su Pinggan before you can process them. As Su Pinggan's confidant, Ho Minghe is very clear about the relationship between Lei Peng and Su Pinggan. He admires Su Pinggan's loyalty. When he followed Su Pinggan, he had a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. Now no one would believe it if he told others about it. After all, Ho Minghe had many years of experience as a financial director of a large group at that time. A monthly salary of 3,000 yuan was completely unimaginable. When I joined Shianki Company, my monthly salary was 3,000 yuan. Now it is 30,000 yuan. With a year-end bonus, there is no problem that I can make 400,000 yuan a year. There will be more next year, and there are many benefits. Su Pinggan is absolutely considerate and takes good care of the old people who followed him. At noon, Su Pinggan and Lei Peng had a meal in the office and drank a lot. Su Pinggan first scolded Lei Peng, asking why he didn't tell him immediately when his salary was adjusted. Now it's November and Su Pinggan just found out. Brother Peng, I know you are doing this for my own good and worry that it will be difficult for me to do it, but you have to think about it. I am the boss of the company. Do I need to look at their faces to do what I do? I said at the beginning that as long as you and Feng Xiao are right in the company, come to me directly and I will make the decision for you. We went through so many difficulties back then, but now that life is better, we are farther away. Why didn't you tell me immediately? Su Pinggan was very unhappy. It was definitely not easy to find someone with a salary of 1,000 yuan in Shanghai back then. Only Lei Peng and Feng Xiao believed in Su Pinggan and followed him. Otherwise, Su Pinggan would have no extra time to study or do other things. I was wrong about this matter. Lei Peng finished drinking the wine in the glass. Su Pinggan also picked up his own glass and drank it with him. The two looked at each other and laughed. Su Pinggan even punched Lei Peng. Between men, many things can be solved with a glass of wine. There is no need to say more. The two talked and laughed while drinking, as if they were back in the apartment of Kipping community in Shanghai. The three of them were like a family, working together in everything. The 3 bottles of giant engine were drunk by the two of them. A vehicle was arranged to take Lei Peng home to rest. Su Pinggan had an explanation. He had to see Lei Peng lying in bed before he could come back. Su Pinggan also went home to rest. Anyway, he was the boss and the most important person in the company. The next morning, Han Jiaping came to find Su Pinggan. He already knew about Lei Peng's affairs. He was a little uneasy. He came here specially to admit his mistakes today. Su Pinggan waved his hand and didn't let Han Jiaping continue. Old Han, to be honest, I don't blame you. I haven't blamed you since I knew about this. As the general manager of the Poseidon branch, it's right for you to reform the salary system. You did nothing wrong. This is also the reason why I transferred Lei Peng here. It won't affect your normal management of the company. Lei Peng has a special status. I should have kept him at the headquarters. Don't feel burdened. Su Pinggan looked at Han Jiaping and said seriously. Thank you, President Su, Han Jiaping said seriously. Su Pinggan's approach is the approach of the president of a large group company. Han Jiaping is really relieved that he does not interfere with the management of subordinate companies. This year is almost over. How is the domestic sales of Poseidon this year? Su Pinggan asked. After speaking, he picked up the cigarette on the table and threw it to Han Jiaping. He also put one in his mouth. Han Jiaping immediately took out a lighter from his pocket and lit it for Su Pinggan. President Su, this year's Poseidon sales can reach at least twice that of last year. Although it has not been reached yet, it is not much different. We will have a promotion at the end of the month, which will increase our sales. We can achieve the goal 100%, Han Jiaping said seriously. What is the shipping price? Su Pinggan asked. We didn't reduce the shipping price much, only by 100 yuan, and maintained it at 1,200 yuan. We set up a sales reward, and gave rebates based on the goals you achieved. There are 4 levels of 50 yuan each, and the retail price is maintained at 2,400 yuan. Hospitals are not allowed to sell to the outside. Once discovered, they will be sold out directly. No hospitals that violate the rules have been found so far. Everyone tacitly maintains the price. Han Jiaping briefly reported on the work. Okay, keep this price, as long as the price in the world is the lowest, Su Pinggan said after listening. Han Jiaping nodded and wrote it down. After chatting with Su Pinggan for a while, Han Jiaping said goodbye. Su Pinggan turned on the computer to browse the news in the gaming industry. After searching for a long time, he had an impatient expression on his face. The search engine provided all fucking advertisements, which made Su Pinggan impatient. He picked up the phone next to him and started to dial the number directly. Soon the call was connected. Mr. Su, you are looking for me, the general manager of Shanghai Technology Company, Qiao Yichen, said. Set up a search engine project team immediately. I can't stand the current search engines. They're all fucking advertisements, Su Pinggan said unhappily. I'll do it right away. Qiao Yichen could already hear the anger in Su Pinggan's words. Bosses in this state are all unreasonable. It's up to you to execute immediately. Anyone who hesitates will definitely not have a good ending. It must be listed next year at the latest, Su Pinggan said, and he hung up the phone directly. looking uncomfortable. Qiao Yichen was organizing a meeting when he answered the phone. He hung up the phone and looked at the people present. You all heard it, the boss's order must be executed. And other things will be temporarily postponed. Personnel will be transferred from various departments to concentrate on the research and development of search projects. Boss Qiao, the plan of our security department cannot be postponed. The staff is already tight and we can't withdraw personnel, Zhu Hongyan said to Qiao Yichen, and Qiao Yichen raised his eyebrows. Boss Zhu, Mr. Su gave you the right to interview, and you also have the final say, but you can't interview more than 100 people in a month and not like any of them, right? If others have your skills, will they still come to work? Qiao Yichen rubbed his brows and said directly, he was really helpless with Zhu Hongyan. Qiao Yichen knew that Su Pinggan had an agreement with Zhu Hongyan, otherwise, he wouldn't be so helpless with Qiao Yichen, and now Zhu Hongyan is completely the tyrant of the technology company. Chapter 155 Hide him. Zhu Hongyan will conduct another interview with the candidates who have passed the interview of the Human Resources Department, and directly assess them. If the skills are not recognized by Zhu Hongyan, they will be rejected directly. Last month, there were 117 interviews and 117 people were rejected. In Zhu Hongyan's words, the security department needs elites, not garbage. Ordinary people cannot be promoted to the work of the security department. Su Pinggan has been away for such a long time, and there are only 9 people in the entire security department, which is Zhu Hongyan's 10. Qiao Yichen really has no way to deal with Zhu Hongyan. He loves and hates him. He loves because the people recognized by Zhu Hongyan are absolutely strong. For such a long time, the company's office system has experienced 78 attacks, all of which were resolved by the people in the security department. Zhu Hongyan also led the staff to fight back several times. In Zhu Hongyan's words, we have such advanced equipment, how can we not retaliate against them? The 10 masters worked together to scrap the equipment of several hackers. It can be said that the security department of Shianqi Technology Company is now well known. The reason for the hatred was that Zhu Hongyan was seriously uncooperative. The company began to implement the identification system. A department in the game department reported the information late, and could not enter the company the next day. The security personnel strictly enforced the regulations. If the system does not recognize you, don't even think about entering the company. Yi Changlin personally complained to Qiao Yichen, but was directly rejected by Zhu Hongyan. When you hand in the information, you can enter the company. There is no room for negotiation. Yi Changlin left with a dark face. The staff must be transferred. If you have any opinions, you can call Mr. Su to complain to me. Qiao Yichen did not give in this time. Zhu Hongyan raised his eyebrows and wanted to get angry immediately, but finally held back. Isn't it just a search engine? I'll give you a program, and you can arrange people to improve it yourself. It's better to consider it as I sold it to the company. Just give me 10 million. It's a bargain for Mr. Su, Zhu Hongyan said with an unhappy face. His unique search technology was really unwilling to be sold unless it was absolutely necessary. Who let my little braid be in Su Pinggan's hands? Besides, there is a super hacker behind Su Pinggan. I can't beat him. If I can't defeat this super hacker, I will have difficulty in being free. The security department must not let anyone interfere. This is the place where I can fight with masters to improve my skills. Qiao Yichen narrowed his eyes, and Su Pinggan's words appeared in his mind. Zhu Hongyan is a top hacker with a lot of good things in his hands. Let Zhu Hongyan willingly hand over these good things as your biggest test. Now it seems that President Su has completely seen through Zhu Hongyan. You can send the system directly to President Su's mailbox. Once it passes the verification, I promise not to withdraw manpower from you, Qiao Yichen said with a smile. Everyone else was stunned. Why is President Qiao so easy to talk to? The fat on Zhu Hongyan's face trembled a few times. Qiao Yichen saw it clearly. After saying dismissed, he turned around and left, feeling very comfortable. After returning to his office, Qiao Yichen called Su Pinggan directly to report. Su Pinggan laughed out loud, "Old Qiao, you did a good job. This fat guy needs to be put under pressure, otherwise, he won't take out the good stuff in his hand. Boss Su, this Boss Zhu is too domineering." What's the level of his technology? Qiao Yichen asked. Knowing that Zhu Hongyan was a hacker, could it be that Zhu Hongyan was better than the people from the Antarctic Goose Company? Old Qiao, remember, Zhu Hongyan has this capital madness. Let me tell you this, The servers of all domestic internet companies have been compromised. As long as Zhu Hongyan is here, our company's servers are absolutely foolproof. Do you understand what I mean? Su Pinggan said slowly. Kiao Yichen took a breath of cold air. Now he understood why Su Pinggan was so indulgent of Zhu Hongyan. Zhu Hongyan was indeed qualified. Old Kiao, take your time. I'll be satisfied if I can produce one good product in a year. Don't let Zhu Hongyan have bad ideas. If it comes to choosing between the two, Zhu Hongyan must stay. Do you understand? Su Pinggan said calmly, with a sense of warning Kiao Yichen. I understand, Kiao Yichen said seriously. Now he understands Zhu Hongyan's position in the company. Send a notice and ask Zhu Hongyan and Kui Xian'ai from the mobile phone company to come over. I'll talk to him in person. Give him a warning. I'll play the good cop and you'll play the bad cop. If we cooperate well, he won't be able to get out of our hands, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Thank you, Mr. Su. Kiao Yichen understood what he should do. Su Pinggan did this absolutely to maintain Kiao Yichen's authority. Soon, Zhu Hongyan received a notice that Su Pinggan wanted to see him. He looked unhappy. It must be that Kiao Yichen, this kid, reported him. Wait, I'll deal with you later. The mobile phone project team also received the notice and immediately notified Kui Xian'ai, the head of the operating system department, to meet up with Zhu Xian'ai to go to the headquarters. Su Pinggan wanted to meet them, and Kui Xian'ai had no objection. He called Zhu Hongyan and went back to pack his luggage after work. They had already found another house for themselves. They were all in very good conditions and not far from the company. The rent company reimbursed half of it. Now they didn't drive anymore. Each of them rode an electric bike, which was very comfortable. In the afternoon, the company's special car sent the two to the airport to board the plane. When they got off the plane in the provincial capital, there was also a special car to pick them up. They checked into the hotel directly. The two were arranged in the same room. A car would pick them up tomorrow morning to meet Su Pinggan. Brother Zhu, let's have a drink later, Kui Xian'ai said with a smile. Kui Xian'ai and Zhu Hongyan were not on the same company, but they had a good relationship. Zhu Hongyan gave Kui Xian'ai a lot of advice. The two had a drink together when they had nothing to do. They lived close to each other, which was very convenient. Okay, let's have a good drink later. I don't know what we are here for. Zhu Hongyan couldn't figure out what Su Pinggan was up to. Based on his previous understanding of Su Pinggan, this guy was very cunning and difficult to deal with. They took a shower and drank some tea respectively, and then went to have dinner together. They found a restaurant nearby and ordered a few dishes. They brought their own wine, or guo tao, Zhu Hongyan's favorite. Almost everyone in Shianqi company drinks tea. Mabo sells tea leaves, and Su Pinggan must support him. The company purchases a batch every year. The amount of tea varies depending on your level. It is a small benefit for everyone to develop the habit of drinking tea. What they don't know is that Kiao Yichen, the general manager of the technology company, and Ding Zijin, the general manager of the mobile phone company, have flown over overnight and will meet Su Pinggan with them tomorrow morning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Teach them how to behave every minute. Search engines. This is a product that must be released quickly. The current search tools make Su Pinggan a little crazy. They are all ads. The required information cannot be found at all. Only professionals can search to find the useful information. This has made Su Pinggan extremely disgusted. It is imperative to start a revolution in internet search. He is determined to eliminate the current search engines. Either don't play, or play to reshuffle the industry. With a belly full of dissatisfaction, Su Pinggan went to the appointment. It was a restaurant in the suburbs. The food was very good. When Su Pinggan arrived, Chen Qingshan and his friends had not arrived yet. He asked for a pot of tea and waited in the private room. Chen Qingshan and the newly appointed senior official Wei Dongshuo took a car and rushed to the appointment place. Wei Dongshuo was really curious about Su Pinggan and wanted to know what kind of person Su Pinggan was. Chen Qingshan must know Su Pinggan. The two talked slowly along the way. Wei Dongshuo used to work in a high-level position as the director of the Enterprise Development Department of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. This time he was transferred to J City after a lot of hard work. Among the 5 candidates, Wei Dongshuo won after layers of screening. The task is not easy. He must guide Su Ping'an's Shianki Group to develop healthily. Other private enterprises should try to avoid speculation in land, houses and finance. With the capital of Shianki Group, if they really want to develop in these industries, it will cause huge market fluctuations. When Wei Dongshuo was about to leave for his post, he was called back because Su Ping'an had a scandal with Miao Yai this time. His superiors were very dissatisfied and thought that Su Ping'an was starting to learn bad things. At the same time, they had a very bad impression of Mabo and thought that Su Ping'an's learning bad things was inseparable from Mabo. It's okay for you to be a playboy, but you even dragged Su Ping'an into the water. This gave many people a headache. It just so happens that Su Ping'an and Mabo have a very good relationship. They are close friends. Mabo's influence on Su Ping'an must be very great. This requires Wei Dongshuo to be more strategic. It took several conversations to let Wei Dongshuo come to take up the position. It can be said that Wei Dongshuo is under a lot of pressure. In the words of Wei Dongshuo's old leader, this trip to J City is both an opportunity and a big problem. As a resource-depleted city, due to the existence of the Apocalypse Group, there are many more variables in its development. It can be regarded as a rare opportunity. If you can guide the Apocalypse Group to make the local area have greater development, there will be no problem in taking the next step to a big promotion. On the contrary, I am afraid you will need to retire in J City. It is difficult to have a big development. This is a double-edged sword, which requires your skills. The two arrived at the hotel and came to the door of the upstairs private room. Before entering, they heard the sound of biu biu biu, boom boom, ding 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 came out. They gently pushed the door open and saw Su Ping'an playing with his mobile phone with his back to them, and he was having a lot of fun. Chen Qingshan looked at Wei Dongshuo, smiled bitterly and shook his head. Wei Dongshuo was also quite surprised. Su Ping'an was so absorbed in playing games that he completely overturned the impression of those big business owners in Wei Dongshuo's mind. Damn, you are so fucking shady. I just don't charge money, you bite me, Su Ping'an said with an unhappy look on his face, throwing his phone on the table. Every time you reach a critical point, you will die. If you want to revive and continue playing, you need to charge money. If you don't charge money, you can only start from the beginning, and the previous play will be in vain. It can be said that the game is designed to make you feel itchy and uncomfortable. If you don't want to feel uncomfortable, just charge money. If you have money, you are the uncle. This concept has been played to the peak by game companies. Ahem. Chen Qingshan couldn't stand it anymore and spoke directly. Su Ping'an turned around and stood up and said with a smile, Mayor, why didn't you tell me when you came so that I could go to greet you? Okay, let me introduce you. This is our J City senior official Wei Dongshuo. Senior official, this is the famous Shianki Group boss Su Ping'an. Chen Qingshan introduced the two. Senior official, don't listen to what the mayor says, I'm just a small businessman. Su Ping'an shook hands with Wei Dongshuo, asked the two big guys to sit down, and told the waiter to serve the dishes. Chen Qingshan had already arranged what to eat today, so Su Ping'an didn't need to worry about it. Su Ping'an picked up the teapot and poured water for the two of them. Everyone drank and chatted. They were all talkative people, and the atmosphere was very active. It didn't take long before 4 cold dishes and 2 hot dishes came up. Su Ping'an directly opened a bottle of Giant Engine and poured it for the two big guys. The three of them clinked glasses directly. As soon as the wine was drunk, the topic opened up. The topics led by Wei Dongshuo were very wide-ranging. As a result, Su Ping'an could answer 1 or 2, which surprised Wei Dongshuo a little. He didn't expect Su Ping'an to know so much. Ping'an, all this knowledge is what you learned in college? Wei Dongshuo asked. Some of them are, but more of them are just me reading and studying when I have nothing to do, Su Ping'an replied with a smile. That's good. I remember that when I just started working, I would take out a certain amount of time every week to study, Wei Dongshuo also said with a smile. I'm still young and need to learn more so that I can keep up with the development of society, Su Ping'an said with a smile. It's time to study hard, Chen Qingshan said meaningfully as he looked at Su Ping'an, and Su Ping'an smiled. After 3 rounds of drinks, the topic slowly turned to the development of Shianki Group. Ping'an, your headquarters is in J City? Do you have any development plans? Wei Dongshuo asked with a smile. Of course there are, but not now. My Renewable Resources Research Institute has not been built yet. The development direction of Shyanki Company has been determined. It must take the technology route, and the products invested and developed must be high-tech products. I hope the city will support me in conducting experiments on renewable resources in the future. If everything goes well, Shyanki Group's investment in J-City will increase step by step. Now I don't have any product breakthroughs and can only accumulate strength. Su Pinggan's words are also ambiguous. Affirmative words must never be said. And if you say them, you must be responsible. Which aspect of resource recycling? Wei Dongshuo became interested. The direction currently set is the recycling of resources in the garbage aspect. Domestic garbage can be processed into fertilizer or energy. These energies can be used to generate electricity, heat, etc., and can do a lot of things. I saw it when I was inspecting in Europe. The development of clean energy through renewable resources. Norway's garbage classification power generation is an example. Burning garbage generates heat energy, which is converted into electricity and heating. Therefore, their domestic electricity prices and heating costs are very low because the cost is very cheap. Foreign countries can do this, why can't we? That's why I will set up a Renewable Resources Research Institute at the headquarters. Once a breakthrough is made, it will be a good thing for the country and me personally, Su Pinggan said seriously. This is a good research direction. If there is a need, the mayor and I will definitely support it strongly, Wei Dongshuo expressed his attitude. The garbage problem is not a small problem. If Shyanki Group really makes a breakthrough in this regard, it will solve a big problem. Thank you, Senior Officer Wei. I will have to trouble you too in the future, please. Cheers for the beautiful future of our J-City, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan looked at each other and smiled. The three of them clinked their glasses and drank them all. Then they started to eat. The topic became open again. Today's meal was a great pleasure for both the host and the guests. Early in the morning, Zhu Hongyan and Kui Xianai got up, washed up, and had breakfast. Then they went downstairs with their bags. The business car that picked them up had arrived. After the two got on the car did not start to set off. Master, why don't you set off? Zhu Hongyan asked directly. There are two more people. They also want to see Mr. Su today. Let's set off together when they arrive. Please forgive me, the driver said very politely. Zhu Hongyan nodded and did not ask any more questions. As the head of the administrative department, Feng Xia manages all the vehicles of the headquarters. Su Pinggan pays attention to etiquette. Feng Xia repeatedly requires etiquette from the people below, especially when people from the subordinate branches come, they must be polite. If you are not polite and lose the face of the headquarters, you will definitely be fined. Feng Xia's wrist is very cruel. Not long after, Ding Zijin and Qiao Yichen also came downstairs. As soon as they got in the car, the four of them looked at each other and laughed. Boss Qiao, you came overnight, Kui Xianai asked. Yes, we flew here overnight after receiving the notice. It was too late and we didn't meet you, Ding Zijin said with a smile. Boss Qiao, what did Boss Su want to see us about? Zhu Hongyan looked at Qiao Yichen and asked, feeling that today's meeting was not that simple. I don't know. It was the headquarters administrative department that notified us that we had to come overnight. I guess there was something important, otherwise, they wouldn't have called us here so urgently, Qiao Yichen said slowly. The four of them frowned, stopped talking, and began to think. After more than 20 minutes, the car drove into the Shyanki headquarters. It was the first time for the four of them to come here. Seeing the environment of the headquarters, they were all refreshed. The garden-style environment, small bridges, pavilions, streams, rockery, various koi, and various flowers are scattered and orderly. Walking along the way makes people feel relaxed. It's really extravagant and corrupt, Zhu Hongyan said with a sneer. Only Zhu Hongyan dared to say this, and everyone else smiled. Ding Zijin heard from Kui Xianai that Zhu Hongyan's network technology was absolutely strong, better than the people in the network security department of several rogue companies. It was said that it was General Manager Su who spent a lot of effort to get the network. As soon as he entered the main office building, the front desk came to greet him and talk to a few people. General Manager Qiao, Minister Zhu, General Manager Su is waiting for you. General Manager Ding and Minister Kui will take a rest first. I will take you upstairs later, the front desk clerk said very politely. Sorry for bothering you, Zhu Hongyan said with a smile on his face. This is the headquarters of the Apocalypse Group. The front desk clerks are all highly educated beauties. Their appearance, education, and temperament are all first class. Zhu Hongyan has always been very polite to beauties, and everyone else smiled when they saw it. The beauty took Qiao Yicheng and Zhu Hongyan directly into the elevator and directly clicked the top floor. No matter which company Su Pinggan's office is in, it is all on the top floor. Everyone knows that Su Pinggan likes a sunny environment. After Jin Wenwang informed them, she took the two people in. Su Pinggan greeted them and the three of them went to the sofa to drink tea. After a cup of tea, Su Pinggan began to speak. Old Zhu, does your search program have any patent restrictions? Su Pinggan asked. Of course not. Mine is original. The rogue searches on the market currently use a vertical and element combined search solution, while mine uses a matrix point-to-point search solution. The two are essentially different. I never use these search engines on the market. I always use my own search tools. Although there may be some flaws, I can only find a group of people to do public relations, and it can be promoted on a large scale. By the way, my search engine has a logic that will record and analyze your search habits. The more you search, the smarter it will be. Of course, this requires a huge database support. If you want to promote it comprehensively, you must build a new large database, Zhu Hongyan explained in detail. Artificial intelligence, Qiao Yicheng said in shock. He couldn't help it. Some of what Zhu Hongyan said was scary. It's not artificial intelligence. I don't have that ability yet. At most, I'm close. People at my level are studying this, but they haven't made a breakthrough. I analyze that it will be difficult to make a breakthrough in the past few decades, Zhu Hongyan said seriously. Zhu Hongyan is very rigorous and serious about technology. Send it to my email, I'll ask that person to verify it and see if I can fix it for you, Su Pinggan said directly to Zhu Hongyan. Zhu Hongyan understood when he saw Su Pinggan's eyes, nodded, raised his hand to drink the tea in the cup, took the computer and started to operate it. Old Qiao, the establishment of a new search engine department must be accelerated. I'm almost driven crazy by the current search engine, Su Pinggan said seriously. I notified Korn Ferry yesterday that what we need is senior talents. The processing is expedited. There will be news in the next few days, Qiao Yicheng said directly. You have to formulate a quick promotion plan. We either don't do it or we don't do it. Since we have made this product, we must be the first in market share. If the other party dares to play tricks, just find old Zhu and teach them how to be a man in minutes, Su Pinggan said seriously as he looked at Qiao Yicheng. I understand, Qiao Yicheng agreed directly. There was nothing on his face, but his heart was in turmoil. He would teach them a lesson in a minute. Zhu Hongyan's strength was even stronger than he had imagined, otherwise Su Pinggan would not have said so. He simply underestimated Zhu Hongyan. You only know how to torment an honest man like me. Why don't you let Brother Master take action? Zhu Hongyan said unsatisfactorily on the side. Brother Master, it's too expensive for you to take action once. We have a good relationship as brothers. It's enough for you to take action, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Zhu Hongyan looked at Su Pinggan with contempt, and his resentment in his heart became even greater. I have a good relationship with you, bah, you are holding my pigtail, I can't stand you. Okay, Zhu Hongyan said unhappily. Su Pinggan smiled and stood up, returned to his desk, operated the computer for a while, and then returned. Wait a moment, there will be news soon, Su Pinggan said directly. Old Joe, you come from Google, you should know the direction of the company's development very well. Our conditions are a little worse now, but our headquarters has already started construction, and we must set up the framework now, and start expanding immediately after the headquarters is completed. Search, browser, antivirus tools, etc. must be available. You must find a profit point, similar to the disgusting profit methods of rogue companies. You are not allowed to use them. The largest internet company in China in the future must be Xianqi, understand? Su Pinggan looked at Qiao Yicheng seriously and said. Mr. Su, I can still make a profit without using those profit methods, because their profit methods can be used in China, but they have been fined and bankrupted in Europe and the United States. It's just that this strategic plan requires a lot of money to invest, and it also takes a long time, Qiao Yicheng said very seriously. This is not a small investment, 100 million or 200 million is useless. Without about 10 billion funds, it is difficult for you to complete the strategic layout. Will Su Pinggan give himself time and funds? This is what Qiao Yicheng said he was worried about. I will support you with time and funds, but you must show me progress, not worthless progress. You should understand what I mean. Su Pinggan stared into Qiao Yicheng's eyes. I understand. I will hand in a report that will satisfy President Su, Qiao Yicheng said with a serious face. Before the end of the year, I want to see your strategic plan and fund use plan report, Su Pinggan said calmly, and an invisible pressure pressed on Qiao Yicheng. I will submit it before the end of January, Qiao Yicheng said after taking a deep breath. Old Zhu, the procedures of the security department must cover the entire Apocalypse system, not just the Xianchao side, but all companies belonging to the Apocalypse group must be fully covered. It is global in nature. Do you understand? Su Pinggan turned to look at Zhu Hongyan. Zhu Hongyan's head hurt, and I knew that coming here was not a good thing. How can I do such a large workload? I am short of manpower, Zhu Hongyan said directly. If you don't have enough staff, then recruit more. How many people are there in your security department now? You are playing house. Submit the report to me before the end of December, Su Pinggan yelled at Zhu Hongyan. Zhu Hongyan had a dark face and said nothing, knowing that he was in the wrong. It's not good not to put pressure on Zhu Hongyan. Only by putting pressure on Zhu Hongyan can he make progress. Zhu Hongyan's personality is the type that will never move forward unless you whip him. Su Pinggan knows it very well, so he got angry and beat Zhu Hongyan. Qiao Yicheng opened his eyes this time. Zhu Hongyan, who was so arrogant in the company, was no different from a coward in front of Su Pinggan. President Su was amazing. He made such a troublemaker obedient. Ding, there is a new email. A voice came from Su Pinggan's desk, and Su Pinggan stopped getting angry. He stood up and returned to his desk. After a while, he came back and stared at Zhu Hongyan. He felt very upset. Such a fat guy could actually develop a search program that was rated A+ by Xingling. Can fat meat think? Su Pinggan was very curious about this question. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't stare at me like that. Zhu Hongyan was stared at by Su Pinggan, and he felt uneasy. Old Zhu, I look at you because we have a good relationship. Look, have I ever looked at old Qiao like this? Su Pinggan said with a smile. Seeing Su Pinggan's transformation, Zhu Hongyan and Qiao Yicheng were stunned. Is Mr. Su a lunatic? He was angry for a while and then smiled and greeted him. This transformation was too fast. The two looked at each other and saw the meaning of each other's eyes. Crazy. Old Zhu, I bought the search program. You name a price, Su Pinggan said with a smile. 100 million, Zhu Hongyan said directly. Chapter 157. It's easy to win people over, but hard to win their hearts. Thanks to all the brothers for the reward, subscription, and voting support. Today, more than 10,000 words are updated. Puff Qiao Yicheng spit out the tea that he had just drunk. Yesterday, Zhu Hongyan asked for 10 million, and today it is 100 million. 1 million, Su Pinggan said directly. Damn, are you taking me for a fool? Zhu Hongyan was silent. Yesterday, you told me 10 million, and overnight it was 100 million. What do you think I am, a rich man? Su Pinggan said with an unhappy face. What about you? You said it very well at the beginning. I was free to go to get off work and I had the final review of the personnel. Now you give me so much work. What do you mean? Zhu Hongyan was desperate. If he didn't fight for it today, he would be exploited in the future. Have you been assessed on your going to get off work and going to work? Is it you who made the final decision on the recruitment of personnel? Where did I break my promise? You tell me, Su Pinggan said without giving in. I prove that Minister Zhu is not within the scope of the company's assessment, and the time to go to work and going to get off work is arranged at will. Qiao Yicheng followed with a sentence. If he doesn't flatter General Manager Su now, when will he flatter him? I'm sorry for old Zhu. Zhu Hongyan looked at Qiao Yicheng. Damn it, can you have some principles? Pork can double its price overnight, why can't I raise the price? Knowledge is priceless, and my price is not high. Zhu Hongyan has already risked his life at this moment. The huge office was quiet in an instant, and Su Pinggan stared at Zhu Hongyan, which made Zhu Hongyan feel a little scared. I'll give you another chance, you say, how much? Don't challenge my patience, Su Pinggan said with gritted teeth. Damn it, you threaten me again, shameless. Zhu Hongyan was very depressed, and after thinking about it, the price of 10 million is not negotiable. You must reduce my workload, Zhu Hongyan said directly. Do you have a heavy workload now? You are only responsible for network security, which is your own choice. Have I increased it for you? Su Pinggan said without giving in. You just said that the security system should be fully rolled out, aren't you planning to tire me to death? Zhu Hongyan said with an unhappy face. The security system covers the entire company system. Which company is not like this? Tell me, which company is not covered by its own security system? Su Pinggan said directly. Zhu Hongyan just said one word and then fell silent. He opened his mouth but couldn't refute it. All major internet companies are fully covered by their own security systems. There is no way to argue about this. Old Zhu, I gave you the final interview right, just to let you select the right people to reduce your workload, so that you can have time to date girls and fall in love. As a result, you kept a few people. Are those people really not technically good? The only reason they are unqualified is that they are more handsome than you. This makes you unhappy, so you don't want them, right? Don't argue, you know me, and I know you too. The company is not a game. There must be order and rules. You can't do whatever you want. You understand what I mean? Su Pinggan said calmly while looking at Zhu Hongyan, picking up the teapot and pouring a cup of tea for Zhu Hongyan. Zhu Hongyan rejected so many people. Su Pinggan didn't care at first when he received the report. Later, there were too many people who were rejected, so Su Pinggan began to pay attention. Su Pinggan couldn't analyze the root cause, and it was Xingling who finally analyzed it. Anyone who was more handsome than Zhu Hongyan was directly rejected. In the end, the ones left were all those with good skills and ugly looks, who could perfectly set off Zhu Hongyan's handsomeness. Seeing this result, Su Pinggan wanted to vomit blood and covered his chest for a long time before reacting. Qiao Yichen looked at Zhu Hongyan's face of surprise and thought about it carefully. It was true. The people in the security department were uglier than each other, and none of them were as pleasing to the eyes of Zhu Hongyan. President Su was really clear about everything. Why didn't he notice this? Su Pinggan directly pointed out the little thoughts in his heart. Zhu Hongyan had nothing to say. He lowered his head and didn't say a word. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Old Qiao, go and tell the front desk to ask them to arrange a hotel at noon. Let's have a drink together, Su Pinggan said directly to Qiao Yichen. Qiao Yichen nodded and stood up and left. He knew that there were some things that they couldn't talk about when he was around. Now that he was gone, they could talk it out on their own and have a way out. Su Pinggan picked up the teacup and clinked it with Zhu Hongyan's before drinking it. He took out a cigarette and handed it to Zhu Hongyan. Zhu Hongyan took out his lighter and lit it for Su Pinggan, then lit one for himself. Do you have a target girl? Su Pinggan asked suddenly. Yes, Zhu Hongyan said. Damn it, you're going to blow me up, and immediately looked at Su Pinggan with a resentful look on his face. Old Zhu, what do girls value most when looking for a boyfriend? Su Pinggan looked at Zhu Hongyan and said seriously. Zhu Hongyan thought for a while and said directly, financial strength and handsomeness, these two things can increase girls' favorability, but if a girl is with you just because of these 2 points, do you think you can stay together for a long time? Marriage is not a game, but a responsibility. Have you thought about it? Do you think a girl who values these 2 points can live with you steadily for the rest of her life? Su Pinggan asked Zhu Hongyan seriously. Zhu Hongyan frowned and said nothing. In terms of computer networks, Zhu Hongyan is a genius among geniuses and an elite among elites, but when it comes to relationships between men and women, he is absolutely a novice. Lao Zhu, nowadays, materialism is rampant in society, and girls have become restless. However, such restless girls are not a good match. What they care about is the material life you provide, not your pure feelings, which will eventually bring you irreparable pain. Smart girls do not focus on handsomeness and financial strength when choosing a boyfriend, but on the boy's ambition and stable character. When I was in school, my girlfriend was very beautiful and her family conditions were very good, at least much better than ours. I was not the handsome guy in the school. There were many who were more handsome than me, and there were countless who had richer and better family conditions than me. As a result, we got together again, and many people didn't understand why. Why should a flower be planted on a piece of cow dung like me? It's simple. I know how to struggle. If I don't have money, I can work hard to make money. I don't have any unrealistic goals. Instead, I run a small online store down to earth. I don't make much money every month, but she is very satisfied with my stability. I've met her parents. They don't object to us being together. They don't ask me to buy a house, a car, or a dowry of hundreds of thousands. They just want me to stay in Shanghai and live with her family, but this is something I can't agree to. I'm the only child of my parents. Tell me, can I leave my parents in J City and live with them? So we have to separate. You're different. You can also meet girls like this. The girls recruited by the company are all highly educated and have very high qualities. They are not comparable to those frivolous girls. You're a thorn in the company to attract their attention. How will they look at you? They don't know about your relationship with me. They will only consider one thing, that is, thorns can't last long. No company will allow thorns to exist. Sooner or later, they will be cleared out by the company, so, in their eyes, you are unstable. Even if they are with you, it's because of your money. Are you really willing to find a girlfriend like this? Su Pinggan said and stopped talking. Zhu Hongyan needs to understand everything by himself. If he doesn't understand this, he will suffer from it sooner or later. Many scumbags are trained by women. This is a very ridiculous fact. Thank you, Zhu Hongyan said while holding up the teacup. Su Pinggan was able to say so much earnestly, absolutely for his own good. Zhu Hongyan hadn't felt this feeling for a long time, and he was sincerely grateful to Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan also raised his teacup and clinked it with Zhu Hongyan. The two drank it in one gulp, and everything was unspoken. The two drank a few cups of tea, and other things had been discussed. The search program was still 10 million, and Su Pinggan directly denied it. As for the acquisition of 30 million, what Zhu Hongyan wanted to say was decided by Su Pinggan with a wave of his hand. Jin Wenwen took Zhu Hongyan to the Ministry of Law to handle the formalities. Su Pinggan let out a long sigh. It was really not easy. It was easy to recruit people but difficult to win their hearts. The ancients were not deceiving me. Ding Zhijin came up and began to report the progress of the mobile phone project. He reported everything in detail for more than 30 minutes. Su Pinggan was not very satisfied with the progress, which put a lot of pressure on Ding Zhijin. Mr. Su, the speed of other departments can be accelerated, but the operating procedures are difficult. According to Minister Kui's prediction, it is difficult to have a mature operating system in April next year, and the earliest will be August. I arrange the overall progress of the company according to Minister Kui's progress. Otherwise, the progress of all aspects will be out of touch, which will cause a huge waste of personnel. After the system is formed, we still need to communicate with many software companies and let them design app programs based on our Pangu system. This period of time will take at least 3 months. The earliest time for our mobile phone to be listed is December, Ding Zhijin said seriously. Olding, you are an old hand. If you put aside the system reasons, can the progress of other aspects be advanced? Su Pinggan said seriously. It can be advanced. I am familiar with various accessory suppliers. It only takes about a month of communication to determine the hardware supply, and it will definitely not delay the listing time, Ding Zhijin said very confidently. I will take care of the system problems, you don't need to worry. Speed up. I guarantee that the mature version will be ready before the new year. After the new year, I will hold a press conference to announce the official launch of the domestic mobile phone operating system. You need to prepare the marketing plan in advance and submit it to me for review before the new year. The goal is to be among the top 5 in the domestic mobile phone market share next year, Su Pinggan said very affirmatively. Chapter 158. The losses were caused by the United States and must be recovered from the United States. Ding Zhijin left with great pressure. In Su Pinggan's words, I will give you money and people. I will provide you with a stage. If you fail in this play, it is your level problem. Soon, Kui Xianai came up and drank a few cups of tea with Su Pinggan. Xianai, where's the system stuck now? Su Pinggan asked. In terms of compatibility must be further optimized, otherwise, many software cannot be recognized by the mobile phone system, which will make it difficult for us to establish an ecosystem, Kui Xianai said directly. He originally thought that it would be easy to solve it by himself, but the more he studied, the more he found that the problem was not small. Su Pinggan nodded, took the computer and opened it directly for Kui Xianai to see. This is a modification of the system by an expert. Take a look and see if it can solve the problem. The official version will be established before the end of the year. Kui Xianai took it and began to look at it seriously, deducing in his mind, and soon he was immersed in it. As a technician, he was very serious about this kind of thing and verified it bit by bit. Boss, this is made by that expert. He completely upgraded my system. There is no compatibility problem. It can be released as a formal version, Kui Xianai said very confidently. Xianai, This expert is the one who defeated Lao Tzu. He is too low-key. Therefore, this program must be released in your name. Do you understand what I mean? Su Pinggan looked at Qi Xianyi and said seriously. Qi Xianyi heard Zhu Hongyan say that he was tricked by Su Pinggan, which indirectly confirmed that there was a network expert behind Su Pinggan, a super expert. This, Qi Xianyi felt a little uncomfortable. This was not made by himself. Although he would bring himself great fame if he took possession of it, this was not what Qi Xianyi wanted. Xianyi, this is still your program. Although the program has been upgraded, the framework is still invented by you. How can it be upgraded without your framework? The system will continue to be upgraded in the future. Other people in your program department have completed the upgrade. Don't you need it? Su Pinggan began to persuade Qi Xianyi. Qi Xianyi must untie this knot in his heart. Boss Su, he changed 40% of the framework, which is much more advanced than the one I said, Qi Xianyi said, grabbing Su Pinggan's hair. Although his technology is better than his, Qi Xianyi is very unhappy about this. Hackers have their own pride. Losing is no big deal. Top hackers will never occupy other people's technology. Their self-esteem does not allow them to do so. Xianyi, although he changed part of your design, if there is no design of yours, can you change it? Modifying other people's programs is not a skill. Being able to create is a skill. You are a creator. Do you understand? Su Pinggan said seriously. Why not just announce it directly? Why wait until the end of the year? His modification is already perfect. Qi Xianyi told the truth. At least Qi Xianyi could not find any problems. You are the inventor of the system. Although it has been modified by him, you have to conduct actual verification and keep it confidential. I have an agreement with that master. He belongs to the dark and will never see the light. You have to verify it bit by bit. And cooperate with the Ministry of Law to submit a patent application and build a thick enough patent barrier so that no one can use our system in the future. You are his father, and this can never be changed. The rest of us are just helping you to grow this child. This child is stronger than Apple and Android. This is our goal. Do you understand? Su Pinggan said this with a serious face. I understand. My system is definitely better than theirs, Qi Xianyi said seriously. Understand Su Pinggan's meaning. Apple and Android systems have reached their current level step by step. It is the combination of everyone's strength that makes them powerful today. The Pangu system can also do the same. Su Pinggan and Qi Xianyi talked for almost an hour before it was over. He let out a long breath and took Qi Xianyi downstairs. He met up with Zhu Hongyan, Qiao Yichen, and Ding Zijin, called Wu Sike, and went to the reserved hotel together. They must have a good drink at noon today. The next day, several people left J City and returned to the company. Wu Sike also followed them. He mainly dealt with the problem of operating system patents. Other people would definitely not be as efficient as Wu Sike. 5 million yuan was allocated to Wu Sike to speed up the approval of system patents. If the money was not enough, he would contact Su Pinggan directly. Su Pinggan would allocate funds again. Now all he needed was time. At the same time, the modified search program was also sent to the technology company. Qiao Yichen immediately mobilized experts to concentrate on improving it. Zhu Hongyan also participated as a part-time project leader and also began to apply for patents. According to Su Pinggan, the deeper the patent barrier, the better. Wu Sike's work is efficiency. After a week in Hangzhou, he directly submitted more than 300 patent applications, all of which were handled by Jingchang Huaing Consulting Company. The boss behind Huaing Consulting Company is very powerful and is a partnership of several yamen. He makes a living by his ability and does not do anything illegal. He will come forward to run in person when there is an expedited contract. This time, Wu Sike gave all expedited contracts. He spent money to buy speed. Xianqi Group is not short of money. As time went by, not to mention that new patents were submitted every day, it was still very stable to submit a batch every 3 days. All of them were expedited. The mobile phone operating system, search engine, and the research and development speed were accelerated. At the same time, an order for a large database device was also issued. In about a week, the U.S. government banned the sale of such large database equipment to Xianqi Group. The export applications of U.S. equipment manufacturers were all rejected. They had no choice but to pass the news back to the Celestial Empire. Qiao Yichen reported it directly to Su Pinggan. Don't worry about this matter, I'll take responsibility, Su Ping'an said directly. It was almost time to get off work and I received such a disturbing call. Damn, they actually blocked me. Su Ping'an felt very uncomfortable. After thinking about it, he called Bruce. The two communicated for almost an hour. After hanging up the phone, Su Ping'an was still angry. He picked up the phone again and plugged in the charger directly. The battery of the call just now was almost used up. He dialed directly and the call was connected soon. Boss, you are looking for me. Kyle's voice came over. Immediately announced that the supply price of the US factory will increase by 30%. You can adjust the production capacity according to the situation, Su Ping'an said directly. Boss, what happened? Kyle said in surprise. I ordered a database device, but the US side was stuck, which caused me losses. I must make up for it, Su Ping'an said bluntly. I will immediately arrange for them to announce that the price will increase starting today, Kyle said directly. If you are targeted, you must resist, otherwise, your interests will be further lost. The people in these European and American countries understand this very well. Kyle must understand it even more. You must resist, otherwise, you will lose more next time. The American Poseidon branch was established in Orlando, Florida. The general manager of the factory is Betty, a strong woman with very good management skills. When she was reading documents in the office, she received a call from Kyle. Oh my God, boss, this price increase will drive people crazy, Betty said directly, knowing too well the importance of super fish oil to people. Betty, my boss has gone crazy. What you have to do now is to execute immediately. You can adjust the production capacity according to the situation, Kyle said bluntly. Boss, can you tell me why? Is the price going up globally? Betty asked directly. Her direct superior is Kyle, so there is no problem in calling Kyle boss. Only the prices in America have gone up. The reason is that the US government has blocked a batch of my boss's goods. This will cause great losses to my boss. The losses are caused by the United States, and we must get them back from the United States, Kyle said directly. This matter cannot be concealed. Soon everyone will know about it. It's okay to tell Betty now. Betty put down the phone helplessly and pressed a button. Soon, Secretary Miranda came in with a smile on her face. Immediately notify the sales department and dealers to increase the shipping price by 30%, and execute it immediately, Betty said directly. Boss, this will cause panic, Secretary Miranda said with a look of shock on her face. Go and execute it. This is an order from headquarters, and we must execute it, Betty said, rubbing her head. The brain-dead White House is looking for trouble. Wait, it must be a storm, and reporters will not let go of this topic. Soon, the news was spread, and many people were shocked. The frequently asked questions said that the price had increased by 30%. Many dealers were not happy and called the Poseidon factory. They received the news that the headquarters had ordered them to execute the order. The dealers would definitely not make a loss on their own. Since the supply price had increased, the retail price must also increase. They began to adjust the price. The retail price of $400 increased by 30%, which was $520. This price was the price of super fish oil when it was first launched on the market. No one would be willing to accept it. What should we do? Buying from Europe or Asia is not an option. The customs tariffs are very high. Add the air ticket money, and it is even more uneconomical. As the dealers adjusted the retail price, many places began to adjust the prices. Hospitals, pharmacies, and clinics began to adjust their prices. They could not suffer losses. As for whether consumers would accept it or not, these units would not consider it. If you have any objections, go to Poseidon. The United States also has medical insurance. Super fish oil is a dietary supplement and is not covered by medical insurance. It is sold in hospitals with special approval from the government. Now that the price has increased, many people cannot accept it. But they have to buy it. You can't live without this product. Especially for the elderly, who have bad heart, they have to take one pill every 2 days to maintain their heart health. Now the price has suddenly increased by $120, which makes many elderly people crazy. This is not a small matter. The media has a very keen sense of smell. As soon as the price of super fish oil is adjusted, the news is grasped and the articles are immediately compiled. It is not a big deal now. Sales are bleak, and we must find a profit growth point. Chapter 159, A Strange Atmosphere Inside and Outside. All major media outlets began to gather their elite forces. This matter must be reported in the spotlight. Various interview vehicles began to be dispatched. At night, the news of the price increase of super fish oil began to ferment. Many people did not know, but now they know it after seeing the news. Frequently asked questions: is Poseidon crazy? Quite a lot of people cannot accept this price, not to mention that only North America has increased the price, while Europe and Asia have maintained the original price. Not only the elderly are uncomfortable, but also the elite white-collar workers cannot accept it. Especially the elite white-collar workers in finance cannot accept it. They are under great pressure and their hearts are not very good. With super fish oil, they can relieve the pressure on their hearts and avoid heart disease. When it was $520 a bottle, they gritted their teeth and persisted. When the price dropped to $400, many people breathed a sigh of relief. They could barely afford it and do daily maintenance. Now it has become $520. Is Poseidon crazy because of poverty? Protest is necessary. That night, many congressmen began to take action and contacted Betty of Poseidon, including the local mayor. Betty explained one by one that this was an order from the headquarters and she must execute it. The headquarters of Poseidon is not in Country M, so we can only place our hopes on the top leaders. If this matter is not resolved well, group protests are inevitable. After a few days of fermentation, group protests began to appear in many cities. People in Country M have a tradition of making trouble. Asking the government to solve this problem is a headache for the governments of various cities and states. The local bosses could only come forward to appease them, saying that they would negotiate with Poseidon Company to solve this problem. The media began to investigate why the price increased in the Americas, which was very abnormal. Now it is an information society. The news of the public protests in Country M quickly spread to Europe. Europe was also confused. What was going on? Poseidon would definitely not increase prices for no reason. There must be something wrong. Anyway, the price here has not changed. Let's watch the show. This is what European countries think. The Icelandic government also noticed this matter and called Kyle to ask. Kyle said truthfully that this was the decision of the big boss Supingan. Country M targeted Apocalypse Company and caused losses, which must be recovered from Country M. The Icelandic government will not get involved in this matter. If Country M puts pressure on it, it will directly say that this is a business matter and the government does not care. Poseidon Company pays so much tax every year, and the Icelandic government must side with Poseidon. High welfare for citizens is very expensive. Once the tax of Apocalypse is lost, there will be no small problem. One day later, China also began to report this matter extensively. No one knows why. It was just reported that the price of Poseidon Company's American branch increased by 30%, which led to protests against the price increase in many places in the United States. Canada, Mexico and other countries have also begun to adjust their sales prices. The entire American market is in a state of chaos. No one understands why the price suddenly increased. It is estimated that protests from other countries will also be launched in the near future. In the evening, Chen Qingshan and Wei Dongshuo both received calls from the boss. The two had no intention of sleeping. They lived not far away, so they met at Wei Dongshuo's place to discuss this matter. What the hell is this Supingan doing? Chen Qingshan said, rubbing his head. No matter what the hell is, let's ask tomorrow. His doing this is a great harm to the brand of Apocalypse Group, Wei Dongshuo said directly. The superior just asked us to ask the reason. Do we persuade Supingan? Chen Qingshan asked. This matter is a bit weird. Why persuade? We will report truthfully after asking tomorrow. This is a business matter. We will not intervene or interfere, Wei Dongshuo set the tone. He felt that this matter was not simple and it was better not to participate. This kid is really bold. He only raised the price for M country, and kept the original price for China and Europe. Isn't this a clear fight with M country? Chen Qingshan sighed after speaking. This can be seen. Because they don't know anything, there is no news from Poseidon headquarters, so no one can figure out the problem. The two discussed for a long time and didn't want to think about it. They would go to Shanky Group directly tomorrow to ask Supingan what the reason is. The next morning, the two did not go to work, but took a car to Shanky Group. When they arrived, Supingan had not come to work yet. Chen Qingshan was so angry that his face turned black. After being persuaded by Wei Dongshuo, the two sat in the reception room and waited. Feng Xiao received the notice and called Supingan immediately. Supingan got up, washed up and took a car to the company. Forgive me, you should have informed me in advance so that I can welcome you. Su Pinggan greeted him with a smile as soon as he entered the reception room. Okay, we have something serious to ask you, let's talk about it here, Chen Qingshan said directly. Su Pinggan looked at Wei Dongshuo, who nodded. Su Pinggan then sent the others out and closed the door of the reception room. What's the matter with the price increase of your Poseidon Company's American branch? Chen Qingshan asked directly. I purchased a batch of database equipment, but was restricted by the M country from exporting to the Apocalypse Group. Since they targeted me like this, I raised the price directly, and my losses must be compensated, Su Pinggan said nonchalantly. Chen Qingshan and Wei Dongshuo were dumbfounded. You raised the price just because of this. Aren't you a little too much? Chen Qingshan didn't know what to say. Pinggan, what if the M country sanctions you? Wei Dongshuo looked at Su Pinggan and asked. I am a Chinese, why should I bother with him? At most, I won't build a factory in the M country. Sanction me, whatever he wants, Su Pinggan said directly. Wei Dongshuo looked at Su Pinggan seriously. It was a double-edged sword. If it was not used properly, it would really hurt others and yourself. Wei Dongshuo had already felt the pressure. Su Pinggan was not so easy to guide. This kind of willful habit would not turn back unless he suffered a loss. Okay, we just came to ask what happened. That's it. We still have to go to work. Wei Dongshuo stood up after he finished speaking. Chen Qingshan was obviously stunned and stood up as well. The two of them opened the door and left. Su Pinggan followed behind to send the two of them to the car and went upstairs directly. Back at the compound, the two of them went directly to Wei Dongshuo's office. Wei Dongshuo reported the reason on their behalf. The superior's reply was very simple, I know, which made Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan even more confused. Old Wei, what does this mean? I know, it's that simple. What should we do? Chen Qingshan asked, rubbing his head. Just work as usual. If there is an instruction, we will do it. If there is no instruction, we will do what we should do. We cannot participate in this matter without authorization, Wei Dongshuo said seriously. Chen Qingshan looked at Wei Dongshuo seriously and nodded solemnly. He understood Wei Dongshuo's meaning to some extent. It was better not to get involved in this matter. The development of the matter was very strange. The M government did not speak, the Poseidon headquarters did not speak, and the Apocalypse Group was silent. Only some people from various countries in the Americas marched and demonstrated. The governments of various countries reported it, but there was no response from the top. A strange atmosphere was revealed inside and outside. A few days passed, and the media was a little confused. In the past, such things would have been dealt with by the government. What happened this time? The federal government did not respond at all. There must be something wrong, and the matter must be dug out. Many media have offered a large reward to dig out the cause of this matter. With the media reports, the matter became more and more serious. The top leaders of M country were also under great pressure. The president and his staff were discussing how to solve this matter. The development of the matter exceeded the expectations of the president of M country. He originally wanted to knock the Apocalypse Group. It dared to supply super paint to E country. Isn't this a typical way to make M country uncomfortable? Unexpectedly, the reaction of Poseidon was so fast. Iceland has already spoken to the top leaders of country M. This is an order personally given to Kyle by Su Pinggan of Apocalypse Group. It has nothing to do with us. If you are angry, you can go to Su Pinggan of Apocalypse Group. We will not get involved. I think we must put some more pressure on Apocalypse Group. We must make him feel the pain, the Secretary of State said directly. Yes, he must bow his head, unless he does not want the country M market. I think no company will be willing to give up the country M market, the vice president said on the side. What if he gives up? The president asked directly. No one said anything. If you punish Poseidon Company, what will happen if Poseidon Company completely gives up the country M market? Those who cannot live without super fish oil will explode directly. If we coordinate at that time, I am afraid that the Black Palace will be more passive and uncomfortable. We can let the Ministry of Commerce come forward and be tough to see how Poseidon reacts. If Poseidon overreacts, we will come forward to mediate. We cannot stand against the people and must prepare for what will happen 3 years later. We cannot impose sanctions on Apocalypse Company globally. Now all countries in the world cannot do without super fish oil. Europe will definitely not agree to cooperate, and the Chinese government will definitely not watch us sanction Apocalypse Group. At that time, it will be a big deal, and it will become a key point for the opponent to attack. The president's staff looked at the president and said seriously. The president nodded seriously. The staff's suggestion was very good. He could attack or defend. He was behind the scenes. The responsibility was caused by the Ministry of Commerce's lack of flexibility. The president came forward to solve this matter, which would be beneficial to him. The Minister of Commerce was called to the White House. When he came out, his face was black and numb. He asked me to take the blame. 10,000 grass mud horses ran through his heart. The president's means were too dark. Don't mention how unhappy he was. In the afternoon, the Ministry of Commerce held a press conference and directly announced that the price increase by Poseidon Americas division was a violation of market rules and must be changed. If the price is not restored to the original position within 3 days, it will face a huge penalty from the Ministry of Commerce. The news was sent out that night, and everyone was staring at Poseidon's reaction. Kyle called Su Pinggan directly. The written notice from the Ministry of Commerce had already arrived at Poseidon Company, and there was only 3 days. Kyle announced in 2 days that the price will be restored to the previous price. At the same time, announced that Poseidon Americas division will immediately stop production and resume production after the headquarters has passed the acceptance of the production equipment. When the acceptance is qualified, wait for the notification from the headquarters. Su Pinggan made a decision calmly. Boss, I support your decision 100%. I guess the White House needs to have a good talk with you, Kyle said with a smile. At most, the ambassador of the M country to the Celestial Empire will come to talk to me. We must fight for our interests, otherwise, I don't know how many countries will attack us next time, Su Pinggan said slowly, and he saw the matter very clearly. After the two discussed it, they hung up the phone, and Betty, the person in charge of the M country, also received a notice from Kyle. Betty, don't do anything tomorrow. Hold a press conference the day after tomorrow. On the third day, announce that we have notified dealers to restore the original price. Announce that we will follow the order of the Ministry of Commerce and restore the original price. However, we have no goods to supply. We will directly announce the suspension of production and temporarily give employees a holiday. The reason is that the headquarters has doubts about the safety of the production equipment. Wait until the headquarters review is completed before starting production. When the review is completed, just say you don't know, Kyle said directly. Betty understood that the headquarters was in conflict with the United States. I will follow the order, Betty said directly. A day has passed, and Poseidon has not responded to the United States. No one knows what Poseidon will do. Why does the United States want to block the Apocalypse Group? The top leaders of various countries basically know the reason, and the root cause is still the superpaint of the Apocalypse Group. With the superpaint of the Apocalypse Group, the naval strength of the E country will remain unchanged. At least in the next few years, there will be no warships retired. This is not on the interests of the United States. Weakening the military strength of the E country is what the United States has been doing. The appearance of superpaint weakened the M country's arrangement a lot. If it didn't mess with the Apocalypse Group, it wouldn't be the M country. However, the fact that the M country could hold back until now before taking action was beyond many people's expectations. Europe also considered this matter, but seeing that the M country did not take action, Europe did not take action either. The reason was clear. They were worried about superfish oil. Once the superfish oil was out of stock, I'm afraid many people would jump out to make trouble. The consequences of the M country's action this time surprised Europe. People's dependence on superfish oil was too high. If Europe also protested with the people of those countries in M state, it would be more complicated and more destructive. In the future, we must be cautious in dealing with the Apocalypse Group. Recently, the price increase of the Poseidon Americas branch has completely dominated the headlines of various countries, and China is no exception. It is obvious that the Poseidon Company and the M country have a quarrel. No one knows why. There are many messages on the Apocalypse Group's official website. Many people admire Su Pinggan. It is not everyone who dares to go against the United States. There are many messages under Su Pinggan's Weibo, all of which express support for Su Pinggan. Many entrepreneurs were very shocked. No one thought Su Pinggan would dare to do this. This was the United States. How could Su Pinggan dare to do this? Many people thought that Su Pinggan would not end well. The United States would definitely deal with him severely. As a result, up to now, the M government, Poseidon Company, and Apocalypse Group have all remained silent. The protests of the people in M continent seem to be invisible. This matter was full of weirdness. Chapter 160, Making Americans Painful. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan received a phone call from a big boss, asking them to persuade Su Pingyan not to make things too tense. Once things get serious and evolve into a direct confrontation between China and the United States, many companies will be implicated. The reason for this call is that the Dream Company, which is known as the conscience of the American Empire, has gathered a group of people who are not used to Su Pingyan and wrote a letter together, believing that Su Pingyan and the U.S. government are so tense that things are spreading out of control. Once the United States expands the scope of attack, they will not be able to bear it. Although I don't know why, your Apocalypse Group will implicate us by doing so. We must suppress your Apocalypse Group and make the American father comfortable so that we can have a good life. This is the mentality of this group of people. Through the relationship, I found a retired big boss directly, so the call was made to Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan. The two looked at each other and asked, "Are we going?" Chen Qingshan asked. "Old Chen, you can come forward alone for this matter, leaving some room. After all, we have not received a clear notice from our superiors." Wei Dongshuo looked at Chen Qingshan meaningfully and said. Chen Qingshan understood that he really had to do it himself. If Wei Dongshuo didn't show up, there would be more room for maneuver. He nodded seriously and left directly, making plans to go to Shianki Group to discuss this matter with Su Pingyan. In Su Pingyan's office, the two drank tea, and Chen Qingshan told him the purpose of his visit. "Pingyan, take a step back and the world will be broader. After all, the United States is the only superpower now. If they really want to punish you, you can't resist. At that time, it will develop into a confrontation between countries," Chen Qingshan said seriously. "You mean that I should directly close the American branch?" Su Pingyan said calmly. Chen Qingshan looked at Su Pingyan in front of him and really didn't know what to say. "Today, the United States attacked me and I didn't respond. Tomorrow, 10 or 8 countries will pop up to attack me. This time, I will give up the American market and never compromise. If you force me to compromise, just close my Shianki Company." Su Pingyan said this expressionlessly. Chen Qingshan left Shianki Company with a gloomy face, and returned to make a detailed report to Wei Dongshuo. Did he really say that? Wei Dongshuo was shocked. He didn't expect Su Pingyan's attitude to be so firm. He is mentally prepared to completely break up. Chen Qingshan said this with a serious face. "Report it truthfully. This matter is not something we can interfere with. Let the leader decide," Wei Dongshuo said, and Chen Qingshan nodded. Picking up the phone, Wei Dongshuo reported it directly, including the boss's call, Chen Qingshan's negotiation with Su Pingyan, and Su Pingyan's attitude. He reported everything in detail, and the reply he received made the two crazy. "I know." These 3 words are the reply from the superior. Nothing else was said, and the phone was hung up. What does this mean? Chen Qingshan looked at Wei Dongshuo blankly, and Wei Dongshuo also felt blank. No matter what it means, we can't get involved in this matter anymore. If there are similar calls, we will directly refuse and not get involved. We absolutely cannot get involved in this matter. We only follow the instructions of our superiors and don't ask about anything else. Wei Dongshuo said this with a serious face. Chen Qingshan nodded seriously, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Another day has passed. It is already the 2nd day. Poseidon America's branch issued a notice to hold a press conference tomorrow morning. When this news came out, all media immediately sent people to Orlando. The Ministry of Commerce's order only has 1 day. Tomorrow is the last day. Poseidon America's branch must also respond. Let's see what tomorrow's matter says. Will Poseidon give in or continue to argue? In the past few days, people in Poseidon Company have been panicking. They don't know what the headquarters has decided. If things continue to escalate, will there be layoffs? Many people are very worried about this, including the Orlando government. Poseidon branch pays a lot of taxes. Once it starts to lay off people or withdraw investment, the Orlando government definitely doesn't want to see such losses. The next morning, everyone went to work on time. The first thing Betty did after work was to send out a notice to inform all dealers that the price would be restored to the original price. Everyone who received the news breathed a sigh of relief. However, none of the dealers adjusted the price. They sat in the office and stared at the TV, waiting for the press conference to make a decision. They were all veterans and keenly felt that things were not that simple. I don't believe that Poseidon Company, or Apocalypse Group, would surrender so obediently. As a large international enterprise, if it surrenders so easily, it will definitely be difficult to survive in the international market in the future. Let's see. From this point, we can see the gap between Eastern and Western thinking. The Western idea is that if I lose my interests today and don't fight, I will lose more interests in the future. For the future, I must resist and do my best. Therefore, the dealers in America don't believe that Poseidon will surrender so easily. Everyone knows that if it surrenders today, tomorrow, more countries' ministries of commerce will start to crack down on Poseidon. Poseidon is a very big piece of fat meat. There are many wolves who are coveting this piece of fat meat. If they give in today, they will soon be eaten by a group of wolves. Poseidon will not be spared. The Ministry of Commerce immediately grasped the actions of the Poseidon branch. Many people were relieved, but the Minister of Commerce, Beckles, did not relax in his office. The matter will definitely not be resolved so easily after a good start but a bad ending. As for what Poseidon will do, Beckles could not guess. He could only watch Poseidon's press conference. At 10 o'clock, reporters entered the Poseidon factory. There were too many people, so they held the meeting directly on a lawn. There was only one podium, and nothing else. Betty appeared behind the podium in a professional suit, and the sound of taking pictures was heard. Thank you all for coming. Today, I have two announcements on behalf of the headquarters. First, we are a company that does not participate in any political activities and abides by the laws of various countries. According to the order issued by the U.S. Department of Commerce, today is the last day. On behalf of Poseidon, I announce that the supply price of Poseidon Americas division has returned to the original normal price. We have notified all dealers and completed the order of the Ministry of Commerce. After Betty announced the first thing, reporters began to ask questions. Betty pressed her hands and made several movements, and the scene slowly quieted down. Second, Poseidon Americas branch will be on holiday and stop production from today. The headquarters has doubts about the safety of our equipment and will send someone to inspect the equipment. After the inspection, normal production will resume. As for when to send someone to inspect and when to resume production after acceptance, we will wait for the headquarters to notify us. All workers and office staff will be on holiday from tomorrow and wait for the company's notification. After the headquarters passes the inspection, all employees will be notified to return to work immediately. Thank you, everyone. I have said everything I want to say. After Betty finished speaking, she bowed to the reporters and turned away, not giving the reporters a chance to ask questions. All the reporters were excited. Poseidon played this trick very well. I obeyed the order of your Ministry of Commerce to restore the original price. It was in line with the law and there was nothing illegal. But you have no way to stop production. The enterprise has the right to check the equipment and stop production. No one has the right to interfere. If you force the enterprise to produce, the enterprise will not be responsible for quality problems. No one can bear this pot. I have to say that Poseidon played this trick very beautifully. It was not illegal, but it gave a direct counterattack. It was absolutely cunning. Many people who watched the live broadcast covered their faces. They were numb. The direct suspension of production was more ruthless than the price increase. I said that this matter would not end so easily. I don't know when the suspension of production will stop this time. The price must be raised. This is all money. It's a waste not to make money. The distributors were smarter than each other and immediately began to raise the price. The lowest increase was $50 per bottle, and many people directly increased by $100. Consumers who reacted ran to the pharmacy to see the price. The voices of frequently asked questions are endless, and even armed robberies have occurred in several places. Poseidon has stopped production, and I don't know when it will resume. The price will definitely rise. I originally wanted to buy a few bottles immediately for backup, but in the end, it was still too late. These dealers acted too quickly. After the news came out, there was an uproar around the world. Many countries were also shocked to see this result. However, you can't say that Poseidon has violated any laws or regulations. The excuse of stopping production for equipment maintenance is reasonable and legal. Poseidon is really tough. I obey your orders. The price is restored to its original position, which does not violate the law. My equipment is stopped for maintenance, which also does not violate the law. Many people are in pain. Patents, this thing is really terrible. SYNOPSIS Group has the patent in hand, and you can play it however you want. You just have no tricks. Is this still a Chinese company? This is completely the method of American rogue companies. When did Supingan learn it? Many people began to face Supingan. Superfish oil has too much influence. It can't be played like this unless it is absolutely necessary. The next morning, the top executives were stunned at first when they saw the press conference of Poseidon, but then they just laughed. This was a beautiful move. I am not breaking the law, so what can you do to me? Where did this kid learn this? This counterattack is a hidden weapon, which makes the Americans feel uncomfortable, said a big boss with a smile. It would be great if other companies also had this method. They are rampant in China, but have no ability when they go abroad. Look at what Supingan does. I neither violate the laws of your country, but at the same time strongly express my dissatisfaction. The rise of Apocalypse Group is not just as simple as luck. It is also inseparable from Supingan's tactics. This kid hides very deeply, said a big boss with a smile. He is fearless. He has the country as a backing, and there are tall people to support him when the sky falls. He is very smart in his calculations, which makes the Americans very uncomfortable, said another big boss with a smile. This is a business matter. As long as it does not violate the law, we will not care. Business matters should be resolved commercially. The Americans have anticipated this day when purchasing equipment from Apocalypse Group. Let's see how they play it. A big man made a summary speech. After the press conference of Poseidon, a call went directly from the White House to the U.S. Embassy in China. The U.S. ambassador to China Mitterrand was already preparing. He knew very well that if he wanted to resolve this matter, he would definitely need to go to Apocalypse Company. Chapter 161 Profit Margin of Tens of Thousands of %. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan got the news after work. They were both very shocked. Supingan actually chose to continue to argue, and the means he used made you unable to point out any violations. You are really not afraid of the sky falling. We must never take this kid lightly in the future. I really didn't realize that he had such a scheme before, Chen Qingshan said seriously. Old Chen, the two of us have a big task. From this incident, we can see that Supingan is tough but smooth in his methods. Governments are not afraid of tough methods, but they are afraid of this kind of soft existence that you can't find the source spot. What I did not violate the law at all, and at the same time achieved my goal, making it difficult for you to start. This is the most difficult to deal with, Wei Dongshuo said seriously. Yes, the U.S. Department of Commerce has ordered that Poseidon will not accept it directly and restore the price to its original position. On the contrary, I will not produce, which will make you more uncomfortable. The Ministry of Commerce has no choice. You can't force Poseidon to produce. Once Poseidon is forced to produce, then if there is a problem with the product, it has nothing to do with Poseidon. It is the Ministry of Commerce that forces me to produce. If there is a problem, you can go to the Ministry of Commerce. It has nothing to do with me. Supingan is too calculating, Chen Qingshan said seriously. Ding 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 ding, Wei Dongshuo's phone rang. He picked it up and answered it directly. After a while, he hung up the phone. The American ambassador has left Beijing. The destination is SYNOPSIS Company. It has been notified. We must make arrangements. This kid won this time, Wei Dongshuo said with a complicated expression on his face. Once the U.S. ambassador to the Celestial Empire made a move, many countries knew about it. The top leaders all understood that this matter was about to end. We must be cautious with SYNOPSIS Group in the future. Even the United States can't stand it, let alone us. People's dependence on superfish oil is too high. Many people in the United States want to strongly deny the patent of the Apocalypse Group. The threat of superfish oil is too great. The president's staff said, don't forget Pfizer. People also have a strong dependence on Pfizer's products. Even though Pfizer's patent has expired now, Pfizer has monopolized the world for 20 years. With a profit margin of tens of thousands, how much money can it make? It's crazy to think about it. The United States issued a statement at the time that invention patents must be protected. Now that the patent of Apocalypse is overturned, how will the world view the United States? Your American patent is a patent, and our country's patent is not a patent. Countries around the world will definitely not agree. Mutual retaliation, not recognizing patents, the United States will suffer greater losses, and the number of patent weapons in hand will be reduced a lot. Therefore, the patent system must be maintained. After all, The United States and Europe are the biggest beneficiaries of invention patents. In more than an hour, the chartered plane of American Ambassador Mitterrand landed at the provincial capital airport. After getting off the plane, he took a car directly to J-City. When he was about to arrive in J-City, he met with a local personnel. He did not stay in the hotel and went directly to the Apocalypse Group. Lin Hansheng and others received Su Pinggan's notice and directed the vehicle to the parking lot. Su Pinggan greeted them at the stairs. He had to greet them. Not only the American Ambassador Mitterrand came, but also the accompanying personnel sent by the relevant departments. If the Chinese ambassador notified the United States in advance where he was going, the U.S. Ministry of Foreign Affairs would also send personnel to accompany him. This is the rule. If you do not notify your government, you will go alone. We will not be responsible for anything that happens. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan also appeared. After the introduction, Mitterrand said that he wanted to talk to Su Pinggan alone. The others went to the reception room to rest. Su Pinggan took Mitterrand to his office. Mr. Ambassador, can you get used to the tea? Su Pinggan asked with a smile. Mr. Su, I have been in the Celestial Empire for 5 years. Tea has always been my hobby. Mitterrand also smiled and recovered, speaking the Celestial Empire very fluently. Su Pinggan began to make tea. His technique was like flowing water. He quickly poured 4 cups of tea, 2 cups for each person, and began to taste them. After drinking, they would talk about the main topic. Both of them knew this matter very well and did not care much. This matter seems to be a big deal to the outside world, but it is not a big deal to the two of them. It is nothing more than making concessions to find a balance point. It is good for you, me and everyone. The past is over, and the future will be discussed later. Su, if you have anything to say, just say it. I believe we will reach an agreement that satisfies both parties today. Mitterrand, as a veteran, got straight to the point. I also think we will reach a win-win agreement, Su Pinggan also said with a smile. Mitterrand was even more relaxed. As a veteran diplomat, he knew the meaning of Su Pinggan's words very well. It would be easier to reach an agreement than expected. My request is very simple, smooth procurement of equipment. I will not participate in political affairs. I am just a businessman. Making money is my goal, Su Pinggan said directly. Mitterrand nodded, which was similar to his analysis. This matter was very easy to solve, but this matter could not be solved so easily. It must reflect the president's value. The president's intention had been made clear to him. Mitterrand and the president were both members of the Democratic Party. This matter had to be changed from a bad thing to a good thing that could perfectly reflect the president's value, all for the election a few years later. Su, I have a plan here that will benefit both of us. You can listen to it. Mitterrand talked about a plan in a torrent of words. I have no problem. Since its establishment, the Apocalypse Group has been doing things to give back to society. However, the equipment procurement must be carried out immediately, Su Pinggan said directly. Okay, no problem at all. You can contact the supplier tomorrow. They will accept the order and deliver the goods on time, Mitterrand said seriously. Happy cooperation, Su Pinggan said, and stretched out his right hand. Happy cooperation, Mitterrand also stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Su Pinggan. Just like that, in just a few minutes, the two reached an agreement. However, Mitterrand did not leave Su Pinggan, but continued to drink tea. Su, I will go down later so that I can show my value. It is very hard to negotiate with you, Mitterrand said directly, and Su Pinggan also smiled. Of course, we have all spent a lot of energy to find a balance point, Su Pinggan said very cooperatively, and the two nodded with a smile. Outside, the United States is waiting for news, China is waiting for news, and a group of people in the reception room of Shianki Group are waiting for news. Many countries are also waiting for news. It is unexpected that Su Pinggan and the American Ambassador Mitterrand are chatting, and the topics are all over the place. Su Pinggan's erudition surprised Mitterrand. Both of them are very relaxed, talking and laughing, and one of the buttons of his shirt is unbuttoned, leaning on the sofa to drink tea. Everyone in the reception room is a little restless. It has been half an hour. If the two really break down, the United States will definitely not give up. The staff who accompanied the American ambassador looked at each other, and one of them came to Wei Dongshuo and whispered a few words. Wei Dongshuo's face changed immediately, and he looked at this person with a serious face. I must ask my superiors. Without the instructions of my superiors, I refuse to execute. You can ask for instructions at any time, the staff member said, sitting back and said nothing. Wei Dongshuo walked out with a sullen face, and made a phone call in the garden. After a while, he returned to the reception room, leaning against a chair with his eyes closed and not saying a word. Chen Qingshan looked at Wei Dongshuo's performance and had a bad feeling in his heart. Just when everyone's patience was about to run out, Su Pinggan and the American ambassador Mitterrand went downstairs together with a smile. Everyone had received the notice and had come out. Judging from the expressions of the two, it was a deal, and everyone was relieved. It's not easy for Mr. Ambassador to come here. How about we have a drink together in the evening? Su Pinggan and Mitterrand chatted and laughed in front of everyone, as if nothing had happened. It's my honor. I'll call Mr. Su after I arrange the hotel. See you in the evening, Mitterrand said with a smile on his face, and then stretched out his right hand. See you in the evening, Su Pinggan said, stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Mitterrand. Su Pinggan personally sent the group to the car, turned around and looked at Feng Xia, and said everything is the same as before, and then returned to his office and drank tea quietly. Americans really know how to have fun. First be a bad guy, then be a good guy, and finally get the support of the people. Freedom and democracy can accomplish this. It's really a trick. I intercepted a very interesting conversation, Xingling's voice sounded in Su Pinggan's mind. Oh, play it out and listen, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Soon, the conversation between the staff who accompanied Mitterrand and Wei Dongshuo appeared in Su Pinggan's mind. Although Su Pinggan's face had no expression, his eyes became much colder. After a while, Su Pinggan slowly returned to normal. In the world of mortals, how many things go against one's wishes? In the secular world, how many sadness and helplessness are there? So in the evening, there was no one else. Su Pinggan and Mitterrand had dinner at a famous restaurant in the city. Mitterrand was very familiar with the food of the Celestial Empire and was also very good at using chopsticks. After staying in the Celestial Empire for so many years, his living habits were different from those in the United States. Su, during the presidency, the Apocalypse Group will not be harassed in the United States. This is what the president asked me to convey. Mitterrand looked at Su Pinggan and said seriously. Thank you, you will see the sincerity of Shianki Group, Su Pinggan said seriously, raising his glasses, and the two clinked their glasses and drank directly. After dinner, the two drank 3 bottles of Giant Anjin, and were both dizzy and helped to get into the car. The two returned to their respective residences safely, and many people breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was finally over. In the United States, after a day of calm, the next day, there was another demonstration. We need super fish oil, and we started to march with huge banners, which made many mayors of various places have a headache. On this day, Shianki Group signed a legal contract with the equipment supplier. Large database equipment was not a problem. The supplier had been notified and could accept the order. Many people breathed a sigh of relief. Qiao Yichen, Ding Xijin, Yi Changlin, the 3 and several vice presidents, had dinner together in the evening. Boss Su is awesome. He can force the United States to bow its head. This is the first time I have seen it. I really can't help but accept it, Qiao Yichen sighed with emotion. Honestly, my heart was in my throat when this incident came out. President Su actually dared to go against the United States. Shianki Group must be severely sanctioned. I didn't expect it to end like this. If you hadn't said it, I really couldn't believe it, Ding Xijin said. After this incident, Shianki Group's international status has been completely opened up. Cheers to our Shianki Group, Yi Changlin said with a smile. Everyone raised their glasses and drank 3 or 2 glasses directly. They were really happy today. The next day, the demonstrations continued. At 11 o'clock, the White House issued a statement and held a press conference half an hour later about the super fish oil. With this news, the demonstrations quickly disappeared. Everyone knew that the president had come forward to solve the matter. Many people were waiting in front of the TV. As expected, the president personally came out. I am very concerned about the price fluctuations of super fish oil. Many people, especially heart patients and the elderly, cannot do without super fish oil. The factory stopped production because some equipment in the U.S. production base did not meet the standards required by the Poseidon headquarters. For this reason, I personally called Su Pinggan, chairman of the Apocalypse Group, and told him that the public needs super fish oil and production must be resumed as soon as possible. Su Pinggan, chairman of the Apocalypse Group, personally promised to complete the equipment transformation and resume production within a week. The technicians have arrived at the production base to start upgrading the equipment. You can rest assured that there will be no problem with the supply of super fish oil. It can be done in a week at most, from the promise of Su Pinggan of the Apocalypse Group. It can be seen that the Apocalypse Group is a responsible international large enterprise that attaches great importance to the U.S. market. The United States is free and welcomes all kinds of companies to invest in the United States. Our government will give strong support. The president's speech was very beautiful and comfortable to listen to. It felt that the president could put down his face and negotiate with the company in person for their interests. This was not easy. The approval rate of the black-faced president has increased significantly. Many people were constipated after reading it. Damn, you are the bad guy and you are also the good guy. You are really good at playing. That afternoon, Betty from the Poseidon branch held a press conference. All media rushed over. At the same place, Betty announced the decision of the Poseidon headquarters. Thank you all media friends for coming. Today, I am announcing two things on behalf of the Poseidon headquarters and the parent company, Apocalypse Group. First, the engineers from the headquarters are already debugging the equipment. We have issued a notice that all employees will return to work in 3 days. The price will remain at the normal international price. We apologize for the price fluctuations of super fish oil during this period. Betty finished speaking and bowed to the reporters. Today's press conference was live broadcast. Seeing Betty's performance, many people forgave Poseidon Company. Second, I was entrusted by Mr. Su Pinggan, chairman of Apocalypse Group, the parent company of Poseidon, to announce that Mr. President had a lot of communication with Mr. Su Pinggan on the phone and paid a lot for it. Mr. Su Pinggan apologized for the price fluctuations during this period. Betty finished speaking and bowed again. The attitude was very in place, which made many people very satisfied and their self-esteem was greatly satisfied. In order to express his apology, Mr. Su Pinggan decided to donate 1,000 bottles of fish oil to the American Heart Foundation to help families in financial difficulties. We have contacted the Heart Foundation and will deliver the goods to the designated location as soon as production resumes. We welcome media supervision. Chapter 162, Luck and Means. While Poseidon Company held a press conference in the United States, the Poseidon branch in China also held a press conference. Han Jiaping personally announced that Mr. Su Pinggan personally donated 1,500 bottles of super fish oil to the relevant departments, which would be responsible for distribution to help those families in need. Ryan, general manager of the European Poseidon branch, also issued a statement that the chairman of the Apocalypse Group, the parent company of Poseidon, personally donated 1,000 bottles of super fish oil to the European Heart Disease Fund to help those families in need. For a time, Su Pinggan once again dominated the screen, and it was a global screen. Major newspapers in China, the United States, and the European Union praised Su Pinggan's charitable behavior. Especially in China, Su Pinggan was bombarded with praise. The image of the Apocalypse Group has directly risen a lot. According to many foreign institutions, the public generally believes that the Apocalypse Group is a responsible enterprise. This result has made many senior officials in many countries feel painful. This bastard directly cut off the supply of super fish oil for his own benefit. You still approve of it? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? The Apocalypse Group is really fucking good at playing. It only paid a few 100,000 yuan, but got such a big return. Donations to foreign countries are all 1,000 bottles, and donations to China are all 1,500 bottles. Shianqi Group is a benchmark for conscientious enterprises in China, and is generally well received by all sectors of society. This result made many people angry and smashed cups. Su Pinggan, this bastard, is too good at playing. Although I don't know what the inside story is, his performance in the previous period was completely against the United States. Who knew that it would be so turbulent so quickly, and bad things would turn into good things? There are only two beneficiaries of this incident, Su Pinggan and the President of the United States. Consumers in America are completely fooled. It's really shameless. These people are extremely jealous that Su Pinggan can play like this, but unfortunately, they can't play like this. If they really dare to learn from Su Pinggan, there will be people to deal with you. The United States will reason with you, and mice can rape cats. Mabo, Lin Yide, Zhang Wenjun and others were also shocked. They didn't expect Su Pinggan to dare to do this in the United States, especially Lin Yide's father Lin Changguang. When the incident happened, He had already planned to make Lin Yai break off relations with Su Pinggan. Lin Changong's analysis was very accurate. Even if the Apocalypse Group was not afraid to continue to fight with the United States, those companies that had investments in the United States would force the government to sanction the Apocalypse Group. Lin Changong was very clear about how powerful these companies were. But in just 2 weeks, the situation was turbulent, and Su Pinggan actually won. The US president said that the Apocalypse Group was a responsible company. This really surprised Lin Changong, and he was secretly relieved. Fortunately, he did not take that step, otherwise, he would have cut off his son's great opportunity. As Su Pinggan's rumored girlfriend, Miao Yi's Weibo fans increased dramatically, which made Song Zhemin, the boss of the brother company, overjoyed. He immediately made arrangements, and resources were tilted more towards Miao Yi. Now Miao Yi's popularity is really high. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan both had serious expressions in the office, and they underestimated Su Pinggan. From this incident, it can be seen that Su Pinggan is very scheming, and he can turn the clouds and rain with his hands. Neither of them has this method. Moreover, in this incident, Su Pinggan was firm in his attitude, decisive and tactful. Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan knew very well that neither of them could bear this kind of pressure, but Su Pinggan resisted it, and in the end, everyone was happy. This result made many people unbelievable. Can these two people influence this kind of person? The two were very confident that they could influence Su Pinggan. Now it seems that they have not seen through what kind of person Su Pinggan is. Which Chinese company dared to do this in the United States? Only Su Pinggan dared to do this and won. This incident really made many bigwigs in China look at Su Pinggan with new eyes. In the past, they only thought that Su Pinggan was lucky. After this incident, no one would think that Su Pinggan was just lucky. There are more means than luck. This is the evaluation of many bigwigs. This incident lasted for about 20 days, and it was considered to have come to an end. People abroad can have a comfortable Christmas, and people in China are starting to prepare for the Spring Festival. All companies are busy. Su Pinggan donated super fish oil to Su Pinggan's personal account and settled with Poseidon. One account is one account, and it will never be mixed up. In Su Pinggan's office, Ho Minghe was reporting to Su Pinggan. December had already passed, and Poseidon and Apocalypse Paint had already turned in the profits. Poseidon turned in 6.7 billion euros in net profit, leaving 1 billion euros for normal operation. Super Paint was overbearing, turning in 12 billion euros, leaving 3 billion euros for purchasing raw materials and maintaining normal operation of the company. Other companies did not turn in their profits, and they did not generate any profits and were in the red. Instead, they needed to subsidize funds from the headquarters, so they did not report to Su Pinggan, but went through other accounts. The reason why the paint company turned in so little was because all countries understood that it would take almost a year just to produce orders from Russia and China. Paying the payment to Apocalypse Paint was equivalent to letting Apocalypse Group use a year for nothing, without any interest. This was very painful for many people. The first and second order owners, France's CMA-CGM and Spain's Navita Shipbuilding, the boards of directors of these two companies were very painful. CMA-CGM placed an order of 500 million yuan, but before they could use it, the military took it all away at 600 million yuan. The board of directors was upset. Damn it, go buy it yourself. Now it takes a year to see the goods after placing an order. Even if there is a net profit of 100 million yuan, the board of directors is very unhappy. The same is true for Spain's Navita Shipbuilding Company. The goods of the 300 million yuan order were taken away by the military at a price of 350 million yuan. Moreover, the goods had just arrived at the port of the country and were directly controlled and taken away by the military. You didn't even have time to object. Both companies were very helpless and wanted to place orders again. But hundreds of millions of funds were occupied for a year without any interest, which made the boards of directors of the two companies very painful. As a company, working capital is very important. Is the bonus list out? Su Pinggan asked. It's out, Ho Minghe said, and took out another document and handed it to Su Pinggan for review. You should check the candidates in advance. After the Chinese New Year, I plan to make Jizu Ai's investment department independent and directly send someone to take over the finances of the investment company, Su Pinggan said seriously. Jizu Ai has done very well in the past few years, and it is time to increase funds for Jizu Ai again. This time, Su Pinggan plans to directly increase 2 billion funds to let Jizu Ai go and develop freely. No problem, the financial department has sufficient personnel reserves, and 3 people can be transferred at any time, Ho Minghe said seriously, and Su Pinggan nodded. After reviewing the bonus list and modifying the bonuses of several special personnel, he handed it to Ho Minghe, issued it immediately. They are probably waiting for your call, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Ho Minghe also smiled. In the following time, the headquarters of Shyanki Group has been busy with the Spring Festival, except for Shyanki Technology Company, Shyanki Mobile Company, and Shyanki Game Company in Hangzhou, which are all busy, especially the testing department, which has been working overtime. The recruitment of the Human Resources Department has never stopped, and the staff of each department is increasing. The good treatment has attracted many talents. Of course, there are also eliminated personnel. The assessment conducted in December eliminated 27 people. Especially in the design department of Shyanki Mobile Phone Company, 4 people were directly eliminated from the 22 people. All the design plans submitted were copied from the mobile phones that have been launched on the market. Ding Zijin was not retained. 4 people were dismissed and new people were recruited. The first mobile phone is the face of the company and is a key project of Shyanki Group. If Su Pinggan knew that he used a plagiarized plan, it would be Ding Zijin who would be dismissed. Being lenient with them would be self-harm. There are 5 days left before the Spring Festival. The holiday will start on the 6th day of the first lunar month. This year's New Year's Day is still the same. Visit relatives and friends in advance and give gifts. Visit relatives on the 2nd day of the first lunar month. Su Pinggan was busy until the 8th day of the first lunar month before he felt relieved. After being tired for half a month, I can finally relax a little. I slept in at home for 2 days and then started to work. Many companies in small cities are not doing well, but the employees of Shyanki Group are indeed doing very well. People from all departments have started to work normally. After Su Pinggan arrived at a company, let manager Ji come over. Su Pinggan looked at Jin Wenwen and said directly, and Jin Wenwen immediately went to notify. Not long after, Ji Zuai arrived at Su Pinggan's office. Su Pinggan waved to Ji Zuai to come over for tea. Ji Zuai sat opposite Su Pinggan. Zuai, I plan to separate your investment department and set up Shyanki Capital. I will increase your funds by 2 billion. What do you think? Su Pinggan looked at Ji Zuai and asked. I have no opinion. Should we adopt a conservative strategy or a more radical strategy after independence? Ji Zuai looked at Su Pinggan and asked. This matter must be asked clearly to avoid discomfort in the future. A more radical strategy has a lot of risks and the risk of loss. If Su Pinggan can accept it, Ji Zuai will take a bigger step. It's better to be conservative. As long as the profit is not less than 10% every year, I can accept it, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Ji Zuai rubbed his head. President Su was too cunning. It was not so easy to achieve a 10% growth with a conservative strategy. What is my staffing? Ji Zuai continued to ask. You decide this yourself. According to the old rules, the headquarters will dispatch the finances, and you decide the rest by yourself. You decide how many people to recruit according to your needs. I suggest that you build an organizational structure now. If you achieve your goal this year, the funds you control will increase next year. You will be very tired if you are short of staff, Su Pinggan said slowly while drinking tea. Su, if I want to achieve the growth target, I need some funds for aggressive investment, otherwise I can't guarantee a 10% net profit growth, Ji Zuai said truthfully. Su Pinggan thought for a while. Zuai, change it. Whether it is conservative or aggressive, you can control it yourself. I hope you can effectively control the risks. I won't interfere with what you do. I only look at the final result, Su Pinggan said while looking at Ji Zuai. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Be honest. Can I move the investment company away from the headquarters? Ji Zuai said directly. It was really uncomfortable to work in J City. There were all kinds of inconveniences. Su Pinggan shook his head and smiled and asked, where do you plan to move to? Jinshi New District. It is very close to Beijing, with convenient transportation, which is convenient for us to go to other places for field investigations, Ji Zuai said seriously. Jizui has been thinking about this matter for more than a day or two. He came to Chianki to work because of family matters. He didn't want to stay in a big city, so he went to a small city to relax. That's why he joined Chianki Company. Who knew that Chianki Company would develop so rapidly? In the past few years, he has controlled more and more funds. He has to run around all year round, so he must have a reasonable station. Okay, you can rent a place to work temporarily, and take a piece of land with appreciation potential there, and directly build a commercial district. I don't like renting a house, Su Pinggan said directly. Su, renting a house does not require so much investment, it is a more cost-effective thing. Why are you so disgusted? Jizui is quite curious about this question. It's very simple. Renting a house is working for the landlord, which is full of uncertainty. You live in the house for more than 10 years, but it still belongs to the landlord. The rent you pay is enough to buy a house. We are not short of money, and we can't let the landlords take this part of the profit, Su Pinggan explained seriously. I understand. I will get the land deal as soon as possible, Jizui said seriously, and he understood what Su Pinggan meant. After drinking the tea in the cup, Jizui said goodbye and left. Su Pinggan sent Jizui to the door. Jizui stopped suddenly. I forgot one thing. Can I make an angel investment? Jizui asked. Angel investment has high risks and corresponding profits. You decide for yourself. I must see a 10% net profit growth by the end of the year, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Jizui rolled his eyes at Su Pinggan and left. Su Pinggan was too cunning. Looking at Jizui who was leaving, Su Pinggan touched his chin and rolled his eyes at me. Be careful that I will deduct your year-end bonus. He smiled and shook his head, and continued to drink tea to relax. Anyway, there was nothing big going on now. In Hangzhou, Chianki Technology Company, the technical department staff began to get busy. The database equipment sent from the United States has been arriving one after another. Qiao Yicheng negotiated with Yi Changlin and directly vacated 2 floors for the technology company to use to house the large database. The 2 floors all adopt the dust-free room standard. The database is managed and used by the search engine project team. The relevant patents have been submitted years ago. According to the feedback from the legal department, it has entered the substantive examination stage and the progress is very fast. Su Pinggan began to arrange the company's affairs. He planned to go out in the near future. Miao Yi must go there. This is the second to last item arranged by the planning department of the brother company. People must be honest and take money from others to eliminate disasters. Another thing is that he needs to go abroad to inspect the progress of various aspects. Su Pinggan must go there in person. Others cannot represent him. There is also the progress of Hangzhou. He must also understand it. On this day, when he was drinking tea after finishing his work, Jin Wenwen came in to report, Su, Miao Yuang is here, bring him in, Su Pinggan said calmly. Jin Wenwen turned and went out. Soon, she brought Miao Yuang in. Sit down. You've gained weight on this vacation, Su Pinggan said to Miao Yuang. Miao Yuang and his team members were not far from the Chinese New Year after their vacation. They didn't take much vacation. Su Pinggan waved his hand and asked Miao Yuang to take a paid break until after the Chinese New Year to recover. I have nothing to do at home. I just eat and sleep every day. My head is full of oil, Miao Yuang said with a smile, and Su Pinggan also smiled. What are your plans for the next step? Su Pinggan asked. I plan to conduct research on broad-spectrum anti-corrosion paint. This area is still blank in my country. With the experience of super paint, I am confident that I will make a breakthrough this year, Miao Yuang said seriously. Go ahead and do it. I support you, Su Pinggan said seriously. There is another thing. Someone in my team submitted a research report and plans to conduct research on household environmentally friendly paint, leading the current products on the market and further improving environmental protection standards. I don't know whether I should agree to him, Miao Yuang rubbed his head and said. Did you bring the report? Su Pinggan asked. I brought it. Miao Yuang turned around and opened his briefcase, took out a research report and handed it to Su Pinggan. Have some tea, I'll take a look, Su Pinggan said calmly. After carefully looking through it, he found that the report was submitted by a person named Ma Cheoquan. The relevant data was relatively detailed. According to Ma Cheoquan's plan, the environmentally friendly paint currently on the market under the banner of environmental protection still has certain toxicity. Although it is relatively small, it will still be harmful to the human body over time. After the growth of super paint research and development, Ma Cheok-won saw the possibility of the advent of truly non-toxic paint. This time, he also proposed this research plan with trepidation. After all, Ma Cheok-won has only been in Miao Yuang's team for 2 years. If he rashly proposed a plan, would the company think that he was too ambitious? Therefore, he would communicate with Miao Yuang first. With Miao Yuang's support, Ma Cheok-won would feel more at ease. Su Pinggan set up a mailbox within the company, which is aimed at technical personnel. When your group does not have a research task, you can send a good project directly to the mailbox. Su Pinggan will personally review it. Once it is approved, funds will be allocated for you to lead the project research. Xingling gave the answer in Su Pinggan's mind. This report is completely feasible and the research direction is correct. The only problem is that the cost is not low, which requires the project leader to work hard. Call him and let him come over. I'll talk to him, Su Pinggan said directly. Okay, Miao Yuang agreed and started to make a phone call. Miao Yuang understood the pain of being suppressed very well. He didn't want his team members to experience the pain he had in the past. In front of everyone in the team, he said that if you have a new research report, you can submit it to him. As long as it meets the company's regulations. Your report will be submitted directly to Su Pinggan. He will be here soon, Miao Yuang reported after hanging up the phone. Su Pinggan nodded and waited slowly. Go and tell Jin Wenwen, bring the person in directly when he comes, Su Pinggan said, and Miao Yuang stood up and notified Jin Wenwen. It didn't take long before Jin Wenwen came in with a young man. Mr. Su, he is Ma Cheok-won, and the report was submitted by him, Miao Yuang introduced Su Pinggan. Come on, do it. Don't be shy. We are about the same age, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and Ma Cheok-won sat down. Director Miao told me about your report. I also read it and found a problem that needs your answer. According to the content of your report, the cost of this project will be very high if it succeeds. How do you solve this problem? Su Pinggan asked calmly. Boss Su, I have considered this. There is only one solution written in the report. The other 2 solutions are not very mature and require a lot of experiments to get data. Therefore, I did not write them in the report. If the other 2 solutions can be verified, the cost will be reduced by more than half, which can completely solve the problem of high cost, Ma Cheok-won said seriously. What is the success rate? Su Pinggan asked. 50%, Ma Cheok-won said a little embarrassedly. He had the idea, but no specific data, so he could only say this. Don't worry and do it boldly. I believe Miao Yuang will not make a mistake. The company will invest in you, and you can form your team, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Ma Cheok-won was surprised. He didn't expect it to be so smooth. It must be that Director Miao said a lot of good things for him. Thank you, Boss Su. Thank you, Director Miao. Ma Cheok-won stood up and bowed to thank him. If you really want to thank me, let the product come out perfectly. Go with Director Miao. If you have any questions, please ask Director Miao, Su Pinggan said with a smile. Looking at Miao Yuang knew what he should do. Miao Yuang took Ma Cheok-won back to the research institute. Papa Miao Yuang clapped his hands and called everyone over. I have good news to announce. Cheok-won's project has passed the review of President Su. Starting tomorrow, Cheok-won will form his own research team to conduct research. We congratulate him, Miao Yuang said with a smile. Everyone began to applaud and congratulated Ma Cheok-won. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Without your help, I would not have grown. Give me a chance. I will treat you at noon today. Ma Cheok-won looked at everyone and said sincerely. Cheok-won, it's not enough to just eat. You can also take a bath after the meal, Miao Yuang said on the side, and the others began to follow suit. Ma Cheok-won agreed immediately. He was happy today and it didn't matter. This episode was solved in an hour. Su Pinggan was very relaxed. It was not a big deal. He went to the construction site in the afternoon. He should leave the day after tomorrow and go to Shanghai again, because Miao Yi's filming place was in Shanghai. When Su Pinggan arrived in Shanghai by plane, the Hangzhou branch had already sent the vehicle to Shanghai for Su Pinggan's use. The hotel was also arranged. Su Pinggan took a rest and went directly to the filming location. Someone led the way. When they were about to arrive, the person got off the car and left. Su Pinggan's team continued to look forward and find a place to park the car. Su Pinggan got off the car and went to the filming location. Su Pinggan was just playing. Anyway, it was just this time, so he had a good time. Marbo was right. He had to be serious and dedicated. It was a different experience. When he approached the crew, he did not disturb the crew, but watched from the side. The staff of the planning department had already started filming with their mobile phones. It was a good gimmick to come to the set from thousands of miles away and wait for several hours. Such a touching thing must be well publicized. Su Pinggan sat by the flower bed, smoking and chatting with the guards beside him, watching the filming in front with interest, not in a hurry at all. In the past, in order to wait for his girlfriend to finish class, Su Pinggan waited for 4 hours. Now this little suffering is nothing. Chapter 164, First Step Goal Achieved. A quarter after 2 hours, the director received a notice from the planning department. He knew what he had to do. He had to cooperate. If you dared to play with your personality and not cooperate, you would be banned directly. Cut. The next actor is ready, and the shooting will start in 10 minutes. Director Kin Lihua issued an order, and everyone relaxed and began to prepare for the next scene. Miao Yi ran quickly towards Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan opened his arms and hugged Miao Yi. He turned around in place before putting Miao Yi down. Many people only noticed that Su Pinggan was coming. They took out their mobile phones and started secretly filming. The two talked for a while, and then came to the director Kin Lihua and talked for a while. Kin Lihua smiled and left. A burst of clapping focused everyone's attention. Mr. Su is treating us today. Everyone counts. Eat and drink as much as you want, and call it a day, Kin Lihua announced the decision with a smile. Mr. Su is awesome, many people shouted, most of them were extras and staff. They would not lose a penny of their wages in advance and could have a big meal. They absolutely supported and cooperated. Su Pinggan waved to everyone with a smile on his face, and took Miao Yi away in the car. The people in the planning department immediately began to concentrate on their work. Now it was their turn to launch a publicity offensive. In just about an hour, related videos began to land on major video websites, and the click rate was soaring. In particular, the speech of director Kin Lihua, Mr. Su is treating us today, everyone counts, eat and drink as much as you want, and call it a day, firmly occupied the first place in the number of clicks. After dinner, I returned to the hotel and started browsing the web. Although only more than 4 hours had passed, Miao Yi was no exception and once again swiped the screen on the internet. The public opinion that the two were in true love prevailed. Su Pinggan laughed when he saw it, but he felt more emotional in his heart. The melon-eating crowd never knew what the truth was. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? When are you leaving? Miao Yi asked on the side. I'm leaving in 2 days. There will be so much work in the company, Su Pinggan said calmly. Holding Su Pinggan's arm, he leaned his head on Su Pinggan's shoulder. If you don't leave, it would be great if we stayed like this forever. People always have to do something when they are alive, otherwise, they will become useless. If we eat, drink and have fun every day, you will get disgusted after a long time. People who do nothing will age quickly. Career is the best medicine for eternal youth, Su Pinggan said, patting Miao Yi's face. When can the filming of this play be completed? Su Pinggan changed the subject. It is expected to be next year. It depends on how popular this play is. If consumers approve of it, there will be a second part, Miao Yi said softly. It is advertised online that this play has an investment of 300 million. Is there really such a large investment? Su Pinggan was very curious about this. Yes, the cost of the leading actor and the main supporting actor is almost 100 million. If you add a director's fee, the crew's fee, and the cost of post-processing, it will definitely exceed 300 million. The publicity fee accounts for a large proportion, Miao Yi said seriously. How much is your salary? If it is less, I will go to Songzhemin to talk, Su Pinggan said to Miao Yi, and Miao Yi blushed. The company treats me well and has not treated me unfairly. Miao Yi told the truth. Su Pinggan smiled and said nothing. After browsing the web for a while, he turned off the computer and kissed Miao Yi. Miao Yi blushed and accompanied Su Pinggan back to the bedroom to perform the Storm vs. Heian. Miao Yi was approved for 2 days of vacation to accompany Su Pinggan. The crew first filmed other scenes. Under the guidance of the planning department, public opinion began to rise continuously. The attention of this drama also began to soar continuously, and the expectations for the new drama rose to the first place. Yesterday, the bill for the cruise meal was exposed. More than 100 people ate more than 80,000 yuan for a meal. 15 tables were opened. The menu was also exposed. It was very affordable, with fish and meat, and a lot of wine and drinks. The bill was paid by Su Pinggan's bodyguard. Many extras said that this was the most sumptuous meal they had ever eaten. They hoped that President Su would come to visit more often. Finally, they expressed their blessings to Su Pinggan and Miao Yi. After the news came out, many people shook their heads when they looked at the news. Young people really do things without thinking and are willful because they have money. 2 days passed in a flash. On the last day, Su Pinggan took Miao Yi to purchase a batch of items and came to the Magic City Children's Welfare Institute. He presented gifts and donated 200,000 yuan. This was not planned by the planning department. It was Su Pinggan's idea. Doing some charity can improve the image of the two people. It is very helpful to Miao Yi and can be regarded as a push for Miao Yi. The planning department of the brother company will definitely not let go of this positive news. The meaning is that Su Pinggan is accompanying Miao Yi to do charity. After the fermentation of the matter, Miao Yi felt uneasy. Su Pinggan didn't care at all. What he didn't need to see what others said. After comforting Miao Yi, Su Pinggan left the Magic City and went to the Hangzhou branch. The team drove directly there. Anyway, it was not far away. It arrived in 3 hours. Instead of going to the company, he went directly to the hotel to rest. He made a pot of tea and sat on the sofa to think about things. Commander, there will be a typhoon in the South Pacific. Do you need to increase the power? The voice of Xingling appeared in Su Pinggan's mind. What level of typhoon? Su Pinggan asked. According to your human definition, a Category 3 hurricane has a wind speed of more than 50 meters per second, Xingling said directly, and then a map appeared in Su Pinggan's mind. The typhoon is already forming, and no one knows how strong the wind is. The countries in the South Pacific have already begun to prepare. Su Pinggan took a look, thought seriously, and the expression on his face became firm. Can you control its route? Su Pinggan asked. Yes, Xingling said. Raise 2 levels, and finally land in Australia, and flatten these coastal areas of Australia? Su Pinggan drew a route in his mind. It's very simple, I just blow a breath, no energy is needed, Xingling said very easily. Using the force of the opponent to fight the opponent, a trace of energy can do it. Su Pinggan smiled and continued to drink tea. After 3 days with Miao Yi, both of them released the pressure on their bodies. Su Pinggan also became more stable in doing things, not impatient, and thinking clearly. Africa, Somalia, a base located in the middle of a mountain valley, billowing black smoke rising straight into the sky, and dead bodies everywhere. Gavin and York accompanied the head of the government of the Damanhu region, Balamanmu, to talk. After Gavin and York arrived in Somalia, they made contact with the bigwigs of the Damanhu region after some effort. Gavin and his team were responsible for eliminating opponents who threatened Balamanmu, and Balamanmu provided Gavin and his team with government packaging. The two sides hit it off. The base that had just been destroyed belonged to a private armed base of Balamanmu's opponent. After the destruction, the opponent lost the qualification to talk to Balamanmu, and Balamanmu's power would be further consolidated. Gavin, you did a good job. We have passed the regional bill to authorize you as the Special Operations Department of the police. The base over at Lindell Mountain belongs to you for free use, but you must repair it yourself, Balamanmu said to Gavin, and he was very satisfied with Gavin's ability. This is our honor. What about the funding issue? Gavin said directly, and Balamanmu shook his head. Gavin, you don't need to pay any fees to land your supplies at the port. The stolen money you get belongs to you. You can act in the name of the Damanhu Regional Police. There is nothing else, you only have so many people. Although their combat effectiveness is very good, they don't play a big role. We can't pay you, Balaman looked at Gavin and said directly. How many people can get your support? Gavin asked calmly. Gavin, if you can maintain your current attitude and have more than 1,000 people, I guarantee that you will get 5 million euros in fees every year, Balaman looked at Gavin and said. I think I won't be able to make money from you in this life, Gavin said with a sad face, and Balaman laughed. Gavin, you have made a lot of money, be satisfied, you are too greedy, our cooperation is over, Balaman said with a smile, and turned to walk to other places. Clean up the battlefield and count the spoils, Gavin said to York, Hu nodded and left. Gavin took 2 quick steps and walked side by side with Alamam. The two chatted and laughed all the way, feeling very relaxed. The first step of the goal was achieved. A base with a very good geographical location was obtained. Although it was a bit shabby, it didn't take much to repair it. Take your time. You are blackmailing me now, and you will have to spit it out many times sooner or later. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Su Pinggan went to the Apocalypse Technology Building. There was a special elevator in the parking lot for Su Pinggan to use, which could directly go to Su Pinggan's office on the top floor. This was specially installed during the renovation, which was very convenient. Wei Xiaoxin usually worked in the administrative department. When Su Pinggan came, he temporarily became a secretary. From the first day of Su Pinggan's arrival, he calculated the salary at double salary and cleaned Su Pinggan's office early. Su Pinggan came to the office to make tea. About 30 minutes later, Qiao Yichen came over. Su Pinggan invited Qiao Yichen to sit down and drink tea together. If there is anything, they can talk slowly. Qiao Yichen picked up the cigarette on the table very skillfully, handed it to Su Pinggan, lit it for Su Pinggan, and lit one for himself. Then he began to report on the work of the technology company, especially the work of the search project team. Chapter 165, Watching the Enemy in Chaos. According to what you said, the search engine can be put on the market now, Su Pinggan asked. Yes, after the program was improved by the experts of Mr. Su, Zhu Hongyan and a group of people improved it again. The report given to me by the testing department yesterday said that it can be put on the market. They tested and found dozens of problems, which have been fixed by Zhu Hongyan and his team, Qiao Yichen said seriously. Has the patent application been approved? Su Pinggan asked. Not yet. Minister Wu Sikai told me that it has been reviewed and will not be officially approved until the end of this month, Qiao Yichen told the truth. Su Pinggan nodded, picked up the phone and started dialing. He was looking for Wu Sikai, asking Wu Sikai to notify the people of Huayin Consulting Company. It would be best to come down in advance. The technology company has completed the relevant tests and plans to officially launch it. Wu Sikai asked Su Pinggan to wait for a moment, and he would call the boss of Huayin Consulting Company immediately, and strive to get a formal approval in the next few days. It will definitely not delay the listing. He will ask them to give an accurate date and get back to me later. Has Zhu Hongyan completed the security level permission setting? Su Pinggan continued to ask. It's done. It was used here 2 weeks ago. Everything went very smoothly. Since President Su talked to him, Zhu Hongyan's style has improved a lot. Qiao Yichen was definitely not saying good things about Zhu Hongyan, but reporting truthfully. Everyone in the Shianki group system knew that Su Pinggan hated lies the most. You can debate with Su Pinggan, but you must not tell lies. If you find out, you will be fired directly without any room for negotiation. Issue a notice to reward Zhu Hongyan with a personal bonus of 100,000 yuan and a team bonus of 20 yuan. It will be paid with his salary next month. Just say that I specially approved it, Su Pinggan said after taking a sip of tea. No problem, Zhu Hongyan and his team should be rewarded. Everyone has seen their hard work during this period, Qiao Yichen agreed with Su Pinggan's opinion. The search engine and security level permissions were completed smoothly. Zhu Hongyan and his team worked overtime a lot, and they worked overnight for a period of time. It was very hard. How is the app project going? Su Pinggan continued to ask. After the app project completes the current work, I have no new work to arrange. I have rejected all the orders. After Louding completes the operating system test, I will focus on the application of the new system, Qiao Yichen will report. Yes, our own system must support it. I just forgot to ask Lao Wu. I don't know how the patent of the mobile phone operating system is going, Su Pinggan said after taking a sip of tea. I heard Louding say last week that it will take some time. The progress is a bit slow. It seems that someone is deliberately blocking the system from passing the review smoothly, Qiao Yichen said what he knew. Su Pinggan frowned. Deliberately blocking? Who is so bold? Do you still want to get by? Go and tell Wei Xiaoxin to let Louding come. When he comes, he can come in directly without notification, Su Pinggan said calmly. Qiao Yichen nodded and stood up to inform Wei Xiaoxin. It can be seen that Su Pinggan has been angry. After such a long time, he has more or less understood Su Pinggan's temper. Not long after, Ding Zhijian came over. What do you think is the basis for someone deliberately blocking the system review? Su Pinggan asked. Mr. Su, This is my speculation, based on the degree of system patent approval. The mobile phone system submitted patents earlier than the search engine, but the current progress is much later than the search engine. There must be something wrong here. Ding Zijian said this question with a serious face. Su Pingyan raised his eyebrows. Ding Zijian's suspicion was not blind. Just when he was about to continue asking, his mobile phone rang. Su Pingyan saw that it was Wu Sike who called, and he answered it directly. Old Wu, what's the situation? Su Pingyan asked. Mr. Su, the search engine skin will be completed within 4 days, and the mobile phone needs to be postponed, Wu Sike said directly. Ask the boss of Huayin Consulting who is behind it, Su Pingyan said expressionlessly. I asked, and several forces are active, targeting our operating system. Cao Jingwei, chairman of Dream Group, is the most active, Wu Sike said directly. Okay, I know, Su Pingyan hung up the phone after speaking. You go back and continue working. I will solve this matter, Su Pingyan said directly, and Qiao Yicheng and Ding Zijian stood up and left. After everyone left, Su Pingyan leaned against the sofa and thought for a while, then picked up the phone with a calm face. It wasn't long before the call was connected. Pingyan, why did you call me today? Zhang Jianbin's voice came out with a smile. Brother Zhang, my company encountered a problem in your territory, and I can only ask you, the parent official, to make the decision, Su Pingyan said half-jokingly. What's the matter? Zhang Jianbin's voice was without a trace of smile. Brother Zhang, you know that I developed an independent mobile phone operating system. Now someone is blocking the approval of the patent office, and the leader is the Dream Group, Su Pingyan said very impolitely. Let me ask for you, Zhang Jianbin said directly, feeling very unhappy. Damn it, don't you know that Shianqi Mobile Phone Company is a key project on my side? Where can I put my face when you block it? Sorry to bother Brother Zhang, please notify the Dream Group. Since you have caused me trouble, don't regret it. When Su Pingyan said this, he already had murderous intent in his heart. Damn it, I didn't bother you, but you actually messed with me. Let's wait and see. Pingyan, don't do anything reckless. I'll get back to you tomorrow. I won't ignore this matter. Zhang Jianbin was shocked when he heard Su Pingyan's words. Zhang Jianbin was very clear about Su Pingyan's destructive power. What I did was in full compliance with national laws and regulations, Su Pingyan said calmly. Zhang Jianbin persuaded Su Pingyan for a few words and hung up the phone. He immediately stood up to find the senior official Qiao Lianqing. This matter must seek the support of the superiors. It didn't take long. Qiao Lianqing and Zhang Jianbin went straight to the superior's office. Xingling, investigate who else is involved in this, Su Pingyan said in his mind. Su Pingyan leaned against the sofa with his eyes closed. Time passed bit by bit. When it was almost 11 o'clock, Xingling's voice came to his mind. It has been counted and the file is stored on the computer desktop. Su Pingyan opened his eyes, stood up and returned to his desk, opened the file on the desktop and began to browse. It was really shocking to see that 9 experts and professors, 12 research institutes, Dream Group, Cool Phone, and Mei Phone were all involved. Xingling, Dream Group just acquired a bank in Europe last year. Calculate the time and do it when the bank is open. Make him lose more than 10 billion and transfer the funds to a secret account. Someone must pay for my losses. Collect all the evidence of the 9 experts and professors' violations, Su Pingyan said expressionlessly to the air. Okay, Commander, Xingling's voice appeared in Su Pingyan's mind. Su Pingyan directly pressed the button on the table, and Wei Xiaoxin pushed the door in. Let Zhu Hongyan come to see me immediately, Su Pingyan said expressionlessly. Yes, Wei Xiaoxin agreed and went out immediately. Not long after, Zhu Hongyan came to Su Pingyan's office. Su Pingyan called Zhu Hongyan to the sofa next to him to talk. Old Zhu, do you want to take a business? Su Pingyan asked directly. Zhu Hongyan was stunned for a moment, then he understood what Su Pingyan meant and asked, who is the target? Cool Mobile Phone Company and Mimi Mobile Phone Company. Let their systems be completely paralyzed, Su Pingyan said directly. Boss, are you crazy? This matter has a great impact, Zhu Hongyan said in shock. These 2 companies are not small companies. Once something goes wrong, it will definitely cause the relevant departments to intervene. They are the first to do it. Do it boldly. I will take responsibility for any problems. The newly assembled server is yours to call. Do it cleanly. Su Pingyan looked at Zhu Hongyan expressionlessly. Sweat appeared on Zhu Hongyan's fat face. Frightened, Su Ping'an directly paralyzed the systems of the two companies. This was to destroy the two companies to death. This was not a trivial matter. What should I do? Should I do it myself? The expression on his face was very tangled. Su Ping'an did not urge him. If Zhu Hongyan did it, it would mean that Zhu Hongyan could enter the core list of Shianqi Group. If he didn't do it, he would be marginalized slowly in the future. People should be responsible for their own choices. I will do it. When will I start? Zhu Hongyan looked at Su Ping'an and said seriously. You go back and rest now, and do it directly at night, Su Ping'an said directly. I will go back and rest after notifying Mr. Qiao. I will come to the company at 4 in the morning, Zhu Hongyan said seriously. Go ahead. I'll be with you at the company when the time comes. Let's eat hot pot together and watch the enemy's chaos, Su Ping'an said with a smile. Give me more meat. I'm leaving, Zhu Hongyan said, standing up and leaving. Su Ping'an smiled and called the captain of the escort team, Zhang Dai, in. After talking for a while, Zhang Dai left to prepare. Su Ping'an came to the large French window calmly and said to himself, since you want to play, then have fun. It's 3 p.m. in the afternoon of the Chinese time, and 9:30 a.m. in the morning of the Polish time. Poland, Warsaw, Dream Bank under Dream Group started to work. Everyone looked relaxed. They were not under much pressure with high salaries. Employees did what they should do. Everything was very calm. In Warsaw, everyone started a new day of busyness. When they were busy, a text message came on their mobile phone. They picked it up and took a look without caring. Oh, what the hell, many people shouted. The text message was from the bank. The content was just one point. The bank account deposit was cleared. This made many people unable to sit still. After being shocked, they immediately started to call the bank. Chapter 166. I'll set off some firecrackers to celebrate tomorrow. No one answered the phone call. The operator also received a text message and started to check. When he checked his account, he found that there was not a penny. He was completely shocked. The information was fed back to the superiors. Everyone was confused and immediately began to check the system of Dream Bank. President Kaoziru's face was full of sweat. How could this happen? All the information in the bank system was deleted, and all the customer information was not left. At this time, the depositors had begun to gather at the bank, demanding that Dream Bank compensate for their property. More and more people came, and the police also sent most of their people to start investigating. Thousands of depositors were not happy. Their property could not be lost in such an unclear way. They immediately began to gather at the municipal government. The municipal government must seal up the assets of Dream Bank to protect our interests. More and more people gathered. The mayor already knew what was going on. Many people did not agree to sell the bank to Dream Group. Now that such a big thing has happened, there will definitely be people who stir up trouble. He personally came forward to appease the depositors, arranged personnel to register the amount of depositors' funds, and dispatched personnel to the bank to investigate. He must find out what was going on. At the same time, at the Dream Group's U.S. headquarters, large database equipment began to suffer data flow attacks, and the entire system was completely blocked by various junk information. In just over 10 minutes, the hardware equipment could not withstand the attack and began to explode. The new database equipment built at a cost of billions of dollars was completely scrapped. The Dream Group's Chinese branch also began to suffer traffic attacks from the United States. In just over 10 minutes, the system was completely paralyzed, and many hardware equipment could not withstand the attack and exploded directly, causing huge losses. The entire Dream Group was in a daze. Various complaint calls had appeared. The operator had received an order and could only say that the company's system was being restored. Nothing else could be said. At the same time, an emergency board of directors was immediately convened, and all shareholders chartered a plane to the U.S. headquarters. When it was dark, the Dream Group headquarters issued a statement that the company's system had been attacked by hackers, and a lot of data was lost. The current statistical losses have reached more than 10 billion. The U.S. headquarters has reported the case and offered a reward of $100 million to capture the hacker who caused the loss. With a statement issued by the Dream Group's U.S. headquarters, the Dream Group's stock immediately began to plummet. The stock listed on the New York Stock Exchange has fallen by half, which has frightened many people. A larger-scale demonstration began in Warsaw, Poland. Dream Bank must compensate for our losses. This time, the number of people participating in the game has exceeded 100,000. Many families have their savings in Dream Bank. They can't live without a penny. The Warsaw Police Department canceled all holidays and treated it as a major enemy. With so many people making trouble, the president couldn't bear it. If someone died again, it would be a big deal. Half an hour later, the Polish president issued a statement that Dream Group must compensate depositors for their deposits. He has ordered to seal all of Dream Group's real estate in Poland. If necessary, these properties will be auctioned to compensate depositors for their losses. The demonstrators did not buy it. How much money are those real estates worth? It's not enough to compensate? The president was forced to make a statement, report the incident to the European Union, and seal all Dream Group's properties throughout the European Union. The incident was so big that there was almost no response from the United States. The White House did not express any opinions, and the state government did not express any opinions. The city where the headquarters is located expressed opinions, saying that it would urge various departments to track down the hackers who caused the damage and condemn this type of crime. Zhang Jianbin got the news when he was about to get off work. His mind suddenly rang. Su Pingyan had taken action. Zhang Jianbin had only one thought in his mind: what should he do? What should he do about this matter? It's not easy to solve. After thinking about it, he picked up the phone and called Su Pingyan. Hello, Mayor. I'm Wei Xiaoxin, the secretary of the chairman. The chairman is not here. Do you need me to convey a message? Wei Xiaoxin's voice came over. Where is Su Pingyan? Zhang Jianbin yelled directly. I don't know. The chairman handed the phone to me and left. He told me to record the call and convey it to him tomorrow. After giving the instructions, he left, Wei Xiaoxin said directly. With a pop, Zhang Jianbin hung up the phone directly. He knew in his heart that Su Pingyan was deliberately not answering the phone, which meant that Su Pingyan would not stop. Zhang Jianbin was walking back and forth in the office. Report it to the superiors. Let the superiors decide. If he doesn't report it, he will be derelict of duty. Zhang Jianbin picked up the phone and dialed again. Su Pingyan had been resting in the hotel. He had already explained to Jiang Day that the hot pot and various materials had been prepared in the office, as well as some snacks that Zhu Hongyan liked to eat. Everything was ready. He woke himself up at 3 in the morning. Zhu Hongyan's deputy took people to check the server equipment in the afternoon. Everything was running normally. According to Zhu Hongyan's instructions, it was directly closed after the inspection and no one was allowed to enter. After explaining, Zhu Hongyan had a big meal, and then went to rest and recuperate to start the battle in the early morning. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lianqing came to the hotel where Su Pingyan was staying. Su Pingyan was woken up in a daze and received the two big guys in the living room. The three looked at each other without saying a word. Do you know that you are breaking the law? Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pingyan and said. Mayor, what did I do to say that to me? Su Pingyan rubbed his eyes and said. Don't you know about the American Dream Group? Zhang Jianbin stared at Su Pingyan's eyes. Su Pingyan was obviously stunned, and then looked at Zhang Jianbin with surprise and said, this bastard company has an accident. What happened? The systems of the Dream Group's U.S. headquarters, the systems of the Chinese branch, and the Polish banking system have all been attacked by hackers. You told me this in the morning. And something happened this afternoon. What do you think? Zhang Jianbin said expressionlessly. That's great. It's what I deserve. The wicked will be punished. I'll set off some firecrackers tomorrow to celebrate, Su Pingyan said with hatred. Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lianqing narrowed their eyes, but could not find any flaws. I can guarantee that I didn't do it. My plan is to mess with this bastard in the stock market after I go abroad. You can check it out. If you find out that it was me, I will admit my guilt, Su Pingyan said seriously, looking at the two of them. Pingyan, you really didn't do this? Qiao Lianqing looked at Su Pingyan with doubt. Really not. If you didn't tell me, I wouldn't know what happened. I feel a little unwell. I'll come back to rest after handing the phone to my secretary Wei Xiaoxin, Su Pingyan said with an innocent expression. This matter will be thoroughly investigated. Even if it's someone from abroad, we can find out clearly, Qiao Lianqing said with certainty as he looked at Su Pingyan. Senior official, there are some things I don't understand, please enlighten me, Su Pingyan said while looking at Qiao Lianqing. You say, Qiao Lianqing said calmly. The Dream Group is headquartered in the United States, and its chairman Cao Jingwei also has an American passport, which means that this company is an American company, and China is just a branch of this company. Such a big thing happened. Why are you so nervous? Has the United States put pressure on the country? Su Pinggan looked at the two people and said expressionlessly. You? Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pinggan and said a word without saying anything. Su Pinggan's shamelessness exceeded Zhang Jianbin's expectations. Su Pinggan's words were completely a mockery of the two. I said it wasn't me who did it, so I won't take the blame. Su Pinggan looked at the two people and once again expressed his attitude. It really wasn't you. Qiao Lianqing looked at Su Pinggan with a hint of doubt. My senior official, it's really not me. My company doesn't have such a powerful hacker. What kind of ability does it take to break into the bank system? If I have this ability, why would I play with the enterprise? I can just find a place to rip off the bank. There's endless money to spend. My plan is to go to Europe, mobilize the funds from Poseidon to short him directly in the stock market. Anyway, there is no limit on the rise and fall in the United States. I can make a fortune by directly tossing him hard and venting my anger. In this way, even if you know it is me, you can't do anything to me, because I have not violated the laws of the Celestial Empire in China, and you have no evidence that I have violated the law in foreign countries. According to foreign laws, I can easily settle it. It's not a big deal. Su Pinggan rubbed his head and said helplessly. Zhang Jianbin was a little confused after listening to Su Pinggan. According to Su Pinggan, there is really no way to say anything to him in China after tossing him abroad. After all, these things were done abroad. As long as foreign countries do not prosecute Su Pinggan, it is not illegal. What's more, Su Pinggan must have done it very secretly abroad. Foreign laws say that money is everything. With Su Pinggan's funds, he spent a lot of money and nothing happened. In the end, it will definitely be nothing. Su Pinggan will not lose a hair. What about the others? You won't let them go like this, will you? Qiao Lianqing looked at Su Pinggan and said. There were several groups of people who tried to prevent the approval of Shianqi Technology's patent. How can I let them go? I plan to arrange people to collect evidence of their crimes, first discredit them, and then send them to prison for retirement. I must kill the chicken to scare the monkey, so that I can develop peacefully, Su Pinggan said directly. Qiao Lianqing and Zhang Jianbin's faces turned black. You are too narrow-minded. After listening to what Su Pinggan said, the two now believe that this was not done by Su Pinggan, because Su Pinggan's plan is more ruthless. In addition, the banking system is not so easy to capture. Ordinary masters don't have this level. It can be found out by investigating Su Pinggan's call records and internet records. It is very easy to verify. Qiao Lianqing and Zhang Jianbin looked at each other. They had already reached a conclusion. Let's leave and report truthfully. Let the superior make the decision. Stop your revenge immediately and don't do anything reckless, Zhang Jianbin said to Su Pinggan. Brother Zhang, what you said is wrong. They didn't do anything to me. If I retaliate, it's reckless. What kind of logic is this? Su Pinggan immediately quit and looked at Zhang Jianbin and Qiao Lianqing with anger. Chapter 167 What is a real entrepreneur? Qiao Lianqing and Zhang Jianbin left exhausted. They tried to appease Su Pinggan temporarily. What the hell is going on? Can't you guys just be honest? You guys are all good at playing dirty tricks. Back to Zhang Jianbin's office. Let's do business first. We'll talk about it later, Qiao Lianqing said while rubbing his head. Zhang Jianbin nodded, took off the recorder on his body, called up the recording inside, and sent it directly to the superior. The chat between the two and Su Pinggan just now was recorded, so that the superior could judge. After sending it, Zhang Jianbin went to make a pot of tea and talked with Qiao Lianqing while drinking tea. Now I understand the difficulties of Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan to some extent. This Su Pinggan is really not a good person, Qiao Lianqing said after taking a sip of tea. Don't say Su Pinggan. If someone else is treated like this, he will definitely retaliate. Su Pinggan has been disrupted by the Dream Company before he even started, Zhang Jianbin said tiredly while leaning on the sofa. Who could have done this? Ordinary people don't have this ability, Qiao Lianqing said with a frown. Only the United States and Japan have such strength. Other countries may not have such talents. The protection of the bank system is stronger than any enterprise system. Moreover, more than one antivirus company is watching it 24 hours a day. This incident broke out so suddenly. It must have been prepared for a long time. It is difficult to bypass the firewall of the antivirus company without the cooperation of insiders, Zhang Jianbin said seriously, and Qiao Lianqing nodded, agreeing with Zhang Jianbin's analysis. What's the response about the patent of Shyanki Group? Kiao Lianking asked. No reply yet. It was said that they would reply to me tomorrow. I guess they can't take care of it after the incident came out this afternoon. By the way, this should not be done by Su Pinggan. Zhang Jianbin suddenly became alert, and Kiao Lianking was stunned. Su Pinggan called me in the morning, which means that Su Pinggan only knew about this in the morning. With Su Pinggan's personality, if he knew about it earlier, he would definitely not tolerate it and would have taken action earlier. He called me in the morning, and the incident broke out in the afternoon. This is too coincidental. Does he have time to plan this? Zhang Jianbin looked at Kiao Lianking and said seriously. Yes, he doesn't have this time. With his kid's personality, if he knew about it before, he would have made a fuss earlier, and he wouldn't have waited until now. We must report this situation to the higher-ups, Kiao Lianking said seriously. Kiao Lianking started to make calls directly and reported the situation to his superiors. This matter is easy to investigate. Whether Su Pinggan knew about this in advance, just ask a few bosses of Huayin Consulting Company. With this information, things are simplified. Su Pinggan sent the two away and went to bed directly. He was not woken up until 3 o'clock in the morning. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the company directly. He had an appointment with Zhu Hongyan and had to go there. The action must be postponed. He had to mess with Dream Company. The domestic reaction was so intense. I will settle accounts with you later. Su Pinggan was very unhappy. We took a car to the company office. Zhu Hongyan also came when it was almost 4 o'clock. We still had hot pot and cancelled the operation. We would talk about it after the limelight passed. There was no fear of settling accounts. Zhu Hongyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief after listening to Su Pinggan's account of what happened. Boss, Cao Jingwei, the president of Dream Company, was directly affiliated with the Academy of Sciences. He has a very strong network of relationships in China. He has absolutely no problem getting a lot of responses. He is a real behemoth. Even if he changed his nationality, he can still get whatever he wants in China, Zhu Hongyan told what he knew. It's okay. I'll settle accounts with him later. I can't let him cheat me for nothing, Su Pinggan said calmly. His fingers were wet and wrote a sentence on the table. There was a drone shooting outside the window with a monitoring device. Zhu Hongyan understood immediately after seeing this sentence, and he had to speak in accordance with Su Pinggan's words. Boss, you are right. This matter is not over yet. Those who dare to plot against us must pay the price. I will go buy some firecrackers when it gets light. We must celebrate. Although we are not the ones who do it, we should thank this expert, Zhu Hongyan said angrily. I am very interested in this expert now. When I go abroad, I will spend some money to investigate and see if I can recruit this expert. If I can't recruit him, I will keep the relationship. Maybe it will be useful in the future, Su Pinggan said seriously. Boss, from a technical point of view, to be able to capture the headquarters system and the bank system so easily, there must be internal cooperation. Without the cooperation of internal personnel, this effect cannot be achieved, Zhu Hongyan said slowly, and Su Pinggan secretly gave Zhu Hongyan a thumbs up. This old bastard is always calculating the enterprises of China. The American empire thinks that he deserves the reputation. There are thieves and prostitutes inside. It is absolutely normal for a few traitors to appear. It must be that someone inside is dissatisfied with their selling out a country. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he picked up a piece of meat and put it in the bowl and ate it slowly. The meal took more than an hour to finish. The drone outside the window was replaced twice. Seeing that the two people left the company, the drone was recalled and flew back to a large container truck. Clean up and report the video and report directly, the captain said directly. Yes, the team members began to get busy. No one asked anything. Their group must have been arranged by the boss above, and they were dealing with serious cases. Could it be that Shyanki Group was involved in a serious case? The team members had doubts in their hearts but did not ask. Early in the morning, the video and report arrived in Kiao Lianking's hands. After reading it, Kiao Lianking breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was really not done by Su Pinggan. He pressed a button and the secretary came in. Hand this information to senior official CAO in person, and it must not pass through anyone's hands, Kiao Lianking said with a serious face. Yes, I will handle it immediately, the secretary said seriously. The items that made Kiao Lianking so serious must not be simple items. He must not look at them. Knowing too much is not a good thing. He took the items and drove out, went straight to the provincial level compound, and personally handed the items to Xiao Gaogun before returning. In Beijing, in a courtyard located on the Second Ring Road, Dream Group chairman Cao Jingwei sat respectfully in front of an old man, with half of his buttocks against a chair so that he could stand up at any time. At this time, a staff member came to the old man and handed a report to the old man. The old man waved his hand and the staff left. Then he began to look through the report and put it on the table after reading it for a while. You can see for yourself. The black hand behind this matter was done by the United States. According to the wiretapping of Su Pinggan, they haven't had time to do it yet. The old man looked at Cao Jingwei unhappily. Cao Jingwei picked up the information and began to look through it. The investigation was very comprehensive. There were conversations between Qiao Lai and King, Zhang Jianbin and Su Pinggan, as well as recordings obtained by wiretapping. Various analyses proved that the possibility of internal cooperation in this case was 99%. Moreover, it took a long time to prepare. Without more than half a year, there would not be such an effect. The probability of the U.S. Special Department taking action is 98%. Xiao Cao, you should retire, the old man said. Cao Jingwei's face changed drastically. Just when he wanted to speak, the old man waved his hand and stopped Cao Jingwei. I don't like Su Pinggan, who is flamboyant and does not follow the rules. However, no matter how much I dislike this young man, I will not suppress him, because what he does is beneficial to the country. If he is not truly patriotic, he will not fire at those bad habits. What about you? Look at what you have done. You used your relationship to block the Apocalypse Group at the patent office. Do you remember what your mission is? With a bang, the old man slammed the table in anger. The country supports your development, and you support national enterprises in business, but what do? Do you really think that you are an American now and you can be domineering in the country? Why didn't the American senior officials speak out when Dream Group got into trouble this time? They don't think highly of you at all. They know who you are. Even if your company goes bankrupt, Americans don't care at all. If this happened to Apocalypse Group, believe it or not, the White House will make a statement of support at the first time. The old man looked at Cao Jingwei and said with regret. Cao Jingwei was unconvinced. Why did the Americans help Apocalypse Group? Apocalypse Group had just offended the United States. He wanted to open his mouth to defend himself, but the old man waved his hand to stop him from speaking. Go back and think about what a real entrepreneur is. After the old man finished speaking, he leaned back on the chair and closed his eyes, waved his hand to let Cao Jingwei leave, and didn't want to talk anymore. Old leader, I'll take my leave first. Cao Jingwei saluted and left. After a while, the old man opened his eyes, sat up straight and sighed. It's ridiculous to want others to respect you when you are not upright. 3 days passed slowly, and Wu Sike called. The patents for the mobile operating system and the search engine were all approved. Su Pinggan was calm and not too surprised. He knew what was going on and believed that Zhang Jianbin would come to him soon. Su Pinggan had seen through it. Old Wu, contact Bruce immediately and ask him to start applying in Europe and the United States to get a global patent, Su Pinggan said directly. Okay, I'm on the way and will go to Beijing to handle this matter in person, Wu Sike said directly. I'm confident in your work, Su Pinggan said with a smile, and hung up the phone after chatting with Wu Sike for a few words. He picked up the landline on the table and said, let Qiao Yichen come over, and then hung up the phone. The call went directly to Wei Xiaoxin outside. Not long after, Wei Xiaoxin brought Qiao Yichen in. Su Pinggan waved his hand, and the two went directly to the sofa to talk, drinking tea and chatting. Qiao Yichen picked up the cigarette and handed it to Su Pinggan very skillfully, then lit it for Su Pinggan, and finally lit one himself. Chapter 168, After I deal with them, please warn me. Has the search engine promotion plan been completed? Su Pinggan asked after exhaling a puff of smoke. It has been completed. We plan to proceed in 2 steps. First, Qiao Yichen opened his mouth and reported the promotion plan to Su Pinggan in detail. After listening to Qiao Yichen's report, Su Pinggan asked, how to determine the profit point. We make profits by setting up various lists, classified into categories such as life, celebrities, technology, etc., and finally designing a general list, and launching some peripheral activities and advertising positions to achieve profits. Qiao Yichen told all his considerations. Let's start a search engine promotion plan. I just received a call from Lao Wu. The patent has been approved. After you go to the relevant departments to complete all the procedures, hold a press conference to announce it, highlight our concept, accurate search, no advertising ranking, intelligent logic, etc. At the same time, start search registration to prepare for the next step of launching our browser, Su Pinggan said calmly. Okay, Mr. Su, I will go and handle it immediately. We have prepared the promotion plan a long time ago and can start immediately, Qiao Yicheng said seriously. In the afternoon, the technology company issued a notice about Zhu Hongyan and the group reward document he was responsible for, which aroused the envy of many people. Others might not feel it very obviously, but Zhu Hongyan was very happy. Several beautiful and intellectual beauties congratulated Zhu Hongyan, and also made a few elegant jokes with him, which made Zhu Hongyan's face flushed, and the whole person walked with a wind, full of energy. The boss's words were indeed correct. Not being a thorn would attract more beauties and have a better future. Zhu Hongyan was more convinced of Su Pinggan's words. Ding Zijin talked with Su Pinggan in the room for more than an hour in the afternoon. After leaving, he directly convened a high-level meeting of the mobile phone project. All work began to enter the substantive preparation stage, and the design of the new mobile phone and various hardware configurations also began to be finalized. Ding Zijin issued a death order that it must be finalized within 5 days. The next day, not long after Su Pinggan went to work, Zhang Jianbin came. Su Pinggan made a pot of tea and talked with Zhang Jianbin on the sofa. Both of them were a little embarrassed. The fierce quarrel a few days ago made both of them a little embarrassed. A cup of tea to settle grudges, please, Su Pinggan said, holding up the teacup. He spoke first to resolve the awkwardness, which was a sign of a more mature mentality. Zhang Jianbin was stunned and glanced at Su Pinggan. He knew in his heart that Su Pinggan had grown up again. He was not happy with things or sad with himself. This young man grew up really fast. A cup of tea to settle grudges, please, Zhang Jianbin also said, holding up the teacup. After the cups touched, they both drank the tea in the cups in one gulp, looked at each other, and had a smile on their faces. Let's talk business. This year is already 14 years, and my tax exemption will expire this year. What do the big guys think? Su Pinggan looked at Zhang Jianbin and asked. After speaking, he picked up a cigarette and handed it to Zhang Jianbin, lit it for Zhang Jianbin, and lit one for himself, and the atmosphere became more relaxed. Zhang Jianbin rubbed his head and said directly, according to the normal investment policy, you will be given a 5% tax exemption. Brother Zhang, you are not so bold. If I go to Shanghai, they will give me 50% tax exemption. If I move to a specific place to work, I can get a further improvement. Su Pinggan opened his mouth and lied without blinking. Humph Pinggan, don't lie in front of me. No one in Shanghai dares to agree to give you such conditions. Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pinggan with contempt. It can't be given to me, but it can definitely be given to me if it is more favorable than Hangzhou. If you don't believe it, how about we make a bet? Su Pinggan didn't care about Zhang Jianbin's contemptuous eyes at all, and said calmly. Pinggan, you have been exempted from national tax, local tax and personal income tax for 4 years. The deadline is up. Who dares to give you a large tax exemption again? The people of the whole country will not agree. Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pinggan and said. Su Pinggan's face was black. Su Pinggan was very clear about this and felt very painful. This is the disadvantage of being famous. There are too many people staring at you. Brother Zhang, it's very difficult for me. So many studies are a bottomless pit every month. I can't bear it. Su Pinggan's face changed, with a pitiful expression on his face, which made Zhang Jianbin feel disgusted. Do you still have any shame? Why don't you tell me how much you earn in a month? Most people don't even earn a fraction of what you earn in a month in their entire lives. You are still here asking me for policies. Zhang Jianbin had the idea of beating Su Pinggan up. Don't try this. No place will give you a big discount. You know this very well. Just follow the normal policy. Otherwise, everyone will have a hard time. Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pinggan meaningfully. You kid, be smart and don't make trouble for no reason. Su Pinggan rubbed his head, with a helpless look on his face. He understood what Zhang Jianbin meant. Now all places are looking forward to Su Pinggan's tax-free period, especially J-City, which is looking forward to this day with great anticipation. The Poseidon branch and the Super Paint Company have so much annual profit, but they don't have a penny of tax. This makes Wei Dongshuo and Chen Qingshan very uncomfortable. If there is tax revenue from the Apocalypse Group, The city's finances will be well off in a minute. Brother Zhang, 5% is really too little. You know how much I have invested in Hangzhou. Those who invest less than me can get a tax reduction of more than 10% or 20%. I have so little, isn't it a discredit to the city's investment policy? Su Pingyan had to shamelessly ask Zhang Jianbin for the policy. The headquarters has invested so much, it's hard to leave. Now think about it, I was really naive back then, and I was fooled by the 300-acre land policy. If I had known this situation today, I would never buy it back then. Now it's too late to say anything. Those companies didn't enjoy the 4-year tax exemption policy, Zhang Jianbin said with a smile on his face. He was in a good mood. The Su Pingyan in front of him made Zhang Jianbin feel more real, not the aggressive Su Pingyan a few days ago. That was given to me by J-City, not by this side, Su Pingyan immediately counterattacked. Pingyan, people's words are scary, and a lot of gossip can melt gold. Paying taxes according to the law is the responsibility and obligation of every citizen. What you do is also to hope that the country will be prosperous. Without taxes, how can the country be prosperous? Your Shaanxi group is not a small company, and you should take the lead. Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pingyan and said meaningfully. Let's talk about this later. What is the mayor here for today? Su Pingyan rubbed his head and said, with a helpless look on his face. Your patent has been approved. When do you plan to launch the product? Zhang Jianbin asked. Recently, it has begun to file with the relevant departments. After the completion, a press conference will be held to launch the search system. The mobile phone operating system is undergoing the last comprehensive test. A press conference will be held to announce it after the test is completed. They are all busy now, Su Pingyan said truthfully. I want to inform you that the Dream Group will issue a notice tomorrow that Chairman Cao Jingwei will retire. You should also let go of your grievances with the Dream Group, Zhang Jianbin said with a serious face. This is the fundamental reason why Zhang Jianbin came here today. The Dream Group can't stand another blow now. The loss this time is too great. If the Apocalypse Group continues to attack the Dream Group, I'm afraid the Dream Group may go bankrupt. What about the others? Can they bully me and I can't resist? Su Pingyan said unhappily, picking up the teacup and starting to drink water. Give warnings to the others, they won't become your stumbling blocks. Pingyan, you are a public figure, you should forgive others when you can, it's good for your image. Zhang Jian looked at Su Pingyan and said. What about compensation? If there is no compensation, I will also warn me after I deal with them, I won't become their stumbling block. How about it? Su Pingyan said very impolitely, paralyzed, just a warning and want to fool around, playing monkeys. What compensation do you want? Zhang Jianbin looked at Su Pingyan and said. If there is a choice, Zhang Jianbin really doesn't want to do this, but the superior task has been pressed down, no matter how difficult it is, he has to do it. The 2 mobile phone companies should compensate me 1 billion RMB each. As for those people who are seeking fame and reputation, just remove their public positions. Aren't they very capable? Without the burden of public positions, they can travel all over the world. I must help them. Su Pingyan looked into Zhang Jianbin's eyes and said without giving in. Zhang Jianbin smiled bitterly. This kid really dared to say that. He began to bargain with Su Pingyan. The two of them tossed for almost an hour. Finally, Zhang Jianbin showed his bottom line and compensated Shaanxi Group in other places, which appeased Su Pingyan. After sending Zhang Jianbin away, Su Pingyan sat on the sofa and rubbed his head. The restraint made Su Pingyan feel annoyed. Zingling, when will the hurricane in the South Pacific start? It has been a few days, why is there no news at all? Su Pingyan asked. According to calculations, the hurricane will be completely formed tonight and will start to move along a fixed route in the early morning. Zingling's voice appeared in Su Pingyan's mind. Su Pingyan calmed down, looking at the sky outside through the large French windows, his mind flying. A lot of ideas began to pop up. He stood for more than 30 minutes before returning to the sofa to lie down, whatever was comfortable for him. The next day, the super hurricane called Poseidon by the South Pacific countries began to rage, sweeping all the way across the South Pacific countries. The huge wind force pushed all the way, set off huge waves of more than 10 meters, and brought heavy rainfall. All the island countries suffered heavy losses, even if they were prepared. The losses were huge, especially not long after the tsunami. The media in countries around the world reported on it. Extreme weather occurred frequently, and the topic of environmental protection once again topped the list of major media. Strengthening the management of greenhouse gas emissions, This topic has once again become a topic of concern to everyone. In the face of this level of natural disasters, whether you are rich or homeless, you have no power to resist and can only passively accept it. I have something urgent to do today, so I can only update twice. Please forgive me. Chapter 169, Nothing can escape within this ocean. At any time, as long as something big happens, experts will come out to show their presence. Countless experts around the world have come out and expressed through TV interviews that the disappearance of some countries in the South Pacific will be advanced. In addition to earthquakes, extreme weather is also a major reason, which will accelerate the sinking of these countries. Even if some countries will not sink, they will be tossed to the point of being uninhabitable by extreme weather. This assertion has formed a very large trend. Many countries have secretly raised the conditions for immigration. The immigration of rich people will increase your domestic economy, but the coming of poor people is a heavy burden, and you must prepare in advance. 2 days later, the hurricane landed in the French overseas territory, sweeping all the way from New Caledonia Island to Australia. According to monitoring, the wind force has not weakened much, which is beyond everyone's expectations. Australia immediately raised the response plan by 2 levels. A day later, the hurricane landed in Australia, causing great damage to the coastal cities on the east coast of Australia. Even with preparations, various ships have suffered a lot of losses. This time, the U.S. military base did not suffer much loss. When the hurricane was formed, the hurricane's forward route had been calculated, and the personnel and ships were directly transferred away. The planes flew directly to other bases, which was considered to have avoided the impact of this hurricane. After raging in Australia for 3 days, the Poseidon hurricane finally consumed its energy and gradually dissipated. This hurricane made many people feel sympathetic, and a new round of personnel leaving was staged in many countries. This time I survived, but what about the next time? This realistic problem is facing many people. Everyone is afraid. The number of national personnel is not large, and this time there is a large reduction in personnel. The senior government officials are all helpless. It is better to leave one than to die. As the hurricane fades, disaster relief work began again. Supingan looked painful. As a large international enterprise, you are running away. There is no way. Donate, and leave this matter to Wu Sike. Time passed slowly. On this day, various media received news that Shaanxi Group Technology Company held a press conference and began to send a considerable number of personnel to Hangzhou. They all knew that Shaanxi Company would either not hold a press conference or it would be a big event once it was held. There were too many people, which exceeded the company's expectations. After consultation with relevant departments, it was held in the exhibition center. Zhu Hongyan, as the developer of the system, was very nervous to give a speech. The emergence of a new generation of search engines will completely break the existing market search pattern. For this reason, Supingan specially arranged for Zhu Hongyan to communicate with a master who modified the program. After serious communication, Zhu Hongyan realized that he had thought this search engine was simple. After the master modified it, the intelligent logic program has been upgraded and surpassed all the core logic programs now. At present, the AI intelligent logic studied by major internet companies around the world is simply not comparable. As your personal search continues to improve, this logic program will automatically generate an analysis core program, which is faster and more accurate. After realizing this, Zhu Hongyan had a detailed discussion with Supingan. This is not an ordinary logic program and must be protected. After Zhu Hongyan spent more than half an hour explaining in detail, Supingan completely understood what was going on. Direct authorization is given. Only 2 people have the right to view the core program. One is Supingan and the other is Zhu Hongyan. No one else has this authority, not even Qiao Yichen. According to the operation of this logic program, more logical programs will be accumulated slowly. More advanced logic programs are the core programs that are indispensable for real AI intelligence. This requires a professional team to conduct more in-depth research. It is not too late to start preparing now. Supingan directly approved it. In order to improve efficiency, Supingan directly placed an order and spent $30 million to purchase a commercial supercomputer. It will be used temporarily. After the headquarters is built, this level of supercomputer will be directly sold at a low price, and a real supercomputer will be directly assembled. J-City, Hangzhou, Germany, Britain, France, Austria, Italy, and the 7 major research institutes of the Apocalypse Group must be equipped with a real supercomputer and a super large database to ensure full data access. You can use it according to your level to increase the chance of scientific research breakthroughs. On this day, the reporters got up early and began to gather towards the exhibition center with their equipment on their backs. The police officers came earlier than the reporters and came early to maintain order. There were more than 600 people, all reporters. Once something happened, it would be big news. Su Pinggan did not show up for this press conference, leaving the full responsibility to Qiao Yichen. All departments cooperated and rushed to the exhibition center early to start preparations. The venue had been arranged yesterday, and the staff conducted the final inspection. At 9:30, the reporters were ready. There was a crowd of people under the stage. Many media were broadcasting live on the spot, and there were quite a few people watching the live broadcast. In particular, the senior executives and technical departments of major network companies have already started to prepare. Today, they only have one thing to do at work, which is to watch the live broadcast, see what products Shaanxi Group Technology Company will launch, and analyze how much impact it will have on the company. The nickname of Su Pinggan, chairman of Shaanxi Group, is a shit stirrer. The subordinate companies are also called shit stirrers by their peers. This is recognized by many companies. After the internal meeting, the shit stirrer directly represents Shaanxi Group. After Shaanxi Game Company replaced the latest server, the number of active users soared, and the economic benefits were greatly improved, forcing many companies to replace the latest servers. Tens of millions of dollars, this is all pure profit. It is impossible not to feel distressed. Now that Apocalypse Technology Company is holding a press conference, there must be new products coming out. We must not be careless. We all know that Su Pinggan is willing to invest in the research institute. With so much money invested, there will definitely be some returns. Now we just hope that the products of Apocalypse Group will not conflict with the products of our own company. Qiao Yichen looked at the watch on his wrist, turned his head and looked at Zhu Hongyan. Zhu Hongyan was wearing casual clothes today and was very energetic. They nodded to each other, stood up and started to walk to the front desk. Qiao Yichen looked at the crowd below behind the scenes, took a deep breath, and walked up with big strides. There was a flash of lights under the stage. As the general manager of Apocalypse Technology Company, Qiao Yichen is still very well known. Coming to the back of the podium, Qiao Yichen pressed down with both hands, and the scene became quiet. Thank you all for coming to the media. Thank you everyone. Qiao Yichen flashed to the side and bowed directly. The etiquette was very in place. Su Pinggan paid great attention to etiquette, and even the whole group began to pay attention to etiquette. This is a typical example of top-down effect. Qiao Yichen returned to the podium again amid the applause of the crowd. Today, we invite everyone to come here to witness a new product developed by our technology company, a new generation of search engine, Zhaoshan search. Within this Zhaoshan, nothing can be hidden, Qiao Yichen said, raised his hand and pointed at the big screen behind him. A search box with his Zhaoshan star map as the background appeared. There were 8 big characters on the search box. Within this Zhaoshan, nothing can be hidden. The cool picture directly attracted the attention of reporters, and the sound of taking pictures was everywhere. Outside, in the huge conference room of the ferry company, Chairman Jia Zhengjin and a group of senior executives all had gloomy faces. Damn, it turned out to be a search engine. Don't you know that the Celestial Empire is my back garden? They suppressed their anger and continued to watch the live broadcast. Many companies breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it did not conflict with their own products. Why did Shaanxi Technology Company want to make a search engine? Was it to compete with a ferry company for the market? But search engines no longer have such a great influence. Qiao Yichen is not a white man who knows nothing. How could you be so unwise to make a search engine? Let's continue to watch and see how the search engine of Shaanxi Technology Company is different from those on the market. Many reporters at the scene began to raise their hands, and there were too many questions they wanted to ask Qiao Yichen. Qiao Yichen smiled and said, "Don't worry, our search engine developers will answer your questions later." After hearing this, the reporters were reluctant to calm down. However, I can explain why our technology company would launch a search engine product first, Qiao Yichen said slowly, once again attracting everyone's attention. We haven't established a search engine project itself, that is to say, this project is no longer in our plan. The reason why we launched this project is because of our chairman, Mr. Su Pinggan. Last year, the chairman called my office, Qiao Yichen, Temporarily stop other projects and immediately organize people to develop a search engine for me. I have been searching for information for half an hour, and all the results are ads. I can't stand it anymore. Start research and development for me immediately." Just like that, our search engine project team was established. Qiao Yicheng said this fact with a smile, and the reporters in the audience were all happy. Outside, at the ferry company, Jia's Hengjin and a group of senior executives were a little dumbfounded. This rival was born in this way. Many people looked at the chairman and kept silent. It was not that they did not know about the search engine problem, but this was the chairman's decision, and no one else had the right to change it. So many advertisements, billions of profits every year, the chairman did not give up. No one could do anything. Who would have thought that now the chairman of Shyanki Group could not stand it and directly ask someone to develop one? However, the development speed of Shyanki Technology Company is too fast, which is unreasonable. Although the search engine technology is not a very advanced technology, it is not something that ordinary people can develop. Could it be that Shyanki's search engine uses Google's technology? Many people have this question. The search engine technology of other internet companies has gone through at least 3 years, and a lot of manpower and material resources have been spent during this period. How long has Shyanki Technology Company been established? It has been less than a year at most. How did they break through? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Adding fuel to the fire is my job. According to the normal development speed, our search engine would not be developed so quickly, but it just so happened that our network security director Mr. Zhu Hongyan developed a search engine when he was free. This search engine is just a new framework and has not been fully formed. However, our boss was unwilling to wait and directly acquired this technology and gathered elite experts to develop it until our Zhaoshan search engine was born. We have passed the patent review and truly have independent intellectual property rights. At present, there is only the Chinese version. In the future, we will add English search to enter the international market. Qiao Yicheng made a brief introduction to Zhaoshan search. The reporters and the people watching the live broadcast understood why Shyanki Technology's Zhaoshan search was developed so quickly. It turned out that there was a foundation. However, this Zhu Hongyan is too awesome. He can develop the framework of a new search engine by himself. What a talent. Why haven't I heard of such a master before? Is it really a master among the people? Ordinary people don't feel much when they hear this introduction, but those professional technicians are quite surprised after listening to it. Intelligent search, this word can't be used casually. Now, please invite Mr. Zhu Hongyan, the developer of Zhaoshan search, to give you a detailed explanation. At the same time, please press the button for Zhaoshan search to be officially launched, enter the URL, and you can search for Zhaoshan search on the web page. Please welcome Mr. Zhu Hongyan, Qiao Yicheng said, leaning to the side and starting to applaud, and the people below also followed suit. Zhu Hongyan walked up with big strides, and the flashlights in the audience began to burst. After today, Zhu Hongyan will definitely be known by everyone. Once you become famous, you will be known by the world. This is not just a casual statement. Soon, a huge ball of light rose above the stage. As Zhu Hongyan pressed his hand on the ball of light, the ball of light began to flash 7 colors, indicating that Zhaoshan search was officially launched. Outside, many people began to open the web page and enter the Zhaoshan search URL to start experiencing Zhaoshan search. Thank you for Mr. Qiao's introduction. I am a little flattered. Zhu Hongyan teased Qiao Yicheng as soon as he opened his mouth, making Qiao Yicheng smile helplessly. Without further ado, I will give you a detailed introduction as to why our Zhaoshan search is called intelligent search, and how it is different from the current searches on the market. First, our Zhaoshan search is a pure search engine. We do not use the method of buying rankings with money. The more words you enter, the more search results you will get. It will not be hijacked, which can save you a lot of time. Second, there is a registration link in the upper right corner of Zhaoshan search. After you register, the more you search, the higher the accuracy will be, and the fewer keywords you need to enter. This is thanks to our chairman Su Pinggan, who spent a huge amount of money to acquire a set of AI logic programs from a world-class master. We have also patented this set of AI logic programs, which are unique in the world. After our internal testing, the effect of the AI logic program exceeds the currently known data. This is a groundbreaking program. Su Pinggan sat in the office chair, watching Zhu Hongyan's endless introduction of the product on the screen, with a smile on his face. Except for the fact that Zhu Hongyan was a little nervous at the beginning, he is now very happy. Many technical experts of the company have already experienced Zhaoshan search on their computers. They registered according to what Zhu Hongyan said. This registration is divided into 2 steps. The first step is a simple registration. You can experience the convenience brought by Zhaoshan search. The second step is to verify your identity. Your name, ID number, mobile phone number, etc., all need to be completed. After 15 days, all registrations with incomplete information will be cancelled. The staff of the technical department of Antarctic Goose Company are also experiencing Zhaoshan search. There are many people. Everyone needs to speak in a while. There is strength in numbers. So many people can definitely draw a very impressive conclusion. Boss, Zhaoshan search is indeed better than ferrying. It usually takes more than 10 minutes to search. Now, a man with glasses sat here and looked at his watch. Now it only takes less than a minute to get it done. There are no ads. It's really cool, said the man with the glasses seriously. Have you registered? Teng Xiaoyuan, who was sitting in the main seat, asked. Not yet, said the man with the glasses. Boss, I've registered. I just did an experiment. The search speed has improved after registration. The intelligent logic program is very powerful. I just searched the same question for 15 consecutive times. I just searched the same question, but I reduced the keywords by half. As a result, the question was searched out very accurately. This intelligent logic program is amazing. A fat young man sat there with a look of emotion. This time there will be something interesting to watch. Within a week, many people will definitely abandon the Baidu search. I have already unbookmarked the Baidu search page. From now on, I can't live without Zhaoshan search, another person also said with emotion. It won't take a week. I think tomorrow there will be a lot of office workers who will abandon Baidu. After they have experienced this intelligent search, they will definitely not be able to live without it. A very thin person also expressed his opinion, and many people nodded and agreed with this opinion. Zhu Hongyan finished his explanation and began to answer reporters' questions. It took about 2 hours before and after the reporters had no more opinions. The press conference was officially over. The reporters' expressions were very good. This time there will be something interesting to watch. The ferry company is such a rogue, it will definitely not surrender. I am adding some spice to them, lifting Zhaoshan search high and stepping hard on ferry search. There is no need to worry about not having a good show to watch. Reporters are definitely not afraid of things getting out of hand, but they are afraid that things are not big enough. Adding fuel to the fire is their job, and they are very good at it. Many company bosses are thinking deeply about this problem. Today, Su Pinggan can't stand the search and develops a search engine. Will someone else be unable to stand my product and develop a new product tomorrow? How can we avoid this problem? Those who can become bosses are all smart people. They look at problems from a different perspective than ordinary people, and they look more at the essence. The birth of Zhaoshan search has sounded the alarm for them. Today, the ferry company started working overtime, and everyone was testing Zhaoshan search. The more they used it, the more they disliked the company's search. The first 2 pages were all ranking ads, and you had to turn 2 pages to find the information you needed. Zhaoshan search has no ranking ads, and it is a real one-click direct access, especially after registration. According to the rules of the results after your search, logical analysis will make you more and more comfortable. The two are essentially different. Jia's Hengjin walked back and forth in his office with a dark face. What should he do? According to the information he has obtained so far, his company's products will soon be abandoned by netizens. In addition, netizens have already had opinions about his company's products, so they will not hesitate to abandon Baidu. Xianqi Technology Company is having a dinner in a big hotel at this moment. The company is treating them to celebrate the successful completion of today's product promotion. Chairman Su Pinggan has specially approved it. Eat and drink as much as you want. There is constant laughter in the hotel restaurant. The news began to ferment the next day. Too many people have used Zhaoshan search and are completely attracted by this clean search. Within Zhaoshan, there is nothing to hide. This sentence is remembered by many people. Netizens support Zhaoshan search one-sidedly. They have been disgusted by our rogue software for too long. Now a new option has appeared. They blocked the rogue search without hesitation. After being disgusted for so long, they are finally relieved. There are also people who hate Zhaoshan search, especially for the medical system. They spent so much money on ranking, but now it's all over. It used to be that as long as the words you input contained words related to medical care, there would definitely be more than 10 or 20 results for the medical system. Now fewer people use the Baidu search engine, and it can't pop up even if they want to, and Baidu will definitely not refund. The big investment has been completely wasted. The boss behind the scenes was so angry that he cursed Su Pinggan and smashed the office himself. Finally, he sat on the ground with tears and a helpless look on his face. Antarctic Goose released a statistic in the afternoon. About 20 million users of the Antarctic Goose browser changed their search homepage. Zhaoshan search has now firmly occupied the first place in the Antarctic Goose browser search page. It is expected that within a week, Zhaoshan search will firmly occupy the throne of the first search engine in China. There was even a sentence below: "Congratulations to Xianqi Technology Company for developing a search engine that netizens love," which surprised many people. The Antarctic Goose was trying to show goodwill to the Apocalypse Group. Many bosses of internet companies were very surprised. Sitting alone in the office, they began to think deeply about what this meant. Su Pinggan also saw the statement of the Antarctic Goose and smiled. He thought that you were sensible and would let you off the hook for social software. In the United States, New York, at the Stock Futures Exchange, as soon as the market opened, the stock of the ferry company began to plummet. The news of what happened in China had spread. The leader of the search engine market was about to change. If they didn't sell it now, it would become less and less valuable. At the end of the day, the value of the stock of the ferry company evaporated by more than $30 billion, from more than $401 to more than $10 billion, and the market value shrank by 60%. This was because of the market closure and the slow transmission of news from China to the United States. When the market opens tomorrow, it will definitely continue to plummet. No one knows to what extent it can stabilize. The lights at the ferry headquarters were on all night, which means that the senior management of the ferry company began to worry. Some experts once again jumped out to accuse Zhaoshan search of not protecting intellectual property rights. As a result, it sank without even making a single wave. One professor was even filmed by a student using his mobile phone. Chapter 171. I finally understand why those people are pretending to be cool. This professor cursed Zhaoshan search, but he was using it. He was a typical example of saying one thing and thinking another. He was scolded by netizens and his Weibo account was deleted. It was said that he was expelled from the school soon after because he was morally corrupt and wanted to be a whore. 4 days later, authoritative statistics came out. Zhaoshan search officially topped the Chinese search ranking, with a market share of 66%. It was only 4 days. Experts jumped out again and issued a prediction statement. As time goes by, there is no problem for Zhaoshan search to exceed 90%. The time should be 1 month later. This statement made many netizens feel annoyed. They all paid attention to the experts. Such an obvious thing does not need experts to study and worry about it. The mud on the shoes on your feet also thinks so. A new round of spoofs began to sweep the internet. Such an obvious thing does not need experts to study and worry about it. Fengji also thinks so. Such an obvious thing does not need experts to study and worry about it. My Dahuling also thinks so. Such an obvious thing does not need experts to study and worry about it. The next door, the Su Pinggan thought about it and directly rejected Ling Zhijian's suggestion. Olding, there is no need to hold a press conference for the launch of the operating system. Just notify the media. I will participate 100% when the new mobile phone is launched. The mobile phone functions I told you about must be brought in. We must kick them off first. You, old Kiao and old Ju must remember one thing. Since our Xianqi group has intervened in this industry, it must be the industry leader. If it fails, it will be a failure, a complete failure. Su Pinggan looked at Ling Zhijian, Kiao Yichen and Yi Changlin with a serious face and said, "Understood, I will remember it. I will never let a chairman down." Ling Zhijian, Kiao Yichen and Yi Changlin expressed their opinions. Has the development code been sent to the technology company? Su Pinggan looked at Ling Zhijian and asked. It has been sent, Ling Zhijian said seriously. 22 development teams have started to develop apps, Kiao Yichen said directly, and Su Pinggan nodded and felt relieved. When do you plan to announce it and how to complete the creation of the ecosystem? Su Pinggan glanced at Ling Zhijian. Mr. Su, we plan to announce it within the next 3 days. After the announcement, we will send out the development code and contact the commonly used app companies for research and development. The research and development time is expected to be about 3 months, Ding Zijin said seriously. Has the appearance design been finalized? Su Pinggan asked again. It has been finalized. You can see it in Mr. Su's mailbox. There is also a rough cost estimate. I sent it the day before yesterday, Ding Zijin reported seriously. Wait a minute, I'll take a look, Su Pinggan said, and then stood up, returned to his desk, opened the email and started browsing. Su Pinggan browsed it and found that the appearance was very good, but it also had a strong flavor of Guoguo's products. There was nothing he could do about it. Guoguo had registered patents for the appearance and the return button, which was a hurdle that all mobile phone companies could not get around. Configuration, standard flagship configuration, but it was too ordinary. There was no outstanding feature, just because your system was made in China. I'm afraid many people would not choose it. Finally, I looked at the price, which was more than 2,000 yuan, and frowned. This price was a bit low. The flagship phones of other companies were all more than 3,000 yuan, and selling my own for more than 2,000 yuan was a joke. Standing up and sitting back on the sofa, Yi Changlin took out a cigarette and handed it to Su Pinggan, and lit it for him. He could see that Su Pinggan had an unhappy expression on his face. He puffed out a little smoke to ease his mood. Olding, the appearance passed, but the configuration and price failed. Redo it. What's the difference between the configuration and those flagship phones on the market that cost about 3,000 yuan? What's your selling point? Why should I choose your phone? Is it just because it's cheap? In the minds of Chinese people, mobile phones often represent face, not the price. Also, selling it for more than 2,000 yuan, aren't you ashamed? When have our Xianqi company's products ever been sold at a low price? How much profit can we make for more than 2,000 yuan? Is this profit enough to pay the salary of the R&D department? You want to rely on low prices to increase sales, but this idea itself is wrong. Our prices are not higher than Guoguo phones, but they can't be that different. You should be very clear about the strength of the system, which definitely surpasses Guoguo's current closed system and Android system. You have such a powerful weapon in your hand, but you actually play it like this. What are you thinking? Su Pinggan scolded Ding Zijin rudely. Ding Zijin lowered his head and said nothing. He wanted to start off with a good start by selling at a low price. Is there anything wrong with this idea? We have just entered the mobile phone industry. It is not that people will pay for your high quality and high price. There must be an adaptation process. Another point, the chip you use is from the United States, but this chip has been on the market last year. They must have a new generation of chips. Why don't you use the latest one? Is our system incompatible? Low prices will only make people feel that your products are not good, because your configurations are not new. Is there any point in playing like this? The consistent feature of our Xianqi products is subversion. With such configurations, how can you subvert the industry? Su Pinggan was really unhappy with the solution chosen by Ding Zijin. I really ignored this before. Fortunately, I asked, otherwise, I would be embarrassed in the field of mobile phones. Xianqi mobile phones are so rubbish. Su Pinggan will never accept this comment. Mr. Su, our Xianqi brand is very famous, but we are new to the mobile phone industry. If we rashly adopt high configuration, high price and high profit, sales will definitely become a problem. We adopt this low profit model to generate very high sales. We have sales. With our increasingly mature ecosystem, we can definitely launch a high profit product because we have this foundation. The key point now is that we have no foundation. Sales channels need to be expanded step by step. The mobile phone market has lost the trend of eating a fat man in one bite. Ding Zijin threw out all his ideas without fear of offending Su Pinggan. In your heart, how many sales are considered satisfactory? Su Pinggan asked. 5 million units, domestic sales will be in the top 10. Because our mobile phone will be on the market in the second half of the year at the earliest, Ding Zijin did not hide his thoughts. I'll give you the Guoguo mobile phone for free, 200 yuan a month, and pay it back slowly. Do you want it? Su Pinggan looked at Ding Zijin and said. Yes, boss Su, everyone knows how to calculate. Although installment payment is convenient, the interest is quite high. An iPhone that costs more than 6,000 yuan can be paid in installments for more than 8,000 yuan. Many people choose it. Our mobile phones don't have the brand advantage of Guoguo. How many consumers do you think will choose it? Ding Zijin told the truth. Installment payment is something that many manufacturers are playing. It's not a new method. It doesn't have this brand advantage, but my Shianki group is rich. I don't want consumers to pay interest. How many consumers will choose it? Tell me. Su Pinggan looked at Ding Zijin unhappily. My Shianki group is rich. I just don't want interest. What can you do to me? Ding Zijin looked at Su Pinggan and was stunned. No interest? Is Boss Su crazy? 2,000 yuan interest on a mobile phone is pure profit. No, Ding Zijin was completely dumbfounded. Qiao Yichen and Yi Changlin next to him were also dumbfounded. Boss Su actually played it like this. This is a lot of money, hundreds of millions or even billions of money. He said no and didn't want it. He was completely stunned by Su Pinggan's words. Money is nothing. Other manufacturers are worried about this part of the interest. Shianki Group doesn't care. There is not much else, but a lot of money. We will use money to beat them down. If you don't accept it, smash them together and see who can beat who. Boss Yuan said that money is a bastard. It is used to spend when you get it. It is money when you spend it, Su Pinggan added very domineeringly. Seeing the shocked faces of the three people, Su Pinggan was in a good mood. It was refreshing to pretend to be cool. He finally understood why those people pretended to be cool. If you pretend to be cool once a month, you will definitely live to be 99. I will make a new plan. Ding Zijin came back to his senses, and his spirits returned. He completely understood what Su Pinggan meant. I'm waiting for your plan. I'll give you 2 days. If you are still not satisfied, you just wait for me. Su Pinggan looked into Ding Zijin's eyes and said. If the chairman is not satisfied, I will come to see you with my head. Ding Zijin had already given up at this moment. The root of the problem had been found. His original plan was a bit petty, and he had to be more domineering. And you too, be more generous. We are a big company and must be bold. Those junk companies can fool people, but we can't do that. Do you understand? Su Pinggan said to Qiao Yichen and Yi Changlin. Chapter 172. This is the bottom line. I understand, the two said in unison. Go ahead and get busy. By the way, tell Wei Xiaoxin to reserve a seat for me to have a drink at noon so that you can clear your mind, Su Pinggan said while looking at Yi Changlin, Ding Zijin, and Qiao Yichen. The three of them laughed, stood up, said hello to Su Pinggan, and went out. By the way, they notified Wei Xiaoxin that they had to go back to their respective companies to make arrangements. They had to rearrange the layout. Today, they understood the chairman's idea. Rubbing his head, he felt really worried. This was because his own company had not been listed. If it was listed, he didn't know how many troubles would arise. Shianki Group must not be listed. Su Pinggan was determined to think so. 2 days later, Ding Zijin submitted a report again. After reading it, Su Pinggan called Ding Zijin over. The two discussed it one by one. The mobile phone operating system would not be announced for the time being. Su Pinggan did nothing else in the morning and discussed it with Ding Zijin. Su Pinggan was not good at actual operation, but his forward-looking vision was definitely better than Ding Zijin, and he was definitely better than Ding Zijin in terms of exposure. Su Pinggan changed his schedule and decided not to go to Europe for the time being. He would first settle the matter with the mobile phone company. Su Pinggan came forward to negotiate with many accessories and could get a more favorable price. Take the mobile phone screen as an example. At present, the screens produced by Xinxing are far ahead of others. Other companies cannot reach the quality of Xinxing products. Su Pinggan called Xinxing directly. As a result, Su Pinggan was very surprised. They did not give him any face and the price was even higher than that given to Guoguo. It's easy to deal with. I can't control you. Someone can control you. Just notify the super fish oil distributors in South Korea and increase the price by 100%. You can choose whether you want it or not. The reason is that Xinxing company raised the price for me. It is your Korean company and the loss must be borne by you in South Korea. Su Pinggan's rogue behavior made the Korean distributors feel annoyed. There was no other way. The distributors reported it directly to the domestic senior management. If this matter is not resolved, the domestic super fish oil will be out of stock. This matter can only be coordinated by the domestic senior management. The senior management of South Korea received the notification and was collectively constipated. You are more shameless than Americans. Are you still a company of China? What should I do? This matter must be resolved. Su Pinggan dared to make trouble with the United States, and South Korea could not bear it. It was not until half a month later that the warehouse of the Korean super fish oil distributor ran out of stock, and then they began to coordinate vigorously. The senior management of Zinxing Company was also in pain, and they were helpless with Su Pinggan, chairman of Shaanxi Group. What should I do? I must give face to the domestic senior management, otherwise, the people will make trouble because they don't have fish oil, and they will not be able to get off the stage at that time. They began to negotiate with Shaanxi Mobile Phone Company. After a lot of bargaining, the contract was finally finalized. The price of the first batch of goods was 7% lower than the market price, and the price of the second batch was based on the market price. The reason why the first batch of goods was low was that Su Pinggan insisted that you had delayed my time and must pay the price. The price must be 5% lower than the market price. This attitude made the senior negotiators of Zinxing Company directly terminate the negotiations. The news inevitably spread, and many people suspected that Su Pinggan was not a Chinese, but an American. Although he had the appearance of a Chinese, he had the soul of an American gangster. Many media condemned Su Pinggan for blackmailing Zinxing Company with super fish oil. Su Pinggan directly expressed his opinions on Weibo, Twitter, and Facebook. Is it blackmail that Zinxing Company temporarily raised the price of Shaanxi Group by 15%? Why don't you bitches condemn it? You are cursing at some media. We don't look for trouble, and we are not afraid of trouble. Su Pinggan doesn't care. He directly makes it clear that it was Zinxing Company that started the trouble. It can't be blamed on me. Small media don't care about reputation. If you lie to big media, it will cause a great impact. In addition, Su Pinggan disclosed the facts through online media. Even if you want to make trouble, you can't find a good excuse. For a while, various media began to express their opinions and divided into two factions, one supporting Zinxing Company and the other supporting Shaanxi Company. It was very lively. Vietnam directly supported Zinxing Company because Zinxing Company had investments in Vietnam. After reading the report, Su Pinggan directly called Han Jiaping to inform him that Vietnam's super fish oil was cut off, and Vietnam's share was divided by other countries. This undisguised approach was exchanged for more condemnation. Su Pinggan ignored it. Whatever you say, I just won't supply you. Japan is very smart. A Japanese who was on a special mission visited Su Pinggan in Hangzhou and took away 50% of Vietnam's share directly. After the transaction was confirmed, the Japanese media changed their direction and stood on the side of Shaanxi Group. It was painful for many countries to figure out why Japan stood on the side. The speed of the Japanese was too fast. Other countries also began to act and completely divided Vietnam's share. The contract period was 1 year, and the share was redistributed after 1 year. Although Poseidon Company established a branch factory in China, after meeting the needs of China, the output was not enough to supply Asian countries. Taking a little more share was the achievement of the ruling party on the stage. Although Vietnam has been divided, there is still South Korea. An undercurrent of dividing South Korea's share began to flow. This time, South Korea reacted quickly. A director of Zinxing Company went to Hangzhou in person. Zhang Jianbin accompanied him to reach an agreement with Su Pinggan. The first batch was reduced by 7% according to the market price, and the second batch was sold at the market price. After the matter was perfectly resolved, the only one who suffered losses was Vietnam. Don't expect Poseidon Company to sell super fish oil within a year. Send people to negotiate with Su Pinggan, but Su Pinggan didn't even see them. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey. This phrase Su Pinggan said to Zhang Jianbin, I will give you face and make a deal with South Korea. You don't have to get involved in Vietnam, this is the bottom line. Su Pinggan's fight with Zinxing Company this time has brought a lot of benefits. When Shaanxi Mobile Phone Company negotiates with other accessory suppliers, no one plays tricks anymore. Moreover, the price given by Japanese suppliers is very favorable. According to normal business rules, the progress is very fast. On this day, in Su Pinggan's office, Ding Zijin was reporting the current progress to Su Pinggan. Olding announced the mobile phone operating system. Now is the time. Immediately after the announcement, send out the development code, contact those major companies, and develop app software suitable for our reminders, build up momentum, release some news every once in a while, learn from Google, whet the appetite of consumers, and make consumers feel hungry. When our products are launched, do we need to worry about sales? Su Pinggan expressed his opinion calmly. Okay, Chairman, I will arrange it immediately. Ding Zijin said with a happy face. The situation at Laoi Game Company is special. Lao Qiao has fought a good battle. Now it's up to you. Put on a good show for them to see, Su Pinggan encouraged Ding Zijin. I understand. I will not let the chairman down, Ding Zijin said seriously. Su Pinggan nodded, and Ding Zijin left Su Pinggan's office. One day later, all major media received a notice from Xianqi Mobile Phone Company that the domestic mobile phone operating system with independent intellectual property rights has officially obtained patent approval. The Xianqi Pangu system is unique to Xianqi Mobile Phone Company and has begun to apply for global patents. Not only that, the official website of Xianqi Mobile Phone Company also posted a statement that Xianqi mobile phones will take the closed ecological route. At the same time, the official website posted the open code of the Pangu system. Companies interested in joining the Pangu system can develop apps based on the code. After the news came out, there was another big shock. Xianqi Group is awesome. First it was a search engine, and now it has launched its own mobile phone operating system. How come all the good things belong to him, Xianqi Group? Recently, many parts suppliers have come to visit Ding Zijin to discuss cooperation. Lu Jiangxin, chairman of Xianda Electronics Group, came to Hangzhou, and Su Pinggan also came out. After a drink, the general framework was determined, and the rest was for the staff of both sides to discuss the details. Many bosses were hesitant when looking at the order. The reason was the conditions of the quality control department. The quality requirements were terrible, completely at the level of Guoguo. It was absolutely difficult for your small unit to guarantee the quality. You know, Xianqi Mobile Phone Company will pay after inspection, but after your goods arrive, 3 groups of people will conduct 6 spot checks. Once they are unqualified, they will not pay a penny. At the same time, 30% of the payment for the first batch of goods will be withheld and converted into a quality deposit, and the subsequent payment will be paid in full. Small companies can't bear this financial pressure. There is no need to worry about the strong technical and financial strength of large enterprises. Quite a lot of people have contacted Ding Zijin. Every day, Ding Zijin has to receive several people and sign several contracts every day. A mobile phone is not that simple and requires a lot of accessories. The United States Tongtong also sent a high-level specialist to come over. He did not look for Ding Zijin, but for Su Pinggan. After more than an hour of negotiation with Su Pinggan, the two sides secretly signed a contract and each got what it needed. The legal department has been the busiest unit recently. There are not enough people. Wu Sike directly submitted a report for support from the headquarters, and Tong the law firm sent 5 experienced lawyers to help, which relieved the pressure. Su Pinggan also made many phone calls and communicated with the CEOs of many software companies. Mobile phone production is not simple, and building an ecosystem is even more difficult. Without the participation of many software vendors, it is difficult to successfully build your ecosystem. Liu Dongdong directly updated his Weibo that Dongdong.com has begun to develop a website program based on the Pangu system architecture, which will definitely be launched on the Xianqi mobile phone. Within 2 days, Baobao.com also released the same news. A month later, Ding Zijin announced that the company has signed contracts with more than 100 software companies, and all commonly used apps will be integrated into the Pangu system. At the same time, the Pangu system will adopt the EU privacy standards to require itself, which is the most stringent privacy protection program in China in the future. Chapter 173 They don't fight, but we must fight. Your personal information will never be mastered by mobile phone software. Software companies will make software according to the requirements of Xianqi Company. After the news spread, many people looked unbelieving. How could the software company give in? Customer information transactions are a very considerable profit. It's not that these software companies have a conscience, but they have received a message. When necessary, Su Pinggan intends to give away mobile phones for free to increase the sales of mobile phones. According to the news collected from all sides, the first batch of spare parts contracts of Xianqi Mobile Phone Company is 5 million pieces. Such a big deal really makes these companies confused. Think about Su Pinggan's style. It is very likely to give away mobile phones for free. Xianqi Group has money. It will give away mobile phones first and then slowly recycle them. It can completely bear it. If you don't join, these 5 million people will have nothing to do with your consumption. There is no way. You can only cover your chest with one hand and pinch your nose with the other hand to agree to the requirements of Xianqi Company. 5 million consumer groups are unwilling to lose. What's more, it may not be 5 million, and it is very likely to increase again. Su Pinggan posted on Weibo that consumers can save money now and don't have to change their phones immediately. This year, the Xianqi mobile phone will be on the market 100%. When the time comes, you will find that it is worth the money and will give you an unprecedented experience. The most direct manifestation is that the sales volume of mobile phones on the two major shopping websites that month was only half of the same month last year. This made many mobile phone manufacturers feel annoyed and hate Su Pinggan. It was this data that gave software vendors confidence. Su Pinggan had been in Hangzhou for more than 2 months without realizing it. Just when he had the idea of leaving, Miao Yiai came to visit him. The filming in Shanghai was finished, and the crew had a week off. Miao Yiai couldn't help but come. Well, I will accompany Miao Yiai for another week. The schedule was postponed again. Someone was arranged to pick up Miao Yiai at the airport and wait for him directly at the hotel. He would go back directly after get off work. The two were inseparable for 2 days. Su Pinggan took Miao Yiai to work directly. The main reason was that Miao Yiai said she wanted to see Su Pinggan's company. Su Pinggan didn't care about this little thing. He took Miao Yiai with him when he went to work. Many people looked at the woman holding Su Pinggan's arm, recognized Miao Yiai at a glance, and immediately shifted their sight. The chairman was narrow-minded, and they must not let the chairman misunderstand, otherwise, there would be no good consequences. When they came to Su Pinggan's office, Miao Yiai looked around and asked curiously, "Pinggan, your environment here is really amazing. There are not many furnitures, but how can it give me a relaxing feeling? This place is designed by a professional designer. My requirements are spacious, simple, well-lit, and relaxing." "He did a good job," Su Pinggan said with a smile. "When can I get an office like yours?" Miao Yiai said leisurely while looking out the window. Su Pinggan smiled, walked over, hugged Miao Yiai from behind, put his chin on Miao Yiai's shoulder, smelled the fragrance of Miao Yiai's hair, and whispered, "Happiness is achieved through struggle. As long as you are willing to struggle, there will be a day when your wish will come true." After that, he blew a breath towards Miao Yiai's earlobe. "Don't make trouble," Miao Yiai said with a blush on her face. "Make me some tea, I'm going to work," Su Pinggan said softly, and then he let go of Miao Yiai, turned around and returned to his desk, turned on the computer and started browsing emails, which is an indispensable task every day. Miao Yiai went to make tea. This time, Miao Yiai came over, and her tea-making skills impressed Su Pinggan. This was what Miao Yiai learned privately after being with Su Pinggan last year. She learned from a tea artist, but she worked hard. In the outside world, the news that Miao Yiai appeared in Xianqi company has been completely spread, and even a video has appeared on the internet, which surprised many people. Could it be that Su Pinggan really fell in love with Miao Yiai? Many people couldn't believe this fact. The identities of the two people are too different, and there is absolutely no possibility of being together. Song Zhemin from the brother company is very sure of this. However, looking at the video, it is Miao Yiai who is holding Su Pinggan's arm, and the surrounding environment is completely a working environment. Su Pinggan really took Miao Yiai to the company. Could it be that Su Pinggan was taken down so easily? Many people are confused. They think so based on their own experience. Women who are not recognized will never be brought to the company. This is very taboo in the circle of rich people, because it will cause many people to misunderstand. Once this woman wants to inquire about some things in the company, the employees will be very embarrassed. Letting her go will violate the company's regulations, and not letting her go will offend the boss's woman. In order to prevent this from happening, women will not be easily brought to the company. Mabo, who had so much fun, no woman had ever been to Mabo's company, including Lin Yide. This is a red line that cannot be easily broken. Su Pinggan didn't know about this unspoken rule. The reason why he agreed to bring Miao Yiai to the company was also for his own purpose, that is, to see who would send this message out. Before leaving, he must severely punish the discipline. Looking at the statistics of Zingling on the computer, he picked up a pen and paper and began to copy. There were people from all three companies, and they were all shot on the lobby on the first floor of the company. This is also the fundamental reason why Su Pinggan did not use the dedicated channel. When it was almost 12 o'clock, Su Pinggan picked up the phone and said, "Notify Qiao Yichin, Yi Changlin, and Ding Zijin to come over, Su Pinggan said this with a blank expression, and there was a fire in his heart. Miao Yi, who was sitting on the sofa reading a magazine, was stunned. It was clear that Su Pinggan was angry at this moment. He didn't say anything and continued to read the magazine on the sofa. He knew his position and what he should and shouldn't do. Not long after, Wei Xiaoxin came in with the 3 CEOs. Su Pinggan raised his hand and pointed at the chair in front of him. The 3 sat in front of Su Pinggan in a proper manner. Su Pinggan picked up the paper and handed it to the 3 people. Yi Changlin had the most, 3 pieces of paper, and Ding Zhejian and Qiao Yichen had 2 each. Issue a notice. The people on the list will have all the bonuses for this month deducted, a fine of 305 points deducted from the year-end assessment. Those who do not accept the punishment can submit their resignation, Su Pinggan said expressionlessly. The 3 were all shocked. What did these people do to make Su Pinggan so angry? When they were about to ask, Su Pinggan waved his hand to stop them from speaking. The news of Miao Yi coming to the company has been fermented on the internet, and there are videos. These people are all the ones who uploaded the content. The company stipulates that internal company matters are strictly prohibited from being leaked. If the company regulations are violated, they will be punished. You can leak my gossip today, but can you leak the company's core secrets tomorrow? How do you manage them normally? Su Pinggan directly scolded the 3 people. Especially Yi Changlin, he was fined 1,000 yuan directly. Qiao Yicheng and Ding Zhejian were fined 500 yuan. The 3 people were gloomy and silent, unable to refute. They were indeed dereliction of duty. Go and do it. If there is a lot of money, continue to indulge them. After Su Pinggan finished speaking, he looked at the 3 people and waved his hands. Yi Changlin and the other 2 stood up and left together. After the door was closed, Su Pinggan closed his eyes and leaned against the chair. Miao Yi sat on the sofa with a shocked look on her face. She didn't expect Su Pinggan to have such a side. The 3 company bosses were scolded without saying a word. Miao Yi had already felt the strong aura of Su Pinggan. Su Pinggan opened his eyes and looked at Miao Yi with bright eyes. Miao Yi was startled, but Su Pinggan smiled and said, "Let's go, it's getting late, let's go eat." Miao Yi was not very used to Su Pinggan's change of style. She stood up and followed Su Pinggan away. This time, she used a special elevator and left in a car under the protection of bodyguards. In the afternoon, Apocalypse Game Company, Apocalypse Mobile Phone Company, and Apocalypse Technology Company all posted bin notices, with a punishment of Yi Changlin, Ding Zhejian, and Qiao Yichen written at the top. The company's internal management was not in place, and they were directly punished. The following were those employees who violated the regulations. One by one, they were called to the office by the 3 bosses and scolded. They were directly given warnings and punishments. If they were found again, they would be directly fired. The employees of the 3 companies were collectively shocked. They didn't expect the chairman to be so cruel that even the 3 general managers were punished. Starting tomorrow, they will strengthen the study of company regulations, and those who failed the assessment will be demoted, which made everyone confused. The company is playing for real, and this is what everyone thinks. The next day, in Su Pinggan's office, Yi Changlin and the other 2 drank tea with Su Pinggan. "Let me ask you a question. Why are there so many Chinese companies that can't do well abroad?" Su Pinggan asked. The 3 of them were in deep thought for a while, and no one spoke. Su Pinggan raised his hand and drank the tea in the cup. "I'll tell you the reason. It's because they are too comfortable in their own country. They have lost their wildness and cannot withstand any wind and rain. There are many similar things like me bringing Miao Yi to the company in Europe and the United States. Why don't those big companies have any videos coming out? Have you seriously considered this issue? Because those employees know that if they dare to do this today, they will be sent to jail by the company tomorrow. Do you really think that commercial espionage only exists in movies? I tell you the truth, the methods of commercial espionage in reality are even more powerful than in the movies. All companies remain cautious and vigilant to prevent their core secrets from being stolen by other companies." Miao Yuang told me an example. A study by the Royal Netherlands Academy of Sciences was stolen by a Belgian company during the experiment. The patent was registered in advance. In the end, the Royal Academy of Sciences paid millions of euros to get the patent back. Other companies can focus on the domestic market, give up their wildness, and live comfortably. Apocalypse Group cannot do this. No company under Apocalypse Group can do this. We must always keep our eyes on the global market. If they don't compete, we must compete. Start with small things and get used to this kind of international competition. If we can't adapt to international rules, we'd better close down as soon as possible to avoid being swallowed up by others in the future, Su Pinggan said seriously to the three people. Chapter 174 Dresden Institute. Yi Changlin, Ding Sijin, and Qiao Yicheng fell into deep thought. This was the first time they heard Su Pinggan say this. This was Su Pinggan's positioning for the Apocalypse Group, focusing on the global market, which surprised the three of them. You three should also focus on the global market. We, the senior executives, don't focus on the global market, and the people below won't think about it at all. We need to plan and implement it slowly. The world is so big, don't you want to own it? Su Pinggan looked at the three of them and said. Chairman, don't worry, the technology company will focus on the global market, and the projects will be evaluated and will be global. Qiao Yicheng was the first to express his opinion. I'm not saying this to put pressure on you. You have to eat one bite at a time and do things one step at a time. The future route of the Apocalypse Group is the international route. I don't want you to fall behind. Make a little progress every month. After a year, you will find that the scenery is different from before, Su Pinggan said calmly. This conversation made the three of them feel a lot. It was up to them to decide what to do. The goal was to look at the world, and the foundation was to occupy a leading position in the domestic market. Neither of them could be missing. Su Pinggan didn't invite them to have lunch together at noon. He knew that they were not at peace. After spending 2 days with Miao Yidai in Hangzhou, Miao Yidai left. She came with a small bag and left with 2 large suitcases. Her face was rosy and shiny, and it was obvious that she had been well nourished by love. Su Pinggan took a day off and left Hangzhou. He went abroad directly. His first stop was the Scienke New Materials Research Institute in Dresden, Germany. The institute is different from before and covers a large area. The new solar energy material project led by Professor Niren, the new screen material led by Professor Boris, Dr. Daisy's high energy battery project, Dr. Lime's new lithography project, the new carbon fiber material project led by Professor Duff, the superconducting graphene new material project led by Professor Bolton, the new hydrogen production process project led by Dr. Cram, the supercarbon magnet project led by Professor Tim, and the new high temperature and corrosion resistant coating project led by Dr. Best. 9 major projects are being carried out at the same time. Together with the researchers of these projects, the staff of the Scienke High-Tech Materials Research Institute has exceeded 180 people. The daily consumption of materials is really very large, and the salaries of the staff are also a considerable expense. The institute has just installed a large database. All experimental data must be stored in the database. This is a hard rule. Moreover, the entire institute staff are not allowed to carry equipment such as photography, recording, and storage when they go to work. If they are found, they will be prosecuted immediately. At first, Su Pinggan also planned to wait until the construction of the Science and Technology headquarters in Hangzhou was completed, and then purchase the originals and assemble the large database by themselves. Each institute will install a set to facilitate data exchange. Later, when talking with several institute leaders, it was found that it could not be delayed. Now all kinds of research are recorded by the project leaders themselves. This must be changed. Direct orders were placed to equip all 5 institutes in Germany, Britain, France, Austria, and Italy with large databases. More than $100 million were gone so easily, which made Su Pinggan feel painful for a while. The French technology company sent people to install it, and Zhu Hongyan also sent people to Europe to update the network security system. Combined with the French technology company, the authority management is implemented. Everyone has different authority. All employees will be entered into the security system. Non-employees of the company are not allowed to enter the company. The security company in charge of BUC cooperates with the implementation. The plane slowly landed at the airport in Berlin. There was already a convoy waiting outside. The security captain who is responsible for protecting Su Pinggan this time was called Lei Ten. He was an experienced captain who had been in this industry for 8 years and joined the Black Fox Security Company for 4 years. Before Su Pinggan boarded the plane, Lei Ten's information had been transferred to Su Pinggan's computer. When Su Pinggan walked out of the airport passage, Lei Ten brought people to greet him and said with a smile, "Boss, I am Lei Ten. It's an honor to serve you, thank you for your hard work." Su Pinggan said with a smile, shook hands with Lei Ten, and handed over the suitcase in his hand. A team member next to him immediately took it. "This is our duty, boss. Please come this way. The vehicle is in the parking lot," Leita said. Su Pingan nodded, and everyone began to walk towards the vehicle. Soon, the convoy started and headed straight to Braxton, the hotel where Su Pingan stayed last time. Leita led people to use instruments to check it once before Su Pingan felt relieved to check in. A check was handed to Leita. "You should know my rules. Don't let me down," Su Pingan said, patted Leita on the shoulder and went upstairs to rest. Leita was smiling. Of course he knew the rules of the big boss. This time the mission was snatched. Wasn't it just for the big boss's reward? A glance at the surrounding team members, they all knew what was going on. "Gentlemen, show your strength, and never let it go. Whoever makes the boss dissatisfied, just get out of my team. I will exchange the check tomorrow and split it directly," Leita said with a smile. Everyone was smiling, and they didn't need Leita to explain it specifically, and they knew what they should do. Barry, the general manager of the institute, was very aware of Su Pingan's arrival. It was Su Pingan's arrangement that he did not come to see Su Pingan today. Su Pingan would come to the institute for inspection tomorrow. This afternoon, the entire institute began to clean up. It must be clean. Any department that failed to meet the hygiene standards would be punished directly. Barry was very capable in managing the institute. He had a good relationship with the heads of various project teams. At the same time, various rules and regulations were smoothly implemented. Everything was arranged in an orderly manner. He was a rare management talent. Last year, Barry's year-end bonus was €200,000. He paid off 2 loans in one fell swoop, which reduced more than half of the pressure on him. In addition, Su Pingan raised his salary, and the remaining loan was slowly paid off. The quality of life of Barry's family has improved a lot. According to Su Pingan's instructions, Barry vaguely guided each project team in the right direction. How much progress they could make depended on themselves. When necessary, Barry would come forward to help the project team achieve a key breakthrough. The next morning, after washing up and having breakfast, Su Pingan went to the institute by car. Barry was waiting in the parking lot with administrative staff and project leaders. After Su Pingan got off the car, he shook hands with everyone with a smile on his face, and everyone began to walk towards the conference room. Many project leaders were nervous. Their research progress was not great, but the cost was not small at all. No one knew whether Su Pingan would deny their research, and they were very worried. "Professor Niren, please tell me first, how is the current project progressing?" Su Pingan said with a smile, and Niren also smiled. "Boss, our new solar energy material has obtained 46 patents, and has overcome a relatively large difficulty. It is currently in a stage of rapid progress." Niren began to talk about his progress. Su Pingan listened carefully and was very satisfied with Niren's progress. The data accumulation in all aspects was very deep. It took dozens or hundreds of experiments to get a little progress, and the rhythm was very well controlled. "Thank you, Professor. The headquarters will continue to support your research and strive to achieve greater results," Su Pingan said with a smile, and waved his hand to let Niren continue. Next, the heads of other project teams reported the progress of their respective projects truthfully. Some were fast and some were slow. Su Pingan said that he would continue to support everyone's research and there would be no changes this year, which appeased many people. Everyone understood Su Pingan's meaning. There would be no changes this year, but not necessarily next year. If your progress does not satisfy Su Pingan, I am afraid that the project leader will be replaced. After the meeting, I went to each laboratory to take a look and let others get busy. Barry had already booked a restaurant. Su Pingan, Barry, and Niren went straight to the restaurant to have lunch. The three of them were all smiling and had no pressure at all. Everything went according to plan, and continued to accumulate experimental data and patents. Every week, new patents were submitted, and the number varied. Barry evaluated the patents submitted by each project team and determined your bonus based on your practicality. The next day, Bruce came over when Su Pingan had breakfast. The two talked for a while and then took a car out together. The destination was Alman's small farm in the suburbs. Alman and the people in the small group were there. Several people attached great importance to cooperation with Shaanxi Company, because Shaanxi Company does not look for trouble. As long as they ensure the safe operation of Shaanxi Group's companies, it will be very easy. With the funding of Shaanxi Group, their status will be more consolidated. Don't underestimate small local groups. The political structure of foreign countries is different from that of the Celestial Empire. Once the year of the general election comes, the larger ruling parties must win over these local small groups to ensure the victory of the general election. The party that Alman and his friends belong to is still very powerful in Dresden. This time, it was with the support of Schianki Group that Alman stood out from the first round of the mayoral election and successfully entered the second round. The number of candidates has been reduced from 9 to 4. In another 3 months, the voting will end the next day. Among the 4 of them, 1 will ascend to the mayor's throne. Now it has reached a critical moment. The convoy entered the farm. After Supingen got off the car, he met with Alman and several others. The two sides shook hands and exchanged greetings for a while, and then went to the room to talk. There were no outsiders in the farm today, only a few of them. Everyone sat down with a glass of red wine to discuss Alman's affairs. "Alman, what is the winning rate now?" Supingen asked. "A 30% winning rate is not high. The key is that I did not get the support of the party. The main force in the party is supporting Bowen. Someone even suggested that I make a speech in support of that bastard Bowen. They are going too far," Alman said seriously, and everyone else nodded. Chapter 175. They must be sent to jail. "Armin, I don't understand elections. The only support I can give you is money. However, I think anyone can win, except Bowen you just mentioned. If he wins, he will definitely settle accounts with you afterwards," Supingen said, looking at Armin. "We also think so. There is no other good way now," De Niro said on the side. As a good friend of Armin, he was also worried about Armin. Bowen is very strong now. If Armin and the other two don't have a good way, I'm afraid Bowen will win this time, Siridor also said on the side, expressing his own opinion. "What is the possibility of joining forces with others to kill Bowen?" Bruce said on the side. 50%, Bowen is the only one now, and the 3 of us together may not be able to win, Armin said seriously. "I think the 3 of you should meet in private to discuss and combine the intelligence. Maybe there will be a surprise," Supingen said on the side, and everyone looked at Supingen. "Don't look at me, I'm just guessing. You all are unwilling to fail. Why don't you work together to kill Bowen first? I don't think you have no ammunition in your hands," Supingen said slowly while looking at Alman. "You're right. I really need to meet those 2 in private once, otherwise, we are all losers," Alman said seriously. "With the decision, the rest depends on how they play." Supingen also experienced the election confrontation in local cities in Europe. It was a different taste in his heart. He left Alman a check for €1 million and left. "If you need it, contact Bruce directly," this is what Supingen said to Alman. Alman understood Supingen's meaning and personally sent Supingen to the car before returning. Back at the hotel, Supingen began to count. He made a lot of money, but the expenses were also very high. The German Research Institute would not work without 600 million funds in a year. He just notified Niels to allocate 100 million funds to the institute's account. This is just Germany. What about other places? The British Renewable Resources Research Institute project costs more. Supingen felt a headache after thinking about it. Damn, the research institute is really spending too much money. His tax-free period will soon be over, and the profit will be directly reduced a lot. What should I do? Supingen is really in a headache at this moment. I have made a profit of more than €1 billion here, and I can replenish it at any time. There are still €14 billion in the secret account. Xingling's words appeared in Supingen's mind, and Supingen was stunned for a moment. Damn, I forgot that you and we have a secret fund here, Supingen smiled. The €2.5 billion of VP Bank belong to Xingling. Supingen completely forgot about this. Now Xingling reminded him, which made Supingen understand. The secret funds were scraped from the Dream Bank of Dream Group Company. More than 10 billion, all in a secret account, have never been used. Commander, although I can make money through the internet, this is not a long-term plan. I hope the commander will make a long-term layout, otherwise, the tax evasion and tax evasion penalties will make the commander bankrupt. In addition, remind the commander, don't forget what the ultimate goal is. According to the current progress assessment, the progress is only 2%, which is too slow, Xingling reminded Supingen directly in his mind. I will make arrangements, Supingen said directly. This matter must be put on the agenda. He turned on the computer and started browsing the news. At present, the main international news is about the South Pacific Island countries. Now, except for Australia and New Zealand, All other countries in the South Pacific are worried about the future of the country. Extreme weather began to increase, submarine volcanoes began to become active, the tsunami 2 years ago and the Poseidon hurricane last year caused great losses to various countries. Those who are capable began to emigrate on their own. Those who are not capable began to find ways to work abroad, hoping to settle abroad and stay away from the disaster here. Several countries have introduced policies to encourage people to leave the country to make a living, and the country will find ways to provide certain subsidies. The planting industry has suffered a devastating blow, the tourism industry has suffered a devastating blow, and the national economy is even more difficult. Everything depends on international aid, but international aid is not so easy to get. You clearly have no interests here, so there must not be much aid. Tonga ranked first. Before the tsunami, the population was a little over 100,000. After the tsunami, it lost almost 1/3 of its population. In addition to the storm, it suffered a lot of losses again. 2 major disasters almost lost half of its population. Niue, a free country under New Zealand, experienced a storm, with a population of more than 1,000 reduced to more than 400 people. Every day, some people left and returned to New Zealand to buy properties and settle down. Because there were not many people, New Zealand accepted them all. Other countries were extremely miserable. After American Samoa became independent, a storm lost 1/5 of its population. The rest of the people began to move out. 2 of the 3 major political parties were directly dissolved, and the remaining one was barely maintained. Everyone was making plans for their future. After watching for a while, Su Pinggan turned off the computer and sat alone on the sofa in the room, thinking about the future layout. It was very difficult to deal with. The road ahead was not so easy to walk, and it still needed careful planning. After a day of rest, Su Pinggan set off from Germany. The next stop was the UK. The UK's Renewable Resources Research Institute had completed the main construction and was currently undergoing greening and decoration. Su Pinggan came at the right time. Gilbert had already arranged Su Pinggan's accommodation, which was still the Royal Cavalry Hotel. After Su Pinggan's last consumption, the hotel gave Su Pinggan a VIP card, and the next consumption would be 20% off. Gilbert directly booked the room in Su Pinggan's name. A large suite and 6 standard rooms are not a small amount of money for a day. With a 20% discount, Su Pinggan can save a lot of money. He did not ask Gilbert to pick him up at the airport, but just asked Gilbert to send someone to deliver the vehicle to the airport. The research institutes in Germany, France, Britain, Italy, and Austria all have spare vehicles for Su Pinggan's use. Every time Su Pinggan wants to use it, he must be checked by the staff of the Black Fox Security Company. After getting off the plane, Laytel and others met the person who came to deliver the car. They took people to briefly check the vehicle first, and everyone got on the car and left. The person who came to deliver the car took a taxi to go back by himself. Those people looked at each other and smiled bitterly. After resting in the hotel for a day, Su Pinggan took a car to the Research Institute for inspection the next morning. After getting off the car in the parking lot, he saw Gilbert and the project manager of the construction party waiting. The 2 sides shook hands. Su Pinggan put on a helmet and began to inspect in the company of everyone. 3 5-story buildings have begun to be renovated. One of the buildings belongs to the database building. Su Pinggan focused on checking it. The dust-free room and various security facilities made Su Pinggan quite satisfied. He looked at other places and returned to the meeting room. Gilbert knew Su Pinggan's habits and arranged for someone to make tea for Su Pinggan. "Have you contacted those researchers?" Su Pinggan asked. "We have contacted them. Most of the researchers have submitted the required equipment catalog. 11 people have not responded. I investigated and found that these people have joined other research institutes with projects," Gilbert said seriously. "What are you going to do?" Su Pinggan said expressionlessly. "Sue them. They have signed a contract with us and received our resettlement fee. Now joining other research institutes is fraud. We can sue these people and the research institutes that accept them," Gilbert said seriously. "Have you taken action?" Su Pinggan continued to ask. "Not yet. According to the request of lawyer Hunter, the 3rd lawyer's letter was sent. If we don't get a reply today, we will formally file a lawsuit in the London court," Gilbert said this very seriously. "Tell Hunter that we will not accept any out-of-court settlement from any researcher and must send them to jail unless they pay the full amount of compensation, and the research institutes must also compensate us." Otherwise, the lawsuit will continue and see who will give up first, Su Pinggan said expressionlessly. I will notify lawyer Hunter in a moment, Gilbert said seriously, already sensing Su Pinggan's anger. Arrange more media to create momentum so that everyone can see clearly the true face of these people and the dirty tricks of these research institutes, and let them remember to never pay attention to the Apocalypse Group again, Su Pinggan added. Yes, Gilbert agreed. The chairman was really ruthless. Once the media reported, the reputation of these breaching researchers and the research institutes that received them would be completely ruined. They would definitely not persist. They could not afford the loss. Without a good reputation, no institution would invest in them. After talking with Gilbert for a while, Su Pinggan left and returned to the hotel. He began to browse the equipment procurement summary catalog submitted by Gilbert, which was reviewed by Zingling. All outdated equipment was eliminated. The equipment purchased once must be the latest type, so that it can be used for many more years. Hunter had received Gilbert's call. He smiled bitterly and shook his head and hung up the phone. He looked at the partners in the room and said, Ladies and gentlemen, cancel the vacation. We have things to do. Stone was stunned. He had already agreed with his boyfriend to visit him. Did he have to break the contract? How could it be so coincidental? What happened, Hunter? Stone asked. The chairman of the Apocalypse Group has arrived in London. Gilbert reported the researchers who signed contracts with the Apocalypse Group. Sue refused to negotiate and sued directly, and asked us to create public opinion. Hunter looked at everyone and explained. How many people are there? Nelson asked. 11 people, involving 11 research institutes, Hunter said directly. My vacation, I can't forgive them, Austin said angrily. He had already gone on vacation with his family, but this time he was going to break his promise. Hunter rubbed his head. He had no choice but to take the money and do the work. His plan to take a few days off to accompany his girlfriend was ruined. He was very angry. I'll assign them later. Each of us will be responsible for a few. This way, we can go faster. You bastards must pay for our vacation, Hunter said unhappily. My head hurts. 159 is blocked. I need to modify it. I can't sleep tonight. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.